Defiance, an Alaskan Apocalypse. Defiant Book 2. Written by Craig Martell. Narrated by Chris Abernathy. Cabin life. The next few days included a lot of naps. In between, I'd head outside and work, cutting lower limbs from spruce trees to clear out areas for sled dogs to sleep. I put logs across the stream with an arrow toward the cabin, but I'd groomed the trail for them right up to our front door. Luke decided that between sleeping outside or inside, he preferred inside. This was how wolves were domesticated. It all made sense. He would happily take Laura's cot while I napped. She'd have to force him out of there at night. He slept on the opposite side of us from the Franklin stove. Euro slept in front of the fire. He liked being warm. I ate as much as I could hold, protein mostly because that's what we had in abundance. If we didn't return to the cabin, then the moose meat in the underground storage would go to waste. But that wouldn't be our problem. Someone else would deal with that, eventually. We worked hard to be a welcoming host for our volunteers from the village and their dog teams. All of that was critical for the next phase. "Today's the day," I said when Laura woke, and I poured her a cup of coffee while she was still huddled under the blanket. "Showtime," she mumbled and sat up. "It's going to be chaos." "We'll thaw a feast and cook it over a bonfire outside," I suggested. "I'll need some more boughs." The plan was coming together to welcome the villagers. It would be for one night only, and then we were headed to town. "I have to get the ATV ready to roll. Tomorrow will be the real showtime." Laura retreated into herself. She stared at the fire and sipped her coffee. I didn't know what I could say to placate her. "We have to do this, or we lose our city. Maybe we've already lost the country, but we can fight for our small part of it." "I know that," she muttered. "It's the helplessness. Did you ever think that you'd try to turn me into a soldier?" "I don't think I can shoot someone. I can't do it." I sat beside her on her cot and hugged her with one arm. "There's one condition where I want you to consider shooting someone, and that's if I'm fighting and losing, to save my life, or to save your own. Outside of that, I wouldn't expect you to engage with anyone. I wouldn't want you to. Killing someone would change you in a way that I don't want to see. Don't think that I do it easily. Life is precious. We shouldn't throw it away. Leaders shouldn't throw away the lives of their followers. Without oil and without gold, Alaska becomes nothing more than a hostile wilderness for an invading army. We're going to make life here more intolerable than it already is. They are going to get the full experience. Let's see if they want it as badly as we do, but I have to believe they don't. We will kill as few as it takes to make a lasting impression. They can save lives by leaving. That is the ultimatum we'll deliver. I want you by my side when they fly away." She nodded and sipped her coffee. "I have some more things to do outside. Keep yourself warm. The volunteers are going to be a handful, and you'll need your energy." "I know. I'll join you when I'm ready. I think I'll take a sponge bath." "Can I watch?" I asked without hesitation. I wasn't ashamed of liking to see my wife naked. There was no shame at all. "Go on, you. Get outside. You can't do what you need to do in here." With mild disappointment, I put on my coat, boots, fur hat, and gloves and went outside. The everyday errands of survival required work even when everything was going well. Cut wood to replace what was burned the previous day, check the trail, draw water, clean the outhouse, shake out blankets, wash clothes. Everything had to be done in small quantities. We didn't have big tubs to do a bulk load of dishes or more than one change of clothes. Heating the water on the stove. Everything came at the cost of time and effort. I felt ridiculous in the old man's underwear because they were a little too big. It was almost like wearing nothing. But I had burned the Chinese underwear, so I was never tempted to wear them. It gave me shivers thinking about it. I had to repair the tie rod, too. I'd wait until Laura could help by holding the brace in place while I welded the parts together. I would have to preheat the metal for a long time in the cold. I'd burn through a bottle of propane, but we needed the ATV functional. Why save it? The feeling of cutting ties completely kept intruding on my strategic mind. The little things that had some value if available when needed, but no value if hoarded and not used when needed. Be judicious in the use of our supplies until we didn't need them anymore. Today could be that day, or we could have to run back to the cabin with our tails between our legs to regroup. If we came back here, would the invaders find us? Probably. All they'd need to do is drive snow machines along the trail we'd leave. With the dog mushers, there would be a groomed and well-used trail leading right back to the cabin. We had to create a false trail and wipe out the main trail, at least for a few hundred yards. That would take a while, but it would be worth it. We'd buy ourselves more time, live to fight another day. Having a solid egress plan made it easier to have an aggressive attack plan. Prepare to retrograde and hope to never give that order. Elias said they'd have 12 dog teams and 18 people total. That was 12 separate egress routes. Don't give the enemy a single group of targets to focus on. Separate the pursuers and lead them into an ambush. That gave me more ideas. We wouldn't commit 12 teams. I wondered if we could send 4 into the breach along with Laura and me, hit and run. I finished splitting and stacking the day's batch of firewood. I dug through the storage area where I knew we had cast-off metal. There was metal strapping, but I needed something stiffer. The best I could find was a single heavy nail. We'd used them to hold the logs together. We had an extra one, which was unlike the old man. He would have used it, but must have figured it would come in handy someday. I used a tin snip to cut a V into the head. I took the metal strapping from the pile. I had a spool of welding wire with the torch. When Laura appeared, I told her what I wanted to do. She helped me lift the front end so I could get under it, and then stood by to hand me the repair items as I called for them. It probably would have been easier had I taken the tie rod off, but I didn't want other problems like destroying the bushing when doing so. I lined the brake to find that the rod had twisted. I hammered at it to see how much it would take to straighten. That would have been too much, and if I broke the tie rod in a second place, I'd be done. We'd be stuck dog sledding through deep snow the whole way to Fairbanks. I put the nail up front, but the bend kept it from touching along its length. I had to put it on top. I lit the torch and waved the flame back and forth along the metal. "What about the metal strap?" Laura asked. "That'll be the second weld after the first is in place." When the metal was hot enough to hold the welding wire, I touched it on both ends to tack it into place. Then I could use both hands and run a bead down the length of the nail where it touched the tie rod. I twisted around to where I could see the back of the tie rod and hit it with the torch before it cooled too far. Then put a bead on that side. Using 2 pairs of pliers, I wrapped the strapping around the nail and the tie rod. I tacked the end in place. I tightened it as much as I could get, then clamped it in place with my vice grip that I'd been using as the second pliers. I heated the strapping to weld along its length, hoping that the weld would blend the multiple metals. The nail wasn't going to hold it. I feared that would break, but the strapping would reduce the pressure where I hoped it would hold. I welded more of the rod into place. When it was done, I took off my goggles. "This looks like ass," I groaned. "Dad would be so ashamed." "Was he a good welder?" she asked. I laughed. "No, his stuff looked just like this, a big load of ass, but it worked." Laura stared at me, narrowing her eyes as she studied my features. "There's something wrong with you. Were you dropped too many times when you were a baby? Maybe in the Marines they hit you in the head with those clubs. What are they called?" "Bugle sticks." "Those. See, you knew what I meant." Laura put her hands on her hips and tipped her chin up. "I didn't think I'd been dropped on my head or been beaten senseless in the Corps. I think I would have remembered that. Was that part of life's challenge? Not remembering significant brain damage and happily powering forward through life in my ignorance?" It made sense to me, but no. I didn't have brain damage. I had a wife who was testing me. My welding work looked like a 4-year-old had used clay that was too dry. Dad would have laughed. I would have laughed with him. If it's ugly and it works, it's still ugly, but it works. Well, that's one job done. Next task. Now for the rest of the effort. Refuel the ATV, check it over to make sure the electrical and mechanical connections were tight. We had a big drive before us. We needed to get there and back without any problems. We also needed to maneuver around the city. I'd take an extra 10 gallons of gas, too, just in case. Extra clothes, a tent, blankets, everything we needed to overnight outside in a subarctic winter. Weapons and ammunition. Snow camouflage, if I had brought it. That was still in my garage. Are we going to pack today before the villagers arrive? That's probably best. Whether our stuff gets cold overnight or cold tomorrow makes no difference. We'll load the last blankets on top along with the water and food. The plan was simple. Take enough to eat and drink, take enough clothing and blankets to keep us warm, and carry enough ammunition to fight a war. Then pray that my repair held and nothing else happened to our ride. I wanted to go past the house so we could snag a snow machine as a backup. It was good to have alternates. And get my own underwear. I was okay being obsessed. We had to live for something, and sometimes we lived for the smallest of things. If I were selfish, I would have kept my head down and lived in a permanent honeymoon with my wife, hiding from the rest of the world. I don't know why I couldn't do that, but I couldn't. Laura accepted that I couldn't. I'll get something ready for lunch, she said, and went back inside. Euro bounded out, but realized it was too cold. Luke ran me over on his way to nowhere important. I stayed outside to run over the grounds one last time. We didn't have enough room in the cabin to meet with everyone and go through the plan. We wouldn't be able to communicate inside the city. There were no radios. We'd have to be on the same page before we split up. We'd have to stay on the same page, no matter what happened. That meant mission-type orders. Accomplish your mission. Each one a supporting part of a greater effort, neither critical to the success of another, but together they would bring us closer to crushing the invaders' will to fight back. They needed to remove themselves. If they decided to fight to the last man, we would lose. We couldn't match them force for force, but we could destroy their will to fight. At least I hoped we could. Taking down their resupply aircraft would be important. I'd put 2 teams on that, both as secondary efforts. Freeing the imprisoned Alaskans was part of arming ourselves with Chinese weapons. I'd taught myself how to break down the Chinese bullpup, and would need to teach those who might be shooting them, along with anyone who might train others, like any citizens we rescued. I wasn't sure how many we'd find, but I thought once we broke through the barrier of perception that the invaders were in charge, we'd find those who survived when they came out of hiding. Celebrate the resistance. We only had to win first. That was all. The Army. The first dog team arrived at midday, with Elias riding the skids of his sled. He carried a full load of supplies, food for him and the dogs, along with bedding. Expeditionary-style movement through the wilds of Alaska that natives had embraced for millennia. He was completely self-contained. There was a lot us city folk could learn from those more in tune with nature. Laura and I waited to greet him warmly. He drove the brake deep and settled the dogs before joining us. He hugged Laura first, and warmly, before punching my fist. "Uncle Elias, you old codger," I told him. "The rest coming?" I didn't know why I worried. I suspected the 2 of us wouldn't be enough to cause the invaders any grief, and that the others would bow out the second they thought about what they were called to do. "They'll be here shortly. I left earlier than them to break the trail, but not much was needed thanks to my cousin's trail groomer." He absent-mindedly scratched the ears of the dog next to him. "Damn straight," I replied. "Why don't you get your beasties settled? Make room for the others." I pointed him toward the nearby stand of spruce. With the lower branches cut away and their boughs used for bedding, He had everything he needed to tie the team down until they'd need to run again. Luke howled from inside the cabin. Laura hurried to get him before he tore the place up. She brought him outside, complete with a leash, but he pulled hard and she lost her balance. He ran past me and down the line of dogs. They snapped at him in self-defense while cowering. Elias ran after the wolf, but Luke rounded the back of the sled and ran up the other side. He stopped at the lead dog, bared his teeth, and snarled. I ran at him from the other direction, but when the lead dog squatted and peed, Luke straightened and strolled away. What do you know? I stopped trying to grab him. Who'd have thunk there would have been peace in our time? Damn wolf, Elias grumbled. He pointed toward the woods. I nodded. He loosed the hook and drove his team 40 yards to the bed-down location. He shouted at the dogs to get them to stop and dropped the hook, stomping it deeply into the snow. The sled pulled up. He went through the process of clipping each dog to a stakeout line attached between two trees. He was meticulous by necessity. Certain dogs couldn't be next to others. While the whole was greater than the sum of its parts, the dog team's members required individual care. Elias spoke to each of them, giving instructions that only he knew if they understood. Each dog lunged in one way or another because they still wanted to run. There was daylight, and 40 miles was nowhere near the extent of what they were capable of. I thought you might have snow machines. It's going to be a challenge keeping a low profile if we bring the dogs into the city. We won't be able to outrun bad guys in trucks on plowed city streets. We'll find snow machines and get them running. I have 2 at my house. The Chinese haven't taken any as far as I know. We saw no evidence that they were driving them around. We hadn't. There should have been tracks everywhere, like usual in Fairbanks. In the city or out, people loved riding their snow machines in the ditches beside roads, power lines, and pretty much any open field. Maybe we can run ahead and take a look? Elias asked. I shook my head. It's 80 miles, and we'll have to crawl at about 5 to 10 miles per hour to groom the trail and remove some traps that we set the last time we came from the city. Traps? Nice. What kind? Are we talking the wire that could take someone's head off, or something a little milder? Elias, the man who embraced the morbid. I hated to say it, but we thought too much alike for the mirror that was Elias to keep me comfortable through critical introspection. The former. It would probably scrape off our windshield, but I don't want to break anything. I like our little bubble of warmth while driving through the wilderness. Elias made a face. You are soft, my friend. You need to spend more time out of that city of yours. I looked at the cabin and back to him. We don't live in the city. The city lives in you. Let it go. Embrace the love of Mother Earth. What if I'm a heathen? I replied. Mother Earth might take it out on me, and no one needs to be struck by lightning. Laura kept her eyes on Euro so he didn't get too close to the sled dogs. Luke had disappeared into the trees following a rabbit's track. Once Elias settled his sled, he walked toward the stream where the trail turned toward the cabin. Laura and I went with him. Have you thought about what we need to do when we get to the city? I asked. A little. This is your show. I'll do what you ask me to do, unless it's surrender. I'm not doing that. I saw what they did to our people in Nam. These aren't Viet Cong or North Vietnamese regulars. They're Chinese, and what we've seen so far suggests they are a professional military. Maybe they'll even abide by the Geneva Convention. They are a signatory. We can only hope, but nah, that isn't for me. I'll go down fighting. I'm too old to sit in some prison cell. I need to be out here. He closed his eyes and drew a deep breath. This is where the world lives. I was the mayor. I suspect they have me on a hit list of some sort. After what I did to the former mayor, who has regained her office, I have to be enemy number 1. I won't be surrendering anytime soon. What do you say we don't put ourselves in a position to be captured? We shook hands. Calls from downstream drew our attention. A series of dog sleds came into view and raced toward us. Elias waved. One by one, the other 11 sleds arrived. 16 volunteers to make us an army of 18. The dogs made a hellacious racket, even after stake lines were run and the animals settled. We gathered around the small fire pit. There was plenty of wood ready to burn, well-dried wood that wouldn't smoke very much. I didn't want a beacon that could be seen for miles. We had only heard one airplane, a high-flying jet. We hadn't heard any helicopters or smaller aircraft. I didn't know why the invaders hadn't taken over local small craft and used those for reconnaissance and other missions. I didn't understand why they hadn't seized snow machines and vehicles suited for the cold and ice. They were using plows, but then again, that was probably an Alaskan driver with a Chinese escort. Plowing received some attention. Why? The questions wouldn't answer themselves. The power is on in Fairbanks, I told the group. After losing it because of a lack of fuel, the plant is back in service. Does that mean cell towers are functional? I wouldn't count on it, but I am going to charge my cell phone just in case. Does anyone else have a phone with them? No one did. I had mine and Laura had hers. We'd charge both, and if the cell phones worked, we could use them for emergency contact between main groups, but nothing beyond that. The invaders had to have total control over cell usage. They could reroute everything through China. That's how the technology worked once the cell signal went into a tower. The signal entered the backbone, and at the speed of light, anyone anywhere would be connected. There were the apps where we could use our phones as walkie-talkies. However, I failed in that I had it, but Laura did not. There was no way for her to download the app now. Laura brought out a platter of moose steaks. It was nothing more than a plank, but it worked. I had a wire mesh to balance on 4 logs. That was the best I could do for a makeshift grill. We talked as we grilled. Most of the volunteers carried a rifle slung over their shoulder. Those who didn't carried a pistol. They would be the ones to get the Type 95 rifles, the bullpups. While the steaks were cooking, I spread a blanket on the ground to show everyone how to load and cycle the weapon, then how to break it down for a rudimentary cleaning. It wasn't a long process, and it was critical for everyone to know. If we're successful, we'll gain a stock of these weapons, and everyone needs to know not only how to use them, but enough to train others because we aim to free those in captivity. We swell our ranks from 18 to 5,000. Do you think we can damage the enemy's psyche with those kinds of numbers? Enthusiastic nods were their reply, but that wasn't the reply of a hardened soldier who'd been under fire. Elias watched me but didn't participate in the motivational efforts. The real brief would come later when we broke the groups into teams. I handed the rifle to the next person. Break it down and put it back together. We went through the line and back again. It wasn't exciting, and Mavis's boy, Billy, was becoming impatient. I have my own rifle. Why do I have to care about that piece of junk? When you've used all your ammunition and your rifle is nothing more than a club, what are you going to use? What are the prisoners going to use when we free them? They're going to use the first thing we give them, and they're going to fight the enemy 10 seconds after they're freed. Who's going to teach them how to use the Type 95? I gestured toward everyone standing in that circle. Going to war is about preparation. When we are getting shot at, you'll forget 90% of what you've been taught. That's when 10% will have to be good enough. Let's hope it's the right 10%. Now, pay attention. Mavis cuffed him in the back of his head. But he'd asked what some others were thinking, even though I'd already explained it once. Now, twice to a captive audience. I needed them to understand the big picture. This is a war. We're fighting on our own land against a foreign invader. We're not going to be finished and heading home by dinner time. We're going out there to fight, and it's going to take however long it takes. If you don't understand that, then I invite you to turn around and go home. Once this starts, we'll be engaged until either they or we cannot fight anymore. As long as we have the ability to fight back, we must. The younger group looked at each other and started to back away. Elias raised his hand. If you leave, you bring shame to our village and our people. I left once to fight another's war. I saw how fanatical they fought for their own country. I was the invader. I fought back because I was good at it, not because I believed in what we were doing. This time, I'm good at it, and I'm fanatical because this is our land. We can't give a single inch to the invaders. We have the advantage. The cold and dark are friends we've known our whole lives. And we're good with guns. We've vowed to fight the invaders. We live up to our word because it's all we have. Elias faced me. No one is leaving. We're not afraid of what's coming. The looks on the younger faces told a different story. They might not have been afraid before, but they were now. With the moose steaks cooking, an uneasy silence settled over the group. I turned them a couple times, quickly, for something to do, but they were mostly done. With wild game, one never cooked them to anything less than medium well. There could be no pink. I had sliced the steaks thicker than normal simply because I had been freezing and out of sorts when I processed the moose. After getting caught under the animal and almost drowning, I'd had little energy left, but it had to be done. I rubbed at the scar on my chest. It ached on odd occasions when I thought about it. It reminded me of something I didn't want to be reminded of. What do you think, Uncle Elias? I hate it when old guys call me uncle. Makes me feel ancient, like I have one foot in the grave already. Okay then, you sandy little army butthole. Do you think the steaks are done? I smiled at him. He roared with laughter. That's more like it. He drew a blade from a sheath at his side and deftly sliced a steak in half. He carved off a chunk, blew on it, and popped it in his mouth. To perfection, my old friend. Belly up to the bar, I called. The volunteers produced their own mess kits and lined up to get a steak. Luke was persistent and adamant about getting his own. Good thing I cooked extras and had a raw one to the side. The volunteers petted him as they walked past while he stared at me, attempting to will a steak into his mouth. What do you think we should call this mob? Elias asked while chewing. The Alaskan Revolutionary Army? I grumbled and whined, but it sounded good enough. I didn't really care about a name. Sounds good to me. We can identify ourselves with a white armband. I didn't see any white on the Chinese uniforms. We'll find something to use, Mavis said. She kept hold of her son's collar to make him think twice about speaking out of turn. I'm going to give you what we call mission orders. I'm not going to tell you to take a hill and hold it. The thing that matters most is why we're doing what we're doing. Our goal is to disrupt the enemy at every turn. Do not get into a firefight with the enemy. Avoid them, while at the same time hurting them. We want to remove their ability to fight. That means we need to find and loot their armory. Who's going to help us remove a stock of weapons? The prisoners. We're going to release them, too. They'll be on their own, but we're going to arm them. That's why it was important for you to learn the Type 95, which is the rifle we've seen the enemy carrying. We're going to hit various parts of the city, places important to the enemy. Our attacks will hurt us, too, but to chase them out of the city, we need to make the city dangerous and inhospitable. Destroy bridges, drop power lines, take out the power plant, cut the water, and down their airplanes. We're going to give each team a sector. 13 groups separated into 6 teams, north, east, west, and south. 2 teams to find and open the armory, and those same 2 teams to release the prisoners. That will be Elias, Laura, and me. That leaves 2 teams for each sector, and 3 extra teams to help us with the armory and the prisoners. Elias, you know everyone here. If you could designate a primary and backup for each sector, and then the 3 who will join us, I'd appreciate it. Elias tagged the teams, selecting older singles or couples to lead, and a younger volunteer to follow. He picked 3 singles to join us. I figured we'd have to split up, but I could trust Elias to understand what we needed. I also felt like I could trust him to save us if we got in over our heads. He had to know that we'd do the same for him. It took Elias less than a minute to break out the teams. They needed further guidance, since many of them didn't have intimate knowledge of Fairbanks like I did. What I didn't have was a map of the city. Many of our volunteers wouldn't know where to go or what to hit. They'd get themselves in where they couldn't get out. Plans. It was time for a field expedient map study, followed by in-person reconnaissance. Most of the volunteers had brought snowshoes. They'd need them to sneak in under cover of the cold and dark. They could see what they needed to see before they committed. It would be grueling, but none of them were afraid of that. "What about food while we're out there? We brought our own supplies, enough for maybe 10 days. We couldn't carry more than that," Elias explained. The answer was what an insurrection against an invading army demanded. We couldn't run logistics trains. We couldn't pre-position food and ammunition. "We have to take what we need. Raid unoccupied houses, take food from the enemy, feed yourselves any way you can. But remember, get in and get out quickly. Don't eat in the house where you've acquired any food or weapons. Eat in a place that you can defend. And please, don't take anything besides food and weapons. I have high hopes that people will someday be able to return to their homes." I continued carving out a rough map of the city in the snow. I couldn't remember where the power lines were, but those were the quickest ways in and out. There were no fences or barriers under them. That was an access and easement issue. I had to argue with homeowners about that when they complained of trespassers. But then again, the easement was only for those companies who maintained the wires and the poles. It wasn't a casual access for people walking their dogs or joyriding in their trail vehicles. None of that applied now, except for the better access, as the electric company kept the areas under the power lines clear. That would be our rapid ingress and egress routes through the outer areas. Once inside the Johansson-Steese-Mitchell Expressway Circle, they'd have to be on foot or use snow machines. "If you see snow machines, steal them," I explained. "The batteries should still work. They are going to the cause of freedom, like the food and weapons left behind. Don't take any money, it's worthless, or jewelry or anything personal. We're not raiders or pirates." "There was the promise of $2,000, Mavis said loudly. A few others spoke up in agreement. "Of course. If I make a promise, I abide by it." I headed toward the cabin. "I'll be right back." Mavis made to follow, but Elias stopped her. "You think he's going to run away?" She wanted to argue, but he shook his head. Inside the cabin, I took 3 bundles of $10,000 each and peeled off 20 bills from a 4th bundle and put the rest back. $32,000. I'd give everyone 20 bills and be done with it. Maybe they would stop shrapnel. They wouldn't be much good for anything else. I passed out $2,000 to everyone, even Elias, despite his refusal. "A deal's a deal." "I didn't come for that." He shoved the money back into my hand. I was happy not carrying any more weight than necessary. I took it back inside the cabin and tucked it away. When I returned, the mood of the group hadn't changed. The money didn't scratch their itch. It simply checked a box. We were back to the rough map I had drawn. Between my trip to the cabin and back, someone had walked through the middle of my sketch. "What the hell?" Elias didn't have an answer. He shrugged at my concern. I redrew the areas that had been buried under the footprints. "Everyone gather around." They moved in, though Mavis held Billy back. His boots looked unsurprisingly like the ones that had been on my map. I looked at him, but he avoided eye contact. I'd talk to her later about keeping him under control once they engaged the enemy. If he was in it to just kill people, then he should be sent home. I'd rather go it alone than turn loose someone who only looked forward to murdering people. He'd put the entire mission at risk. That's how I saw what we were doing. Another mission in a long war. We could lose, multiple times, but as long as some survived to keep coming back, the war would continue. Battles would be fought until one side or the other decided that the war was no longer worth it. We wanted that to be the invaders. We had nowhere else to go. Canada was 500 miles away over rough terrain. We couldn't get there from here. The answer was simple. We weren't leaving. Here's the deal. Disrupt their lines of communication. That means the way they move from one place to another to replace troops or resupply them. Does everyone understand that? Bridges, roads, facilities, and infrastructure. It's all stuff that doesn't apply where you live, but it's critical for a modern army. I showed each group the highlights for their sectors. The power plant went to a man about my age called Richard. He had 2 groups of 2 with him, for 5 total people. They'd need that many to cover entrances and raid the plant. He was the only one with heavy mechanical experience. I explained where the weak points were in the plant: fuel flow valves and piping, the burner, and the turbine. I wanted to be able to restore the plant at some point, so complete destruction wasn't what I wanted. Piping and control systems had to be the primary targets. Neither Elias nor I could supply him with any explosives. "I'll make do. Fuel oil will burn hot. We shouldn't need anything else." He studied the map, knowing that it was incomplete. The first 2 days in town would be about reconnoitering the route. Each group was responsible for finding their own targets and their own way to them. Avoid the enemy. Hit him where he is not, and then if they arrive, let your handiwork finish them or kill them quickly. This isn't about a macho shootout. Hit them before they can hit back. Use traps where you are sure no locals will be. Elias will talk to you about things that can be done." Elias frowned. He hadn't expected to be put on the spot, but he nodded, collected his thoughts, and began a series of stories about how people he knew had been killed by enemy traps in Vietnam. It gave the volunteers ideas without telling them exactly what to do. It would probably also give them nightmares. These people were hard, but they weren't soldiers or Marines. They hadn't been galvanized in the fires of a warrior ethos. They were one with the land. The invaders were not. At least that would help them through the rigors of the fight. "This is going to take time. You'll be running. You'll be afraid. You might be covered in blood. Yours, your family members, or the enemy's. And you'll have to fight on. Surrendering is the last option. When you can fight no more, we can ask no more of you. I can't vouch for how you'll be treated. We don't know." I didn't share what I'd heard about executions. I hoped that wouldn't apply to the Alaskan revolutionaries. Hope was a lousy plan, but when it came to surrendering, that was the best I could do. I had no intention of surrendering. I'd saved the last grenade for me. First, I had to liberate a few from the invaders. I walked around to shake the hands of everyone who was there. I wanted to look them in the eye to gauge their resolve. Many had cold, dark eyes. Resignation to what had to be done. Clinical and surgical, like cleaning a moose after it was killed. It wasn't pleasant, but it had to be done. "Relax and be ready for tomorrow. We'll go most of the way, and then we'll bivouac, set up a small camp in a sheltered area. From there, on the following day, we'll split up and head to our various rally points to find the best way into your sectors. 2 days after that, we'll begin our attacks at dusk. If they're going to chase us, they'll have to do it in the dark." "Won't they have night vision?" one of the younger volunteers asked. Elias and I both shook our heads. "We saw no evidence of that kind of equipment. If they have it, it won't work great in the extreme cold. If they have it, they still won't be able to follow us. Find snowdrifts and make yourself a hidey hole. We think their greatest weakness is the cold. They never planned to fight in this environment. We have few people compared to their numbers. I bet they never thought we'd resist. They're about to get a second awakening. The first came a couple days ago when 2 men eliminated 2 truckloads of soldiers. They never stood a chance against us." The volunteers took my answer in stride. I had to believe that we had an edge, otherwise we were doomed from the start. At least we thought we had a chance, compared to believing we had no edge, and were entering the crucible believing we were going to die. Attitude was everything. Laura bumped into me. I wrapped my arm around her and pulled her close. "What do you think?" "There will be challenges, but we're going to kick some enemy buttocks." She exaggerated the pronunciation, dragging out the 2 syllables of the word buttocks. Laura tried her best not to swear, and despite my negative influence, she was holding steady. "That is the plan more than anything else. These people are going to get good at disrupting the enemy." "Or?" Laura let the question hang. I held my finger to my lips. I didn't want the volunteers to hear the reality of it. Either they figured it out, or they'd be dead. Elias approached. Mavis suggested when we take the sleds to our sectors that we double up, north and west, followed by east and south. 2 lay-down sites for the dog teams. We can leave one person behind to take care of the dogs, just in case some of us don't make it back. We need the dogs to be ready to run for those of us who do. Good plan. I could do nothing more than concur. I expected to take the ATV all the way to my house. We'd grab some things and bail out. I wondered if Dorothy was there, hiding like the homeowners on the ridge, the old woman who had been so helpful. The ATV was fast and limber enough that we could escape if we were chased. It was loud, although no louder than a musher driving a team of young dogs with too much energy. We'd be limited on the routes we took because Laura didn't have snowshoes. Mine were shaky. If I made a second pair, I'm sure they would be better, but I hadn't had time nor the right materials. "See you in the morning," I told the volunteers. The sun had set, and the only light was from the bonfire. I wasn't sure how late it was, but that didn't matter. We wouldn't go to sleep right away. Laura returned to the cabin and brought the animals inside. I started to follow, but stopped myself. I wanted to assuage the fears that would inevitably crop up. It would be easier to forestall negative rumors if I caught them when they started. There were too many unknowns for the volunteers to be comfortable. They'd fill in what they didn't know with the worst thing their imagination could conjure. Those were the rumors I had to address. Elias intercepted me before I could reach the group tightly wound around the crackling fire. "They'll be okay, kid," he said. Being called kid, it's something Dad would have done. Anyone younger than him was a kid in his mind. He liked being the elder statesman of the crowd. "I don't want any destructive rumors. You know the kind of talk that happens going into a deployment. We're dog mushing and we're skulking around in the dark. It's not going to be as bad as you're making out." I pointed at the group around the fire. "They'll make it worse than it is, or they'll not take the threat seriously. Somewhere in between is the truth. Of course, but they'll be better off finding it on their own. You worry too much. Is that how you acted as the mayor? No wonder nobody liked you." "Who said they didn't like me? I had been elected because people liked me for some ungodly reason, although that they wanted to punish me by making me mayor suggested that I wasn't liked at all." Elias laughed. "A politician who wants to be liked. You need to get your priorities straight." I pointed at the door to the cabin. "I'm going to go inside. Why would I want to stand out here and be insulted to my face when I could get the same in there, but from someone I actually like?" "She's not going to insult you." I tapped my nose. "There he is. How can you tell when a politician is lying?" "His lips are moving," I finished for him. I clapped him on the shoulder. "Keep them calm. Tomorrow is going to be a long day at the start of a long week." Inside the cabin, Laura was whipping up a snack from our dehydrated foodstuffs. Blueberry cobbler. "What's the special occasion?" Laura's face fell. "We might never come back here." I recoiled from the shock of reality. "That's the dark side of the lighter world. I'd like to think we can survive this." "What makes you so sure?" Laura slowly stirred the mix in the small pan on the stove. "Because I have before, enough times to believe that it's not luck. As long as I keep my wits about me and you stay behind me, we'll both be fine." "You don't believe you've been lucky?" "The enemy is the one that gets lucky. Which person catches the bullet? That's a die roll. Those who keep their heads down and keep moving are usually the lucky ones who don't get hit." "Is that like those who wave their private parts at the enemy?" Laura raised her eyebrows in challenge. "The safest place to be was where they were aiming. But I may have taken a chance to make a point and entice them to take an action that wasn't in their best interest." "Could they even see it?" "Now you're just being hurtful." I feigned a frown. "I couldn't pass up the opportunity." She smiled. "Until tomorrow. It'll be fine. It has to be." She removed the pan from the stove and offered me a dish. I wanted to like it, but my stomach churned with worry of what was before us. I found that I wasn't very hungry. 80 miles. The ATV turned over, but wouldn't start. I sat in the driver's seat with my mouth open, staring at the tachymeter's needle resting on 0. Hang on a sec. WWDD. What would Dad do? He'd hit it with a spray of ether, coax it to life. I returned to the cabin, where Laura was making final preparations. "Don't tell me," she said at my frantic look. "It's only a minor setback." I removed the ether from a storage area at the bottom of a bookshelf. "Aha!" I waved the can in the air. Laura returned to what she was doing. I shouldn't have been disappointed at my victory that had yet to materialize. I sprayed ether into the air cleaner and tried the engine. It instantly roared to life, but started to buck and miss quickly. I feathered the gas pedal, and the engine was soon running smoothly. I patted the dash. Baby was cold. Run through the hills and to the valley. Soon your warmth and energy will pave the way for those who follow, for the Alaskan Revolutionary Army. I patted the dash once more as I left the ATV to help Laura load our supplies. I already had all of our 5-gallon jerry cans in the back, and blankets on the back seat for Luke and Euro. My rifle was next to the driver's seat. My modified Desert Eagle was in a holster on my chest. That was my reasoning when I ordered it and picked it up outside. There was no record of it in Alaska. That was the benefit of taking the ferry from Washington to Valdez and driving home from there. Welcome to America. I wondered what the invaders called it. Annexed states of the Greater People's Republic of China? Laura dumped an armload into the bed of the ATV. "Where'd you go?" she asked, looking for clarity on where my mind had wandered. The sled dogs were barking up a storm since they were getting their morning ration of kibble and sun-dried salmon. Luke howled from somewhere nearby. The noise was too much for him. Euro stayed beside Laura. We went inside for the rest of our supplies. I thought about my pistol, and that went to how I got it up here, which led to wondering what the Chinese were calling their new territory. Which means that we need to liberate an interpreter. I had thought of that before, but had forgotten to make it an integral part of our plan. We'd need one before we did anything within the main area controlled by the enemy soldiers. We'll find one when we free the prisoners. That part of the operation would have to be moved up. We'd need an interpreter to help us find the armory. Did they garrison their soldiers on Wainwright? Laura shrugged. That was yet another unknown we'd have to deal with. There were too many unknowns for me to feel comfortable. The Eastern Group was going to have problems with the army post if the enemy soldiers had moved in. The base power plant ran on coal. I doubted they could get enough to run it. China was a net importer of coal. They powered the country that way. Could they afford it for their deployed army? Probably not. I was never in intelligence, but I had worked with those people. Operators and commanders were relentless in seeking precise, complete intelligence pictures. Anything less had told me they weren't doing their jobs. I knew better now. We could never have a complete picture. What was true at one moment might be wrong 5 minutes later. I waved to the sky in honor of the intel professionals I'd wronged during my career. We carried the last of our stuff to the ATV. Then we performed our ritual of preparedness for our return. A pan of snow on the stove, firewood stacked and ready, including kindling. Everything we'd need to expedite starting the fire and thawing ourselves after the long journey to the cabin. We closed and locked the door. Laura secured the padlocks while I checked the outhouse. I was appalled at the mess left by our guests. I cleaned it as best I could and put out the last roll of toilet paper. The volunteers had nearly cleaned us out. I wanted to get angry, but couldn't. They were doing me a favor. The least I could do was let them all take a roll or two of toilet paper. It was the little things that would keep them going. Elias looked over my shoulder. "You do marginal work," he claimed. "They took all my TP. They asked, I told them it was okay. 2 rolls per sled. Sorry. I figured you were good with it. We thank you for your generosity. But, Stain. I glared at him. He only laughed until I joined him. Who needs enemies with friends like you, Uncle Elias? Such irreverence from today's youth. He poked me in the chest. Don't get us lost, and don't lead us into an ambush. We both turned serious. I'll be the first into it if I do lead you astray. But I know this route. I know where we'll camp tonight. We'll be okay. 5 or 6 hours on the trail today, then we'll split up tomorrow. After that, we'll have to trust that everyone can fight the war as we need it to be fought. I stayed up late talking to the group leaders. They know it needs done, Elias declared. You worry too much. But then again, that's a typical officer for you. You probably should say a few words before we head out. I hate giving speeches. That's not what I hear, Elias countered. He'd been talking with Laura. Hey, over here, Elias shouted at his people. They hurried over. His tone and volume left no room for misinterpretation or delay. They gathered around. He pointed at me. Thanks, Elias. A few last words. Don't follow too closely in case we run into the enemy. Also, I'll have to stop a couple times to remove traps that I placed last time we came out here. Watch for those stops and give us space. The group looked bored. The only one who needed to be aware of how close to follow was the first sled behind us. We didn't come this far to go no farther. Here's to the heroes in both our cultures, the ones who made it possible for the lives we live today, or rather that we used to live. It's our responsibility to clear the way for our descendants. We have to be their heroes. That doesn't mean taking unnecessary risks. It's about living to fight another day and then to keep fighting. We open the way for those who follow. Let's get on the trail. We have 80 miles to cover. Follow me to Fairbanks. I lifted my fist in the air and pumped it up and down. Get the convoy on its way. We pulled the trail groomer behind us. It would clear the way for the dog teams, even though a second pass would be necessary to make it smooth enough to get the maximum speed from them. We didn't need that. We only needed fast enough. Without further delay, I climbed in, put it in gear, and eased the gas pedal down. The tracks moved forward. The steering was a little stiff, as expected. There wouldn't be any tight turns. I had to minimize stress on my repair job unless I wanted to make a second attempt at it, which I didn't. No propane remained for the torch. I brought the bottle in case the opportunity to turn it into a bomb presented itself. We moved forward into the area I'd already groomed that led the teams to the spruce trees where they bedded down. I cruised past and increased speed. The final few miles to the cabin were mostly straight along the valley floor between low hills to the north and south. After we turned southeast, we would serpentine our way through the woods and hills, crawling closer and closer to Fairbanks. The daylight made it easier to travel, but our time would be short. Laura and I would make it the entire way in the light, but the dog teams would slide in after dark. They couldn't make the time that we did, even with the short stops to dismantle the clothesline traps that I'd set up. They were in place and had been unmolested. We slowed and stopped after we'd been driving for nearly 5 hours. There was an open area sheltered by a small cliff on one side and spruce trees on the other. Luke jumped out, having ridden the entire way in the back seat. He ran toward the trees and disappeared. I stretched and relieved myself against a nearby tree. Laura stepped into the woods to take care of business. Euro sniffed around us. We'd had smoked moose meat during the drive, but it wasn't enough. We were hungry, but we were too close to the city to build a raging fire. The smoke plume would give us away. We'd wait until nightfall, which wasn't far away. Then we'd get a wide but low fire going. It wouldn't be too bright. No fire would have been better, but we weren't provisioned for a steady diet of cold food. In fact, everything we had was frozen solid, except the few items we kept close to the ATV's dash, where we blasted what heat we could into the semi-enclosed cab. I powered down the ATV and listened to the silence. We were far enough away from the city that they couldn't hear us unless they had a listening post nearby, which I didn't think they did. They didn't have sufficient troops on the ground. Alaska is a really big place. Having 2 trucks with troops was a stretch. I wondered how long it took for the next truck to appear on that section of the haul road. How many would they add to their road and pump house security? We might have succeeded in pulling enough soldiers from the city that our job of making their lives miserable would be easier. Interrupt the lines of communication and eliminate their resupply. Cut them off. We needed explosives and surface-to-air missiles. If they didn't have those, we'd use machine guns. If they didn't have those, we'd steal a fuel truck and drive it into a plane on the apron. There was always a way. I found myself more focused on the mission the closer we moved to Fairbanks. Tomorrow would be a new day and would find us rolling to our house, unless we saw anything that suggested it was riskier than normal. I didn't expect the road to be plowed. That would be a discriminator. We'd roll in the backs of the houses and leave footprints to each back door to hide which house was our intended target. I had a whole plan formed. We better get wood ready and prep the spruce tree laydown. That worked well at the cabin, Laura said. I pulled the cable saw from my kit and started on the nearest low branches. Most of them broke off, but the most intransigent needed to be cut. Elias arrived with his dog team. He pulled up next to the ATV. Euro barked at the team, and they gang barked at him. "You made it in record time," I said. "Not hardly." He ran his stakeout line between the 2 trees we'd just cleared and started hooking his dogs to it one by one. The other volunteers arrived and mushed their teams where Elias directed. We both counted the arrivals. 11 teams total. There were supposed to be 12. "Where's Nathan?" Elias asked the last team in. An older woman shook her head. "After thinking about it, he decided this wasn't for him. He went home." That wasn't what I wanted to hear, but it was better than having someone around who didn't want to be there. They were either committed or were a liability. "We don't need conscripts." "You ever work with any of those in Nam?" I wondered. Elias nodded. "It wasn't a pretty sight. They were most likely to get themselves killed and real soldiers along with them. If Nathan didn't want to be here, then he didn't need to be here." Divide. We did the best we could with a wide fire that didn't throw flames high into the air. We heated water, meat, and ourselves until we could rack out under the stars in the cold of an early Alaskan winter. I wished we'd taken the tent and sleeping bags, but we only had minutes to get out of town. My old man prided himself on his preparedness. I thought that I had too, but when it came down to it, I wasn't ready. I had the equipment ready to go, but not the items we needed. A tent and sleeping bags weren't heavy and were critical to survival during an Alaskan winter. Underwear would have been nice too. I only needed 2 pairs. It was embarrassing when I took time to think about it, but I didn't share my self-recriminations with Laura. She had done what she needed to do. Taking care of my stuff hadn't been on her list, it had been on mine. The morning came, and we juiced the fire to get one last hot meal before we went our own ways. People ate in silence or had muffled conversations. I brought out a stock of instant coffee, a necessity but also a treat. Not everyone had enough. It didn't matter. I shared mine. It was a simple way for me to say thank you to the volunteers. I clinked my cup with each person before we wrapped up and kicked snow over the fire and the logs until it steamed its dismay at being extinguished. Then we dumped more snow on it. Elias talked to each of the 4 teams that would deploy separately. They'd stage north of Fort Wainwright for the north and east teams. The south and west teams would stage in the northwest, far between Esther and the outer trails of the University of Alaska Fairbanks, so the dogs wouldn't be heard by anyone on Parks Highway, the road that led to Anchorage. These teams would look for activity at the university. We believed they wouldn't find any. It had its own power plant that probably wasn't operating, just like the one at the Army fort, even though this plant used coal mined near Healy, outside Denali National Park. They should have been able to keep it operational, but the negative impact on delivering gasoline and fuel oil affected the delivery of the products needed to run a large-scale mining operation. That would be one of the easiest to return to service once we reestablished the delivery of the fuels needed. The dog teams headed out before us. They would make slow progress in the deep snow, but they'd get to their staging location still in the daylight. They'd muster their teams and perform the first reconnaissance to discover a way into their sector of the city, along with identifying susceptible targets. I gave them 3 days, not 2. Each team was covering a huge area. 3 days from now, at the beginning of false dawn, we'll destroy the primary targets. The day after, we'll destroy secondary targets. Then you'll recover to your bivouac and look for other opportunities to disrupt the enemy. Kill as many as you can without risking your own safety. Always have 2 ways out every time you attack. We hit and we run. There's no other way we'll survive this. We only need to convince them that Alaska isn't a place where they can operate. They've already lost the oil, so they'll be working to restore the flow. Without the oil, they have no reason to be here. Gold was fleeting and useless in our fight. Oil served the only purpose. We would deny them their liquid prize. We'd already taken the first step. Now is the time to needle them and make it impossible for them to repair the damage already done. With a hearty wave, we saw the first 8 dog teams head out. 2 went west, and the other 2 started off south before turning east. We'll take the lead. I'll point out where we'll bivouac the dogs. Then we're going to run to my house, get a closer look at the city. I stared into the distance. There wasn't much to see from here except trees and a gray sky. I'll go with you. You need someone to watch over you while you do stupid things, Elias replied. What do you mean? I looked to Laura for confirmation. She shook her head. No good can come from going to your house. It was from a different time. Maybe you should burn it down, cut your ties to the past. Our guidance to everyone else was to destroy as little as possible. That goes for my house, so don't get any ideas. There's a lot of stuff in there that we'll be able to use now and into the future. Someone's in love with their past. Don't make me arm wrestle you and say bad things about the way you dress, I countered. We had a good laugh, but I'd keep my eye on him. I could use a shooter as a backup. Laura was good to have on watch, and I liked having her near me. But in a fight, I was better with Elias. Laura could keep her head down and survive. With our temporary camp closed and all extraneous gear loaded up, we led the way out. I expected to drop the trail grooming attachment when we reached our staging area alongside the power line north of my house. There was a bend and a shallow dip that would shield the dogs and keep their barking from projecting too far. No matter what, the dogs would make noise. It was inevitable. Euro and Luke sat in the back seat. They had both learned to travel well in the ATV. Luke would run around the trees as soon as we stopped to burn off his wolf puppy energy, even though he was probably more than a year old. He continued to grow. He filled the back seat and encroached on Euro's half. I put it out of my mind and focused on driving. I wanted to turn before getting to the haul road. I thought it best to cross the road to Steese on its way to Circle instead of using the access road alongside the pipeline. That had been patrolled. The haul road was plowed and used. Steese Highway turned northeast toward the Fort Knox gold mine and Circle. We'd continue south for another mile and then turn west to take Goldstream Road as long as it wasn't plowed. We'd followed the ditch alongside it until it turned, and then we'd follow the road itself. That was the plan. Plowed and unplowed. Those dictated which routes were safe and which were to be avoided. I checked the tie rod and was happy to see no cracks on my lousy weld job. It had held and would continue to hold as long as I didn't jerk it too hard. Who knew what lay ahead? I expected we'd have to take more erratic actions to escape enemy pursuers. I didn't want that to happen, but we had to be cognizant that it could happen. With Elias, we'd lure them into an ambush and hit them hard. Then we'd do the most damage we could, make them regret coming after us. That was an extremely loose emergency action plan. I trusted Elias to make it up as he went for the most efficient pacification of the enemy. I didn't expect Elias to be merciful, not at the start of our campaign. To the Chinese, we'd be terrorists. They were going to kill me if they caught me. Better to strike back first. The track was easy. We maneuvered between the trees of a lighter stand of woods, taking our time to find the straightest track. We had to backtrack once when we crawled to a small cliff. We went into a gulch that cut through the hillside to the floor below. We made it to the road and shut down the ATV so we could listen. We were greeted by blissful silence. I fired up the engine, and we climbed through the ditch, crossed the road, and passed through the next ditch and into the trees on the far side. Elias and the two other teams would be behind us. They'd have to make sure there were no trucks coming before they crossed. It would take a while for each team, but in the silence of today's world, it would be easy to hear a vehicle a long way off. We pressed on, making a slow turn to the east when we neared where we'd have to cross for Goldstream. A small rise beside a heavy equipment business gave me the opportunity to check out the road before we committed. It had been plowed, and worse than that, it looked to be used. By whom? I had no idea, but I wasn't going to wait to find out. That put a crimp in our plans of where we could put the dog teams. Farmer's Loop was close, but it might have been far enough away. New plan: Hagelberger to McGrath. We'd secure property along Farmer's Loop. The good news was that it put us a whole lot closer to our objectives. The bad news was that it probably put us within the enemy's defensive perimeter. There was enough light to show us the way. We stopped often to listen. The city was quiet until we zoomed across the Steese at the Farmer's Loop interchange. We headed north along the old Steese, which was little more than an unplowed frontage road, and down the power line that ran parallel to Farmer's Loop on the north side. The drawback was that it was easily visible from the highway. It couldn't be helped. Farmer's Loop had been plowed too, but not the frontage road. The dog teams would follow. The high-risk maneuver was crossing the Steese, but we'd disappear down the power line. Would they pursue? As far as I could see, they didn't have the ability to operate in heavy snow. They'd increased the number of plowed roads. To me, that meant they were expanding their perimeter. All the way to Goldstream? That made no sense to me, but Goldstream was a shortcut to the west side of the city and Parks Highway. Maybe they were using it for that purpose. If so, we'd have to remove that option from them as well. We had no contact with the teams. They were on their own to decide how best to hurt the enemy. We continued down the power line and along unplowed roads to Summit Avenue, which overlooked the city far below. There were a few houses with oversized yards that had been cleared for whatever reasons. I slowed as we passed until we found one that would set us up with both a view of the city and a place to corral the dogs. We only had 3 teams, a total of 38 dogs to deal with, compared to the previous night and at the cabin, where we had 11 or 12 teams and over 150 dogs. There would be a mess near the cabin, but we'd let nature clean that up for us. No one was upstream from where we pulled fresh water when it flowed to the Yukon River. We checked the house by pounding on the door, but no one answered. They had left the door unlocked, because that's what neighborly Alaskans did when the world was falling apart. It was an easy way to not get your home destroyed. If it was irreplaceable, then they should have taken it with them when they left town. Everything else was fair game to be used by whoever needed it. We wouldn't heat the house. We couldn't. There was no wood-burning stove, and the fuel oil was empty. It still provided shelter from the elements. They might have had things we could use, like Arctic-rated sleeping bags, but a quick search suggested they took almost everything. There was no food left, only aged spices and cookware. They had left the beds made and blankets in the closets. We could always use more blankets. It was getting cold outside. The home would be shelter, and the fenced yard provided a place to keep the dogs. That was good enough. Before the dog teams arrived, the silence showed little activity. A truck in the distance. We caught glimpses of it as it rolled along a street far below. No helicopters, I knew it was because Chinese helicopters weren't engineered to operate in the extreme cold. That took a level of modifications they weren't able to do. Not yet. That's why we were hurrying to cause them problems now. After one winter in the subarctic, they'd become both proficient and experienced. They'd resolve equipment issues, and we wouldn't be able to defeat them. It would be expensive now, but it would be impossible later. Elias was the first in. Then the other two arrived. 2 men, and one with his wife on the sled. 6 of us total. "I'll stay here," Laura offered. There wasn't room in the ATV for 3 adults and 2 large animals. "I think it would be better if we get a volunteer to stay in the house with those 2. Feed them and keep them settled," I suggested. "I want you with me when we go back to the house." "An extra pair of hands?" she asked softly. Elias interjected. "Extra hands holding a gun?" "And that. But you'll know what we have in the house and can take." I turned toward Elias. "We have a lot of ammunition in the house. Probably a little something for everyone." I had the M1 and the 45-70 with me, but we had other ammunition too. More 9mm than I cared to admit when I wasn't going to carry that caliber. But there was also Laura's .380. I'd feel more comfortable if she had that with her at all times. "I look forward to seeing your stash, if it's still there." "Why do you gotta say such hurtful things?" I tried to fix him with my steely glare, but he shrugged me off. "It is what it is. Are you ready to go?" With Margaret in the house with the animals, we took our seats and fired up the ATV. Margaret cried out as Luke bowled her over on his way outside. We drove away, and he followed. Laura called him, but he continued to follow instead of jumping in the back. We pressed on, down the hill and then up an unplowed side road that led to our house. "Looking good," Elias called from the back seat. Laura held one of my rifles in her arms. I had the M1 next to my seat and the pistol in my chest holster. Elias had his hunting rifle in the back, along with the Chinese pistol. We were ready to fight, but it looked like we wouldn't have to. We rolled up the street and dove off into an open area behind the homes. We stopped at each house and walked up to the back door. One by one, we established a pattern that didn't indicate any house in particular. In between, we turned off the motor and listened. Behind our house, I was ready to run inside, but then I caught the sound of airplane engines. The sound came from the airport, a 4-engined, propeller-driven aircraft that looked like the Chinese version of a C-130. It lumbered into the sky under a full load of who knew what. That would plague me until I found out what they were hauling out of here. It couldn't haul enough oil to make it worthwhile. Gold? Maybe. I'd find out. Someone at the airport would know. We waited until the plane disappeared in the skies to the south. "What time is it?" I asked. Elias looked at his watch. "I think it's 3 in the afternoon. Close enough. Don't ask what day it is because my watch doesn't have that. Flight may leave at 3. We'll see what tomorrow and the next day bring." Patterns were good for us. We could exploit routines. I gestured toward the house. "Shall we, my dear?" Laura nodded and hurried ahead. She had her key with her, just like I had mine in my pocket. I always carried it in the hopes that I'd be able to use it. Laura unlocked the back door and stepped inside. She took a deep breath and announced, "I don't think Dorothy is here." Luke ran past her into the house. He'd never been there, but treated it as if he knew it was our home. I followed them in. The smell was of cool air. Dorothy must have run the generator to power the refrigerator and freezer until it got cold enough to keep everything frozen. "You have food?" Elias asked from behind me. "Check the garage." I pointed the way. Laura walked inside slowly, taking stock of everything. The dishes had been done and put away. Dorothy had left the house in immaculate condition. She also left a note on the dining room table. Laura read it aloud. "Cory and Laura, I hope you're the ones reading this. I had to turn myself in. They were running through the neighborhoods with a loudspeaker and saw me in the window. I came out before they came in. I didn't want them in your home. I'll be okay. I can help the others who were taken. No one was left behind. Thank you for your kindness. We better get what we came for, I said loudly enough for Elias to hear us in the garage. Grab bags from the cupboard. Like most people, we had a bag filled with other bags. We'd replaced our single-use plastic bags with reusable, but since I kept forgetting the reusable bags, I'd buy a new one each time I went to the store. Laura had figured that out quickly and recommended that I not go by myself. I pried the boards up in the master bedroom to expose the stashed ammunition and weapons. There were still a lot of weapons, pistols, rifles, and shotguns. I scanned the collection and started pulling ammunition of the calibers we carried. Elias found me before I could finish. "I'll be. You have a great distrust of the government, don't you? Is it obvious?" I handed him the 9mm and the Winchester Magnum 300, which I had no idea the old man was hoarding. He didn't have a Win Mag. He probably got the ammunition on sale and had plans to buy the rifle, which never went on sale. Ergo, he never picked one up. WWDD. He'd buy it on sale. Pending that, he'd stock up on his mainstays. 30-06 and 45. We had a lot of that. I removed all of it from under the floorboards and put them back in place. I left the other weapons. We didn't need them. Soon enough, we'd have a Chinese arsenal at our command. That was the plan, anyway. I dug in my drawer and pulled out 4 pairs of skivvies. I hugged them to my face, despite that they were ice cold. "That could be the strangest thing I've ever seen," Elias muttered as he carried a full load of ammunition down the hallway. "Get the sleeping bags and tent," I called to Laura. She grunted a confirmation and headed for the garage. Luke sniffed around and finally helped himself to the couch. We rushed around looking at this and that before we stopped. "Nice house, by the way," Elias said. "But it's time to leave it behind. We have work to do. We've got to take a look at the city. You know, we have 2 snow machines that are nice pieces of work." I glanced toward the garage, even though the sleds were outside. "That you can hear from a million miles away. I'm not sure we want to take the risk, even though we'd be able to run circles around them. Leave them." I didn't want to, but Elias was right. The low growl of the ATV was nothing compared to the scream of a snow machine. We could hit and run at high speed with the snow machines. We'll keep them in mind if we have a use for them. I checked the gasoline stocks to find that Dorothy hadn't used very much. We had 4 jerry cans. I took them all and put them into the ATV. I bundled the sleeping bags and tent around them, then added more winter clothes for me, including long johns. Laura came out of the house with 3 grocery bags filled with food. "Take all of that we can carry," Elias recommended. Concur. I had nothing to add. Food, ammunition, fuel, clothing, and sleeping bags. That had been a long time coming. "Grab your snowshoes, too." They were Dad's, but Laura inherited them after Dad passed away. "I'll get yours, too." The ones I tried to make were okay, but they left a lot to be desired. I didn't doubt they would fail when I needed them most. We walked back and forth in our own footprints in a feeble attempt to hide which house was our target. To the casual observer, it would be obvious which of the many houses was the one, but they might also think that it had the most items to be looted, which wasn't wrong. I had to push Luke off the couch. He loped outside and sniffed around. We had some room in the back seat, so that's where he went, leaving little space for his human companion. Laura squeezed in next to him. The sound of an approaching vehicle froze us in our tracks. Maybe it hadn't been worth the risk. "If they're driving, they won't hear us move. We'll head around the corner and set up an ambush," I declared. I started the engine and drove quickly away, sticking to the backyards. I churned hard around a corner, and the steering wheel spun free. My repairs to the tie rod had failed. "Grab your guns. We get to fight, whether we want to or not." And conquer. We jumped out and ran through the snow to the nearest house. Elias went around one side, and we went around the other. Luke followed us and tried to get past, but Laura grabbed him by the scruff and held him back, crouching to hug him and keep him from running ahead. I loosened my pistol from its holster while aiming my rifle down the street where the vehicle would have to come from if it chose the group of houses that contained mine as its destination. I reached into my pocket to make sure the next clip of 8 rounds was there and oriented for a quick reload. Then I waited. Elias had moved away from the house to a spruce tree in the front yard. He crawled underneath it. That was more risk than I was willing to take. The tree provided little cover and no opportunity for retreat. From my position beside the house, I could run out back. If they drove past the house toward mine, I would be outlined against the wall. Maybe the tree was a better idea. A Chinese military truck plowed through the snow-heavy road, but this being Fairbanks, a lot of snow wasn't more than the truck could handle. As long as the slopes were plowed, the vehicle could navigate the level roads. This told me that the slopes were plowed. More information that would be of use in building a map of the city with available movement routes. Elias let the truck pass him. I was crouched low enough to be nearly prone. Unmoving, I gave them no reason to catch their eye. The truck rolled straight toward my house at the end of the short street. I fired at the cab to take out the driver. The high-powered rifle round was more than enough to cut through the truck's steel. I snapped off 7 more rounds into the back of the truck. The clip tinged as it flew from the breech. I snapped a new clip into place. Elias fired his cannon 3 times in the space of my 8 rounds and reload, but his rifle was a bolt action, and I was sure that each of his shots was well aimed and found their targets. Not a single shot came from the truck. I fired 8 more rounds into the back and leaned my empty rifle against the wall. I pulled my pistol and ran for the truck, which had rolled into a curb and stopped moving. When Elias saw me running for the truck, he jumped out from behind cover, but he carried his rifle at the ready and not his pistol. I ran with my pistol aimed at the truck. I ducked down and checked under the vehicle to make sure that no one had jumped out of the passenger seat and was hiding. I took a quick look into the back by jumping up from 5 feet away, just in case it was a counter-ambush. I only saw bodies sprawled inside. I walked down the side and fired around every 2 feet at a level 6 inches above the truck bed. Any soldiers playing possum were going to have a bad day. Elias dropped the rear gate and dove to the side. When he peeked inside, he found that no one had moved. 10 soldiers were dead within. In the cab, the driver died with the first shot. He'd been in the middle of shifting gears, so the truck was idling without energy to the transmission. I pulled him out and dragged him to the side of the road. "No!" Elias called from where he was in the back. "We put them all in here and dropped the truck off somewhere else. No sense in drawing the rest of their buddies to your neighborhood." Riding in another truck with Elias, I knew how it was going to turn out. But then again, I needed time to repair that tie rod. The good news was that I had everything I needed in the garage, including an arc welder that would do a much better job than the torch. I didn't see Laura anywhere. "Deal. You take the truck and dump it. I have to fix the ATV." "Don't take too long. That thing and the junk in the back isn't worth our lives." He collected the weapons and spare magazines and stacked them on the side of the road to keep their metal parts out of the snow. "I know, but there are some things I just can't let go of. We can have our cake and eat it too, if you can buy me a little time." I backed away, ready to run to the ATV and back it slowly to the house where I could work on it. He looked at me with skepticism, but finally capitulated. "Give me your snowshoes. I'll get back to our bivouac site on my own. Fix your vehicle and get the hell out of here. I don't know if I can give you 15 minutes. I grabbed an armload of weapons and headed for the ATV. My M1 was still leaning against the house. I'd grabbed that on the way back. Luke was in the back, his safe place when he heard gunfire. Laura was underneath with the pliers and a vice grip. I put the Chinese bullpups in the back with Luke and took out my snowshoes and collapsible poles. "Elias is going to dump the truck and then meet us at the staging area." Laura sighed but didn't stop working. I patted her leg and ran through the snow toward the house. I picked up my 2 empty clips and loaded a new one. I slung the rifle over my shoulder and delivered the snowshoes and poles to Elias. He shook my hand and climbed into the truck without a word. He worked the clutch and put it in gear. He drove slowly to the cul-de-sac, looped around, and continued past me on his way out of our neighborhood. I had no time to dawdle. I ran back to the ATV. Laura was standing next to it with her hat off and her hair flying everywhere. I rewrapped the metal strap. It might hold for a little while, enough to get back to the house. I heard you tell Elias you think you can fix it. I can. I need the generator, the arc welder, and metal rods that we have in the garage. It shouldn't take me more than 10 minutes for a cobbled-together fix. We have to hurry. Bring it to the back of the house. I'll meet you there. We abandoned all pretense of which house we focused on, and I found myself running once again. I jumped into the tire tracks to make it easier than trudging through foot-deep snow. Up my driveway and around back. I opened the rear door to the garage and lugged the arc welder into the back. I ran the power cord to the generator. I gave it a tug to start it. It was a healthy-sized generator, and with only the arc welder pulling a load, it had to work. I dug through Dad's boxes of what he called inventory. I knew I'd find something. But even better than that, I found a replacement tie rod. I carried 2 metal rods, the same width as the tie rod. Laura rolled up and parked on a slight hill to give me more room underneath. I was proud of her, making a temporary fix on the steering and then taking into account what I'd need to make the final repair. The tie rod was the correct replacement. "Wrenches!" I called happily and shut down the generator. I lugged the arc welder back inside and hurried out to where Laura waited with a crescent and a mix of open-end wrenches in hand. I crawled underneath the ATV and began the quick process of removing the old tie rod and replacing it. I wrenched hard in the silence of the day. I could no longer hear the truck and wondered if Elias had already ditched it and was making his way north on snowshoes. Probably. He was wily and wasn't going to get himself caught. It took 5 minutes to grease and replace the tie rod. Life was simple when you had the right spare parts, even though the grease was stiff from the cold. "Let's go." I brushed the snow off me and put the toolkit away while Laura locked up. Luke was curled up in the back seat, but his eyes were wide while he watched for more ugly noises. With my trusty M1 next to me, I drove back the way we came. The steering was like it used to be when the ATV was new, which wasn't that many years ago. I sped up. It was important to clear the area of the ambush. I drove through the backyard to a power line and opened it up until I crossed a plowed road. We returned to the trees on a northwest heading and slowed, taking it easy as we created a false trail. We needed to go east. After 200 yards, I stopped the vehicle and turned off the engine to listen. Gunfire sounded from the distance. It sounded like the bullpups. I didn't hear return fire. An engine came to life, but it was far away and receded into the distance. The bark of a Win Mag 300 suggested Elias wasn't going to let them get away. I took Laura's hand. "Thanks for the help back there. We wouldn't be here without it. We'd be down there, from where Elias was misleading the enemy. He has to make it." More bullpups fired. Many more. We should go while they're occupied. I didn't want Elias's sacrifice to be in vain. I held out hope that he would escape the enemy's fire. I whispered, "The safest place to be is where they're aiming, my friend." We crawled along the hill, avoiding anything that looked like a road or trail. We crossed roads, but left the enemy nothing to follow. They would have to stick to the cleared tracks, and we always angled in a different direction when we entered the road and when we left. It was best to not point directly at where we were going. We finally saw our own tracks from when we'd gone into the outskirts of town. We backtracked them until we reached our staging area. I couldn't hear the dogs over our engine, but once I turned it off, the barking came through loud and clear. We offloaded the weapons first. Luke jumped out and ran past the house and into the woods. Euro came sprinting from the porch to greet us. The other 3 approached. They instantly judged us. "Where's Elias?" We ran into an enemy patrol and eliminated it, but they had another to respond to the gunfire. Elias led them away, but he has snowshoes. He's taking a circuitous route back to the house. I expect he'll be here tonight." "Unless they catch him, he's an old man," the one called Rob stated. He wasn't happy, thinking we'd abandoned one of their elders. "If you know Elias, then you know there was no talking him out of doing what he felt he needed to do. If he would have let me drive the truck, things would have been different. You know him. Once he got behind the wheel, it was game over." Their features softened. Rob nodded, and his anger turned to sadness. Evelyn and Harry understood. They didn't seek a pound of flesh from me. They knew I would have been helpless. They offered to help us unload. We moved everything into the house where we could sort it and take what we needed when we needed it, because we now had more than we could carry in one trip. On the return to the cabin, we'd have to pare down, hide or bury the ammunition that we didn't use. "Bullpups," I told the group. "Remember your training. Here you go. 2 each with 6 magazines, fully loaded. Unload the rifles, make them safe, and then break them down for a quick cleaning. Prepare to use them. They sound different from our weapons. Maybe it'll make them hesitate. That half a second could mean the difference between you and them." They understood. With Elias engaged with the enemy, the inevitability of their own encounters became more real. In their face. They had volunteered, but that was before their fears sought to overwhelm them. They broke down the rifles, robotically going through the steps. I had heard that detail-oriented geometric tasks helped people over the initial hump of terror, the demon that took over their mind. Luke ran us down and frolicked for a short while, until he and Euro ran around, nipping at each other. The sled dogs barked up a storm. We watched the animals doing what they did, having fun and enjoying a day that wasn't obscenely cold. It was bitter, probably 0 degrees Fahrenheit, but it wasn't oppressive. Why did my old man have a spare tie rod for a new vehicle? Because of course he did. Reconnaissance. It was midnight, according to Dad's Timex, when a cheer went up from outside. I dragged myself out from under the 5 blankets that kept our bodily warmth where it belonged. I dug my clothes out from under the blankets and dressed haphazardly. I threw on my coat and boots and stumbled outside to find Elias draining a canteen. "Well done, my man," I told him. He'd successfully evaded the enemy. It was a reason to celebrate. He saluted, then tossed my snowshoes to me. "I like mine better." "I don't like any of them. I prefer my snow machine." I shook his hand, but didn't say anything else. He did what he had to do, as did we. The night was restful, knowing that we had our full complement of people. Tomorrow, we'd head out on snowshoes and find vantage points to sit and watch. We left well before daylight, tromping through the snow with our commercial snowshoes of metal and naugahyde. The natives used their handmade ones that were far superior, sleeker and longer for a quicker pace. Ours were a little clunky, but they worked. We each went in different directions. Elias, Evelyn, and Harry went east on their way to the university campus, where they could use the hiking trails to get to the overlook and observe the airport. Elias had his own binoculars that he'd use to figure out where they were keeping the townspeople. We had our own binoculars. They were important in the wilderness, since our eyeballs couldn't see as far as we needed. Our task was to find the armory. We took Rob with us and traveled due south. I wanted to know if it was in town. I wasn't sure what a Chinese armory looked like. I didn't know where they billeted their troops. It was easier to detail what we knew. Nothing. We knew nothing. And we had to learn what we needed in 2 days, because when the diversionary strikes forced the enemy to respond, that's when we had to be ready to go after the armory and the prisoners. "Rock, paper, scissors?" I asked Elias. "We could flip a coin. Do you have one?" he replied. I didn't. "Just tell me which one you want. Although as the mayor, I would think you'd want to be the first face the people see when they get broken out of the hangar. You know how politicians take credit for everything." I scowled at him. "I'll do the armory," I have an unnatural affinity for things that go boom, he admitted. I relaxed. That sounds like a match made in heaven. Get us something to shoot down those planes, along with enough weapons to arm 5,000 of our people. I'm hoping the ones who stayed behind were the hardy sort, but we'll take whoever can aim and fire. They're not going to have enough weapons to arm 5,000. The only way they'd have that is if they already had that many here. I fear we would have a hard time fighting 5,000 troops. They had to know how few people were left, didn't they? In War College, we studied things like this. Win the peace and all that. 1 soldier to 5 civilians was a good ratio, and 1 to 10 was acceptable. That's why we tried to overwhelm the smaller towns when we were looking for terrorists in the Middle East. They probably thought you were the terrorists, Elias countered, just like they thought we were in Vietnam. It's important not to kill non-belligerents. Look at you using those War College words. But you're right. We're going to stand up to the invaders because we never wanted them here. The ones in charge who did, we put them in jail. We, their peers, not foreigners. Sounds like the same argument that was used in the Middle East. Only there, the ones throwing people in jail were the strong men. Everyone else was an invader. Who's to say whether killing your own people is in the interest of the country or not? He raised his hand to hold off my argument. I was getting hot under the collar. I know, we were the good guys too. It generally doesn't turn out well. In World War II, we expelled another invader. We didn't take on people in their own country. I nodded. It'll be nice when we can have these conversations over a nice cup of coffee and solve our country's problems without fear of others invading to solve them for us. You and your truth bombs. I need to spend more time with you, Uncle Elias. I shook his hand. You have the armory. We'll go to the overlook at UAF. It was a much easier walk for us. 2 hours to get in place, so we should be leaving right about now. Take food. Don't return until after it gets dark. Get in, settle in, and observe. We'll do the same. It's not like I was giving orders. It was advice to improve their survivability. Yesterday, the enemy had lost a truck full of soldiers, plus a few extras who hadn't kept their heads down when they were in Elias's sights. The enemy would be jumpy today. They'd get over it over time, as long as they didn't see more of us encroaching on the territory they'd claimed. Elias talked with Harry while Evelyn had volunteered to stay behind and look after the dogs. For us, Rob was dressed for the deep cold with his snowshoes on. He was ready to go. All we needed to do was strap on our snowshoes and go. I was in good spirits because for the first time in months, I wore my own underwear. When I looked up, I saw 2 animals staring at me. Euro has to stay. We can't carry him, and we can't keep Luke here. He wouldn't have any of that. How are we going to stay out of sight with him running around? Laura wondered. They won't send a patrol after him. But they will if they see us. We stay out of sight. He does as he does. But Euro would be wearing his boots and coat. That would be like flashing a sign that we were there. Plus, he's not tall enough with big paws. We'd have to carry him, and he's too big for that. He can stay here. Evelyn, if you would be so kind. Laura hooked a leash to Euro's collar and gave custody of our good boy to the other woman. He'll be fine once we're out of sight. You can keep him in the house most of the time. He'll just sleep if he has blankets to get under. He was a city dog in a country affair. He'd have to stay behind, always. But he'd have someone looking after him. We couldn't turn him loose. He wouldn't survive. That was part of the commitment when we took him. No matter that the world turned upside down, he was our boy. We'll be back, buddy, I told him, and ruffled his ears. You stay here and protect Evelyn from any evil men that come this way. He looked at me with questioning eyes. Laura hugged him and kissed all over his head. Evelyn had a tight hold of his leash. Time to go. I think I know the way. We had about 5 miles to hike, and 2 miles an hour was a good pace with snowshoes. We had to hurry to get there before daybreak. Elias led Harry away, down the hill through the woods on his way to the outskirts of the inner city area to look for signs indicating where the armory might be and where the troops were quartered. My bet was on the troops being in hotels near the airport. We already knew the prisoners were in a hangar. It made the most sense that everything was at or near the airport. They couldn't have that many trucks, so I added the motor pool to my list of things to find. What did their arsenal consist of? Starting today, we'd find out. Snowshoeing is hard work. Every step is a lift and place. I was huffing and puffing after 100 yards, but that's because I'd raced ahead. Laura stopped 20 yards short of me. She doubled over and held her chest. I hurried back to her. "I can't do it," she admitted. "My chest feels like it's ready to explode." She was flushed. That was better than having the gray pallor of someone who is having a heart attack. She was in better shape than when we met, but through hard work and not from working out. I wasn't in snowshoeing shape, but I was in shape. Everything I did seemed to be hard on my body, but it kept my heart pumping and my lungs drawing huge quantities of air. "Back to the house. Euro will be happy to see you, and I'll be happy to not have you die on me just getting out there. That would make our recon last forever. Take a step, drag Laura. Take a step, drag Laura. Or we could prop you up against a tree until we got back and hope no wolves are in the area who might take a nibble." Laura's breathing slowed, and she was already looking better. She shook her head. "I wait for you to come home to me. After all day, I'll be ready to get home. Even though it won't be warm, it'll be better than being outside in the snow." I gave her a kiss while Rob waited impatiently. Once I turned toward our route, he took off, pacing me as hard as I'd gone before. After a half mile, I had to take off my outer coat so I didn't sweat too badly. Once we stopped, I'd freeze solid if I was sweaty. I didn't want that. It was going to be uncomfortable enough. It had been a long time since I personally conducted a long reconnaissance. Movement to the OP, the observation point, followed by going to ground for an extended period, and then retrograde to the staging area. It was going to be a long day, just like tomorrow, but I couldn't let myself think about that. We had today to get through first. The hard stuff would come later. "Nothing but a walk in the park," I mumbled. Rob slowed down to let me catch my breath. I guessed that he was 20 years younger than me, and he acted like it. I was ready to lie down for an hour. "Hang on a sec," I called to him before he got away. He stopped and leaned against a tree. He was tired, too. I was glad it wasn't just me. I ambled slowly to join him. "I figure we have about a half a mile," I said. He shrugged. "I have no idea. Never been to the university." "It's just like this, except with more buildings," I replied. He looked at me sideways before realizing it was a joke. "Funny," he deadpanned. We took 10 minutes. I would have liked a longer rest, but dawn was coming. We needed to get in place before daylight. Luke slobbered against my leg. He was perfectly happy running alongside us. He ran ahead, waited, and then ran ahead the second we caught up. He would turn around and lope back when he realized we weren't following him. Like Rob, he had no idea where he was going. I settled into an easy but grueling pace. My legs resented the effort. We took 20 minutes to cover the half mile to the hill above the Museum of the North. We could see the airfield from there, but I wanted to get lower, below the overlook. We'd wait until after dawn and then slow crawl our way forward. That was my plan, subject to change, of course, depending on circumstances. Everything depended on something. My first impression was the city's lights. The power was on, but in a very specific section. The university and everything outside what I had designated as the inner city area was dark. The Steese-Johansson-Mitchell boundaries, with one section outside of that, the airport. False dawn lit our way as we moved into position. The lack of tracks told me that no one was up there. It was like the little round top of Fairbanks, a commanding position that had been tactically ignored. It dominated the flank, or in this case, looked out over the airfield. We moved forward until we were at the overlook, and then we followed the fence line down until we could get past it and onto the forward slope, where we relieved ourselves and settled in to watch. I left us an out. On the forward slope, we could exfiltrate using the hillside brush. From the overlook, we would have been skylined the entire time we were up there. This was the part where self-discipline was paramount. There would be no walking around. There would be little to no movement. Deer hunters looked for movement, not deer, which was exactly what the deer looked for. I checked my watch, Dad's old Timex, a stalwart performer. It was 10 in the morning. I felt like half the day had already passed. We'd be in position until 5. Settle in, my man. It's going to be a long wait. I used the binoculars to scour the airport, memorize every aspect that I could see. People were too small this far away to get anything more than a general picture. I feared we'd have to hike another 1.5 miles to get close enough to smell the avgas. But we wouldn't do that today. We were already exposed to the world. We could see major roads from where we sat. The western side of the city sprawled before us. Nary a hill to block our view, but plenty of trees. Trucks came and went at irregular intervals. Where they came from, we couldn't see. Where they went was also a mystery. At the airport, there was little activity. Whatever hangar they used to hold the town's population wasn't obvious, not from where we sat. At 2:30 in the afternoon, activity picked up. Luke had slept for the previous 5 hours, but even he perked up. I bet that's for the incoming aircraft. How about those bad guys keeping to a regular schedule? Minutes later, a 4-engined plane landed and taxied to the hangar closest to the city side of the runway. There were 8 larger hangars on the end closest to us. The terminal sat in the middle, and there were another 10 or more hangars at the far end. Some of the view was obscured, but for this scouting run, I focused on the plane and what it would unload. I stared through the binoculars until my eyes started watering. It was taking them a long time to unload. I handed the glasses to Rob. Tell me when they unload and what it is. Rob put the binoculars to his eyes and watched. It took only a minute before he saw action. Pallets coming off, and a truck. Maybe 4 soldiers. I was happy that it didn't include a plane load of troops. After yesterday's shootout, I worried that they would send reinforcements. I didn't know if they had after we took out 2 trucks worth of soldiers up north. Are they spread too thin? I asked out loud. I wasn't looking for an answer from Rob. I was asking the greater universe. Fighting on multiple fronts was rarely a winning strategy, even for a country of China's population, because they were still constrained by air and sea lift. They couldn't move tens of millions of troops. No one had those kinds of assets. Could they have taken over every airline? Ground crews and maintenance. They couldn't quickly put those people and support mechanisms in place. Where would the spare parts come from? I realized that Alaska was only one small front in a greater war. We were a world at war. Which countries aligned with China? Which ones rolled over and surrendered? Which ones were like Alaska, fighting to make the invaders pay for every inch of our land they tried to take? It also suggested we didn't get the best troops. We'd had 3 engagements and had yet to get injured. The enemy wasn't ready. I had thought they were occupation forces, but they were worse than that. If we caused them enough grief, they might surrender. These weren't combat infantry. They were bodies, conscripted into service and given weapons. They had a simple job: seize a city that had already fallen and secure the pipeline. Rob handed the binoculars to me while pointing. I think we found your people. The closest 3 hangars had lines of people streaming toward the aircraft. They weren't going there to board, but to break down the pallets and carry the boxes inside. I tried to count, but the best I could do was guess there were hundreds of our people. I wished we were close, so I could make out the faces and identify those, if any, that I knew. I wanted to talk with them. I wanted to see where the guards were, but could only discern a few uniformed soldiers around the aircraft. They stood out since they carried rifles and not boxes. The line of people each picked up a box and marched to their respective hangar. The truck that had shared space in the back of the cargo craft drove down the taxiway toward the terminal and disappeared around the far side. When the pallets were empty and the tarmac clear, they loaded them on the plane. A truck reappeared, and then 2 more. They pulled up to the plane and discharged 36 soldiers who climbed aboard. The trucks drove away. I could only see a driver, but couldn't guarantee that no one else was in the cab. The plane's engines fired up, and right at 3, the plane taxied to the end of the runway and took off. A distinct pattern, but not one I had counted on. Were they pulling out? If so, how many were left on the ground? What if we only had to wait for them to leave? I didn't know how many soldiers had been delivered, but if they sent 36 at a time out, then it wouldn't take too long to whittle the numbers to a manageable level. The airplane, if it held a comparable number to what a C-130 could carry, may have delivered 100 soldiers with each plane load, and they used to bring 2 planes at a time. Too many hypotheticals were running through my mind for me to make sense of them all. As always, I wanted more information, but not today. We had more than 2 hours of hiking to get back to the house, and we couldn't leave until it started to darken. Or did we? If we follow the brush line along the ridge, we'll be able to cross the road under cover and get into the trees without anyone seeing. Is it worth the risk? Rob asked. It was a question I always asked. I think getting back and still having our wits about us is important. What did the others see? We will consolidate our information and start forming a plan. But right now, the plan of wait and see sounds pretty good. I admit I'm tired, but not as tired as you look, old man. Rob smiled. He had one gold tooth up front, and the sun caught it just right. Don't be flashing the world. Keep that pie hole shut. He closed his mouth and stared at me. I may be old, but I'm tired. What? He chuckled. Did you plan for us to leave early? I might have. What do you say we get a dog sled ride tomorrow? As long as the dogs are running, they're not barking. We can do a flyby drop-off, and the musher can keep going. I really don't feel like hiking all that way again. The reality was that I doubted I could physically make the snowshoe walk 2 days in a row. That wasn't just hard work. It was one step too far. It would take me everything I had to get back to Laura. Old age wasn't all it was cracked up to be. I could do a lot of things, but nowhere near what I used to be able to do. Snowshoeing 10 miles looked to be one of my new shortcomings. I knew that I wouldn't be able to do it again so soon. I'd be good with that, Rob admitted. Sometimes it's better to ride. 5 miles is nothing but a quick jaunt. The dogs will want to go a lot farther. That decided it. We were riding in tomorrow. We only had to walk home to get our ride. That made it doable. Let's get out of here. Stay low and follow me. Opportunity. It was no surprise that we were the first ones to return to the house. When we walked in, I could barely put one foot in front of the other. Luke happily bowled over Euro on his way to Laura to give her a sniff, and then stopped by the yard to howl at the sled dogs. I sat on the back steps and pulled my snowshoes free. My mouth hung slack as I fought for air. One leg started to spasm. I kicked it straight before it cramped. Can you get me some water? Laura made a face. We don't have any right now, but I'll start the small stove and melt some snow, if I can find any that's not yellow. Too many animals running around. She started our small BioLite stove, one that would also recharge a phone if we needed it to. I only wanted a drink of water. I had my phone tucked away in the ATV, but we had no need for it. I wasn't sure it would power up, although I thought it was charged. I should have taken it with us to get pictures of everything so we could study them as a group. My plan would only be as good as the people who executed it. I didn't quite have a plan. The hike back had been all-consuming. It was hard to think of anything other than putting one foot in front of the other. Now that I was here, the only thing I wanted to do was put my feet up, rehydrate, and eat something hot. With the mini stove blasting a fire, Laura scooped a pot of pristine snow out of the yard, 2 feet away from the nearest footprints. "What did you see?" Laura asked as she balanced the small pot on the clips above the burner. "That they're bringing supplies in for the prisoners while taking troops out." "That doesn't make any sense." Laura scrunched up her face, trying to understand it. "I don't get it either. I can speculate all day long, for whatever good that would do. However, patience might be our biggest asset. With the pipeline out of service, their reason to stay here isn't as compelling. I would have thought they'd be pulling out all stops to repair it. But then again, maybe they realized it's too vulnerable and not worth the manpower. That tells me they found other sources. Where? Does it really matter?" Laura swirled the pan to encourage the snow to melt more quickly. It didn't feel too cold out. I'd made the hike back with my coat wrapped around my waist because I was generating too much heat. I sat with my feet up on a stump and sighed in relief. It was relaxing, and I needed it. "Make yourself at home," Laura said. I wanted to apologize and help, but I didn't have the energy. I looked over at Rob, who was crashed out on a sled, covered with a blanket. "If you could melt some snow for him, too, I'd appreciate it." "What is he, 20 years younger than you?" Laura guessed as I had. We could have asked him, but it wasn't important enough to wake him. "And he's out cold. You're still upright. Look at my old man acting like a young man." She teased me all the time about being older, but she wanted me not to overdo it. For the record, I always overdid it, and I was going to pay for today. I didn't think we had much choice, but after the suffering, the idea of a dog team wasn't bad. If we were going to function, we couldn't be completely exhausted. We were a volunteer fighting force made up of older men and women, and the ones who were too young. We couldn't fail before we started. "Thanks, woman of the house." At her look, I had to clarify. "It worked for John Wayne." "Are you sure?" she asked. I was pretty sure, but wasn't going to push it. "Water for the thirsty, please, ma'am." She poured the water into a cup for me. I checked to make sure it wasn't too cold. There was still a little snow, but it reduced while I held the cup in my hands to help keep it from refreezing. I took the first sip before draining it. Even though it was cold, I was half dehydrated. I'd sweated more than I thought. I was probably rank, too, but we didn't let little things like that bother us. We were Alaskan, and sometimes it wasn't possible to find that daily shower. I'd make do. I felt sorry for Laura, but she had her own sleeping bag. We hadn't zipped them together. Did that mean the honeymoon was over? I chuckled to myself. We shared a house with 15 other people. There was no privacy. I was okay with that. We'd set up a rough outhouse, which was little more than a hole dug in the snow with boards on top and wind blocks on 3 sides. It was an expeditionary toilet at best, and hardly meant for 17 people. At least we had toilet paper. The house had a good stock. It was standard to keep 6 months' worth of supply at all times here in the subarctic. The second cup of water went down as quickly as the first. Laura prepped dinner, moose meat and dehydrated vegetable surprise. I didn't know exactly what it was, but that's what I called anything that wasn't the main course. Sometimes it was a dessert, sometimes it was supposed to taste like scrambled eggs and bacon. It never did, but it always hit the spot. The food smelled better and better, even though I'd eaten everything I'd taken with me to the Overlook. Still, that had been at body temperature. This was hot. I ate quickly, and within a minute after eating, Laura took the bowl and spoon from my hand before I dropped it as I drifted off. Next thing I knew, Elias was shaking me awake. "Sleepyhead." He poked me with the end of his ski pole. "Dude," I muttered. My eyes were glued shut. I rubbed the sleep from them to see my tormentor. He looked as tired as I felt. Laura tells me you're getting a ride from a dog team tomorrow. I agree. Snowshoes aren't meant for long-distance travel, especially if you're not used to them. I heard that too. Must have been a really smart guy, or just an old guy who is too tired to lift his arms and legs. I put my feet down and forced myself to stand. I'm going to pay for today. Tomorrow is going to really suck. Elias laughed. You city people are soft. He sat down gingerly on the stump where I'd had my feet. His head hung as he sat there. Maybe it's the age and not the upbringing. Touché, Uncle Elias. What did you see out there? I wondered, forcing my eyes open to focus on the older man. A few trucks. It may be a routine or not. Need a few more days of data. That was it. We scoped targets, a few bridges. The power station is a big challenge, not the least of which is that it's so far within their perimeter. I'm okay with going behind enemy lines, but not all the way. How far inside the city did you go? That made a difference. It would be hard to see the power plant from anywhere outside the city. We couldn't know how it was protected without getting much closer. Danger close. That would put the observers at greater risk. We can use the river to get close if we go at night. I didn't see any observers watching from the bridges. He raised his eyebrows. You wouldn't have cross-country skis, would you? Maybe it's time to scavenge a little. I'm sure there's someone who has them. They could be in the next house. Now you're talking. What do you say we take tomorrow off and load up on supplies? There are nice houses up here. I'm sure they have supplies we can use. You're giving official approval? I am the mayor and am declaring these houses abandoned for the purpose of supporting the Alaskan Revolutionary Army. So let it be said, so let it be written, so let it be done. I'll take that stream of consciousness as a yes, Elias replied. He took a deep breath. It'll be nice to have a day off. You live for days off, I quipped. I didn't know what Elias did when he didn't have something to do. I'd only known him for a short amount of time, and we'd been on the go for all of it. Laura brought him a cup of water. He perked up and threw it down. He looked at the empty cup as if surprised to see that it was empty. Laura refilled it from our small pot. He drank the second cup more slowly. Can't get enough water out here when putting in the hard work. He handed the cup to Laura. Thank you. I was surprised to find myself standing. My legs hurt while also feeling numb. It was a strange feeling. I'd worked out hard in the Marine Corps and had the same feeling after the most grueling force marches or marathon runs. I was never built for marathons, but I used to be able to hike all day long. It had been a while. I couldn't remember the last time my old man and I had hiked to the cabin, but I hadn't liked it. We were loaded to the gills with heavy packs. He had shorter legs and could power through, even though he was always older than me by more than 2 decades. I should have been embarrassed, but I wasn't. I was proud of how stalwart he'd always been, right up to the end. It was embarrassing because I hadn't noticed his decline. Laura put her hand on my shoulder. She knew the look on my face when I descended into my own thoughts. I reached up to take her by the hand and grip it tightly. It would have been a warmer gesture if we hadn't both been wearing mittens. It was cold outside. My nose was chilled, but we had no choice unless we moved to a house with a wood-burning stove and a stock of firewood. We couldn't trust that the enemy wouldn't see the smoke from the chimney. Unless it was a cloudless night, then we could enjoy a short respite from freezing. I was ready to build a snow home. It would be warmer than the home we borrowed. What did the others see? The last 2 groups aren't back yet. I thought the original plan was to take the dog teams to a rally point outside the city, then hike the short distance in. That was for the second day, after we made sure we could get close without sending up any red flares. You have red flares? Elias asked before he realized what he was saying. No flares, I get it. What will we use them for anyway? Coordinating an attack or something? That would be useful, I thought. Tell the scavenge teams to check vehicles for emergency kits. They won't have flare guns, but they might have emergency road flares. I bet we can use those to signal. Good idea, Elias. In Nam, we'd shoot them out of the grenade launchers on our M16s. All different colors, depending on the flavor of the day. He disappeared into his thoughts. He made jokes about it, but his time in Southeast Asia had been anything but fun. He learned to cope, and here we were doing it all again. But this time, we were the Kong. I was okay with that, but we wouldn't commit war crimes. We'd fight the enemy straight up while destroying what was important to them. We wouldn't torture or maim the enemy. We'd simply kill them. What would we do if they surrendered? We'd turn them loose without their weapons and coats. They'd have to fight the elements while finding their way back to their forces. Alaskan weather was a soulless killer who granted mercy to few, but it was nature's mercy and not ours. Turning a soldier loose in the winter with no coat and no weapon was the opposite of mercy. It was the application of pain and ultimately death. The frozen bodies of the captured would do more damage to the psyche of the enemy than we could. With the universe against the People's Liberation Army, fear would overtake reason, and they'd become less effective, less capable. That's when we would win. We can't take prisoners, I said. Of course not. We'll just kill them. They're the invaders. They shouldn't be here. That's a risk they took. Sometimes conversations with myself panned out. I suggest we let nature take care of them. Elias watched me for more. He finally shook his head. He didn't get it. A force multiplier. We have 17 people, for Pete's sake. That's not going to intimidate anyone, even though we've been quite effective against them so far. All it takes is one lucky shot, and we lose 50% of our combat capability. Elias knew that I meant us. If either of us died, it would do more to damage us than anything else. Then it dawned on him. But nature can give us overwhelming odds in our favor, Elias said. Fear, which is what the Kong went for. We'll let it be the boogeyman of an Alaskan winter. Now all we need to do is capture a few and turn them loose to show we aren't the bad guys, I replied. Are we still going to blow stuff up? I smiled and nodded. We're the Alaskan Revolution, and we're going to ruin their day. Hunting. The group was good with spending the day scavenging. When I woke up in the morning, the house had an even harsher chill to it. The cold was grating on my soul, but it was turning out to be a permanent factor in my life. The power was on in the city, but the hillside had been cut off. There was a clear line of where power was being supplied and where it wasn't. That told me that the invaders had co-opted power workers to assist them. I wouldn't hold it against anyone who helped. I wanted to believe none were witting collaborators, except for the former mayor and her cronies. I had something special in mind for them. When the individual groups returned in the afternoon, they brought a menagerie of items, including a frozen turkey. That's probably been thawed and refrozen, I noted. Mavis shook her head. I don't think so. There was a generator on the freezer, set on a timer to run it for 1 hour out of every 12. The generator was hooked to a 100-pound propane tank. I'm surprised it wasn't still running, because the tank was low but not empty. I think the generator broke down. A good turkey? And the propane tank, too. She pointed toward the road where they'd dragged the tank to the house. The stove at the house ran off propane. We can use the oven and the stove to make a feast, have us a real potlatch. If anyone found pilot bread, we'd be in business, Laura added, grinning. Mavis shrugged. What do you think we brought? We all have pilot bread. Of course you do. What can we do to help? Keep that damn wolf away from the turkey. He'll eat it all without a single thought about the rest of us. Mavis tipped her chin in Luke's direction. He was by the fence, tormenting the sled dogs. You understand him. He tried to eat a whole moose, twice. He's an unrepentant pig, which is the reason he stays with us. We provide him with plenty of meat. We need to get another moose. We might have to take the ATV over the hills and see what there is to see. We saw fresh tracks, Billy interjected. He pointed up the hill. Looks like we're on a mission. Laura didn't appear to be excited about the notion of moose hunting in the afternoon and into the night. Or you can make sure Luke stays here. His smell chases everything away. He's not a stinky boy, Laura replied, looking lovingly at him. Euro was her dog, but the wolf was mine, even if that was a match made from convenience, for him, mostly. Elias, I need a hunting buddy. I twirled my finger in the air as if that would galvanize him to action. Rob will go with you. He's a good shot. Rob nodded, picked up his rifle and snowshoes, and joined me on the way to the ATV. Laura called after me, We'll rapid thaw that turkey and get it cooking. I turned back to Laura. I'm not sure what any of that means, but if we're any good, we'll bring a moose with us when we return. I tucked my M1 next to the seat. Rob winced. That's your moose rifle? I glanced at the old stalwart. I had a different one, but the sheriff took it. It had iron sights, too. He shook his head. If you want to eat, you hunt with the best tools. He patted his rifle. It used the same ammunition as mine. An old sniper rifle, but a new scope. It was an .3A3. The old man had one under the floorboards. His had a scope, too, but not as nice as the one on Rob's rifle. Those were the regular weapons carried by the infantry in World War I. They were long and bolt action. The M1 was heavier, but was semi-automatic and clip-fed. It was quick to reload, and the 8 rounds could be fired accurately in 5 seconds or less. Reloading the .3A3 was an exercise and would be a challenge under fire. One needed to be able to reload without looking at their weapon. The modern magazine-fed weapons were designed for exactly that. Luke started to run after us. Laura made a valiant dive and landed on top of him. She wrestled with him while I started the vehicle and drove away. I didn't run up the RPMs because we were trying to limit our exposure to the city below. We rolled into the woods and kept going. I didn't look back because I didn't want to see that Laura had lost the battle and the wolf was running after us. We eased over the crest and down the slope beyond. There were moose tracks everywhere, some older than others. We found the freshest tracks after making a wide circle. I slowed to a stop and turned off the vehicle. What do you think? They're not as fresh as I'd like. He looked in the direction they pointed. Too much spruce that way. Did she go left or right to find Willow? That's the question, isn't it? If she went left, we might get a view of the carnage after 100 yards. Moose left the wreckage of broken branches and torn limbs, where the young and supple Willow never stood a chance. A feeding moose would bite the branch and pull it toward the ground until it broke, then eat the whole thing. It would do that over and over, leaving a trail where it passed. Left's as good as any. We can only be wrong twice, Rob deadpanned. Maybe it did go straight ahead through the spruce trees if it heard the ATV or was drawn that way for another reason. No one knew what was in the mind of a moose. Rob climbed out and reached into the back for his snowshoes. I grimaced. We're not going to drive? Not if we want to get a moose, he said in a hushed voice. He was right. I was still old and sore. I followed his lead and tried to keep up as we plowed ahead, doing our best to stay quiet while maneuvering over the snow. When we reached the far side of the horseshoe, there were no tracks, neither new nor old. That's once. One more try? Rob asked. Let's cut past the spruce. I pointed across the horseshoe shape of the slope. It was shorter to get to the right side by cutting across the bottom end. From this side, it looked like most of the spruce was up the hill. I had suffered from an optical illusion. The trees looked denser in the distance when they were probably the same both up and down. The fresh tracks appeared halfway up the far side, well into the right branch of the horseshoe. I stopped and nodded to Rob. He hunted for subsistence. He was the better hunter, since his life depended on getting a moose. My ego drove my desire to deliver. Rob moved ahead swiftly, dodging into a heavier stand of trees. I followed him in and almost ran into him. 50 yards ahead, a cow moose tore at the brush. We had a clear line of sight for 3 or 4 seconds before she walked clear. Rob lowered his rifle. He glided ahead. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't make my movements as effortless as his. Every step was a struggle. He flowed over the top of the snow and was soon well ahead of me. I slowed so my heavy breathing didn't interfere with him closing on the cow. I stopped to catch my breath and listen. I heard nothing. Rob had stopped. I remained where I was, shifting left and right to find a clear view toward where we'd last seen the moose. 5 minutes seemed like a long time. My heart had slowed, and my breathing was back to normal. I started ahead, slowly, placing my snowshoes in the tracks that Rob had left. He had turned down the hill and had not stopped walking. I hadn't heard him. I increased my stride and pushed hard in a feeble attempt to close the distance between us. The rifle report startled me. It was at least 100 yards ahead. I tried to run, but must have looked like a camel racing. It did nothing to increase my speed. The heavy footfalls of a large creature running through the lower branches caught me by surprise. In an instant, the moose was on me. She turned when she saw the puny human, but she was leaving a wide blood trail behind her. I couldn't get my rifle off my shoulder to deliver the kill shot. The cow ran 2 steps from me and fell over. With one massive exhale, she lay still. Serenity returned to the wood. 2 minutes later, Rob appeared. "If you wait long enough, they come to you," I joked. Rob snorted. "You want to get our ride?" "I was hoping you'd say that." I turned but stopped. This seemed way too easy. Why was there a moose so close to us? "It's that time of year. They come down out of the mountains where it's warmer," Rob replied. I didn't think it was warm, but knew their grazing pattern. I didn't believe in God like I should have, but it made me wonder that he was providing for us in our time of need. With a few 100 pounds of moose meat, we could feed everyone for a long time. It would extend our stores and keep our wolf happy. Our wolf, our dogs, our Alaskan Revolutionary Army. Rob looked at me expectantly. "Right, let me get the ATV. I'll help clean when I get back." It still felt easy, but sometimes it was best to appreciate when things went your way without thinking too much into it. I trooped my way up the hill. It wasn't as difficult to hike as I anticipated. The end result was fresh moose. Attitude was everything, or so they say. Laura was cooking a turkey. We'd have turkey with a side of moose. It might be light on the carbs, but not the taste. We were going to feast, all of us, Luke and Euro included. The sled dogs would be treated to something other than dried fish. I took a break halfway up the hill, and when I restarted, yesterday's exertions came back to haunt me. I continued slowly, one pained step after another. So much for the lightness of my stride. A noise ahead froze me in my tracks. I moved deliberately to make as little noise as possible. If there was a moose ahead, a calf possibly, all I needed to do was scare it off. We didn't need to shoot a second animal. But it wasn't a moose. 2 Chinese soldiers were at the ATV, looking it over. I couldn't see tracks to tell me where they came from. I scanned the area and didn't see other soldiers, but I knew there had to be more. The soldiers wore their normal boots, so they couldn't have come far from a cleared area. Which road nearby had been plowed? What if they backtracked the ATV trail? That would lead them to the house and the rest of the volunteers. There was no time to dither. They could be creeping up on Rob right now. They'd be going the long way down the left side and then across the bottom of the hill. Now was the time to act. Take out the 2 at the ATV, distract the rest. I took aim. They were both digging under the back seat. I shot the one who wasn't as deep into the back, and then the second one when he tried to extricate himself. 2 shots in a little over 1 second. 30-06 at a range of 40 yards. A hit anywhere on the body would tear off a huge chunk of flesh. Both rounds hit center mass, right where I was aiming. They might have been wearing body armor, but I was confident it wasn't enough to stop the heavy, high-powered rounds that slammed into them. I rushed forward as fast as I could go, looking over the barrel of the Garand with both eyes scanning the area. My ski poles dangled from my forward hand, making the business end of my rifle seem even heavier, but the adrenaline of the moment offset the challenge. As long as I didn't have to shoot with the greatest precision, I'd still be able to hit my targets. The soldiers carried bullpups, the same as the others we'd encountered. Did that make these two the same as the others? They couldn't be, because the others had all been in trucks and showed little aggression or capability. It took me antagonizing them to get them to come after us. They would have been perfectly happy shooting at us from a distance. These two were into our business in a place that wasn't convenient to get to. Had they hurt us, or had our luck run out? I stopped short of the ATV and took a knee. I wanted a better look at the area before stepping away from the minimal cover of the trees. I could hear nothing beside the beating of my heart. Blood pounded in my ears and made my eyes twitch. I was getting too old to fight a war. War was a young man's game. I was still sore from yesterday. Young men allowed themselves no such luxuries. An old man's willpower no longer superseded his body's need for time to heal. I eased away from the tree, panning my weapon more to my right than my left. If they followed our tracks, it would have been to the left side of the hill if one were looking down, and to my right since I was coming from the opposite direction. When I reached the ATV, I crouched to pull the first body out of the rear door. The bullet had penetrated the body armor, but hadn't exited the body. It was the worst of wounds. He hadn't survived. I moved around the vehicle to find more footprints. Boots without snowshoes, following our tracks down the hill. A quick look confirmed the second body was there, and the blood on the ground suggested he had suffered the same fate as the first. The Garand continued its long history as a man-killer. The second bullet had entered near the soldier's right armpit, having barely missed the armored vest. It had torn through the body and gone out the other side. There was a massive blood splatter on the snow under and beyond the body. With rifle shots up the hill, I counted on Rob to take cover and wait. He knew the sound of a high-powered rifle. He also knew the sound of the bullpup, since we'd taken practice shots at the cabin. I took one of the soldiers' weapons and fired it into the air in the same way as the soldiers had fired at me and Elias. A shot, a burst, a shot, and another short burst. All I had to do was wait for a bunch of soldiers to come up the hill. I hoped they would think their boys were fighting back and might be more aggressive, rushing into the open. I had 6 shots left with my Garand. I had 2 Chinese Type 95 rifles, with 4 total magazines of ammunition. There wasn't much choice. I lengthened the M1's sling and put it across my back. I tightened it to keep it from bouncing around, but I wouldn't leave it behind. The trees suggested the engagement would be at a shorter range. I swapped a fresh magazine into one bullpup and pocketed the other 2. I emptied the first magazine and put it back into the rifle after cycling the bolt to eject the round in the chamber. I leaned it against the ATV along with the second body. I moved away from the ATV for 2 reasons. One was tactical, one was strategic. The tactical reason was to conduct an ambush, catch them from the side. The other was because I didn't want my ride to get shot up. We had a moose to carry to our ad hoc camp, and there was no way I was hauling that thing on my back or even using a travois to drag it. That was the urban me speaking. Elias had a point. I was spoiled. The distracting thoughts didn't change my focus on what might happen. Where were the avenues of approach for the enemy soldiers? How would they attack? I knew nothing of their tactics, as they hadn't shown them to me. I was reminded that these weren't frontline soldiers. All previous engagements had been with lesser troops. If these were frontline, then they would have put guards on the ATV and not turned their backs to the person who might be returning to it. The engine had to be warm. There was no way they could have mistaken it for an abandoned ride. No, There was no way these were crack troops. The ATV, Rob, and I had been nothing more than targets of opportunity. A high-powered rifle barked from the bottom of the hill. Rob had gotten my message and was fighting them. I wanted to race down there to help him, but I didn't know if they had split their forces and sent some up the hill to investigate the sounds of a firefight. The Chinese bullpups fired in response. How many? It was difficult to tell. 2? 4? Their fire discipline could have been good or not. It depended on how they had seen their target. Rob could outrun them. They didn't have snowshoes and were slogging through snow that was deep enough to slow them down. The soldiers wouldn't be the hunters for long. Rob's rifle sounded once more. They hadn't surprised him. The second shot sounded farther away. He was on the move. I debated coming at them from behind, but it would take time and energy that I didn't have. I'd lose the advantage of location. The 2 soldiers had been at the ATV. It was there where the other soldiers were going to return. Running down the hill would be a bad idea. No, the best plan was to wait. Rob could protect himself. The enemy couldn't catch him. The moose would keep. I settled into a good ambush position and waited. I was uphill with a good view of the approach to the ATV from both sides of the horseshoe-shaped hillside. They would probably avoid the steepest approach, but if they didn't, then they'd be caught in the open for the last 20 yards and wouldn't have the traction to run to the vehicle. They'd be bogged down in a kill zone unless they maintained their separation. None of the soldiers had demonstrated that level of combat discipline. If they were better at being professional soldiers, then I wouldn't have waited. I would have gone looking for their truck and ambushed them when they were heading out. As it was, I was better engaging them in the woods. I had to be right. I listened as intently as I could. They would have to make sounds in the cold. The snow crunched when they broke through it with each step. The men would be breathing heavily. Their equipment might not jingle, but there would be noise. Birds had fled at the sound of the first rifle crack. I'd fired enough after that to keep them away. Birds would have been a good arbiter of people moving silently through the woods, the absence of sound a giveaway. Most people didn't listen for what they couldn't hear, but Dad taught me well in Rhodesia. Absence of a normal sound was every bit as important as what you could hear. Silence. No one was coming, no one was going. No engines were running within hearing. It wasn't time to panic. Rob might have coaxed the enemy into a standoff where they were both lying in wait for the other to make a mistake. But Rob was dressed for the weather, and the enemy was not. They would be getting colder by the minute. I checked my watch. It was 2:30 in the afternoon, and dusk was coming. I suspected we were better operating in the dark. I hadn't seen night vision of any sort as part of the Occupation Army's kit. We were playing against the second string. Every encounter reinforced it. If they brought in regular troops with actual combat experience, it would be a whole different story. We'd be running for our lives instead of waiting for the enemy to come to us. 20 more minutes passed. I'd give it to dark before I moved out in search of Rob and the enemy soldiers. It would take another 30 minutes before the sun moved beneath the southern horizon. In that twilight, I'd have the advantage by being a ghost in the darkness. It would be when unseasoned troops would be most afraid. Unleashed. 10 minutes to sundown. The crunching of booted feet punching through the surface snow to the ground beneath came to me, but from 2 directions. They were coming up both left and right arms of the horseshoe. The footsteps were rapid, but the movement was slow. They were attempting to get off the hillside before it got dark, but they weren't acting haphazardly. They had a plan that didn't concentrate their troops. I couldn't tell which group was going to reach me first. It would be best if they met me together, but the closer they came, the more unlikely that seemed. I was sure I wouldn't be able to maintain my cover until the second group arrived. My heart rate increased as they got closer. I could feel the rush of battle coming. In Rhodesia, the rush was from fear. In the Middle East, it was from worrying about my people. I didn't worry about me. I wondered if they were trained well enough. I wondered if I should have done more. Now, it was just me, but my concerns surrounded whether I'd be fast enough to defeat the soldiers. They'd be tired and would spray their rounds the second they came under fire. In that moment, I had to fire well-aimed rounds with a Type 95 semi-automatic rifle. I touched the butt of the M1 and contemplated switching weapons, but it was too late. With it strapped over my back, I'd have to move around too much, and the footfalls were close. 30 yards and ready to break out of the tree line into the small clearing where we'd parked the ATV. I slowly brought the bullpup to my shoulder and aimed toward where the sound suggested they'd appear. From the other direction, they had farther to go, 50 yards, more or less. Waiting took an eternity. They stopped in the tree line and called out in Chinese to the 2 soldiers they'd left behind, who weren't going to answer. They called louder until one of the soldiers said something to the others in a hushed voice. I could hear it because they were so close to me. I remained still. The light was playing tricks with the shadows. Movement would give me away. Even this close, staying still would keep me hidden, even if they should have been able to see me. The second group closed on the clearing. I was going to have to face 2 groups at the same time. I counted 4 voices to my left, the closer group. Not everyone had to have spoken, so there were at least 4. To my right, the footsteps didn't seem as pronounced. At least 2 soldiers were coming that way. Was 12 the standard number in a unit? Had Rob killed any of them? How many were left? I slowly wrapped my finger around the trigger and prepared to fire. All I needed was one to step out of the trees, but they stayed where they were. When the other soldiers reached the clearing, they stopped before stepping into the open. I didn't change my aim point. I wasn't going to move unless I had to. The one group called to the other. I had no idea what they were saying. That was a shortcoming, but I hadn't spoken Arabic either. Not speaking the enemy's language was an obstacle, but it wasn't an insurmountable one. He with the fastest and most lethal engagement would win. The 2 groups spread out in a semicircle, just inside the tree line, arrayed with the ATV as the focus of their effort. Amateurs starting to act like professionals, but they weren't sure how. One soldier from each direction stepped out, left, center, and right. They were too far apart to take with a short burst. They eased forward, step after labored step. The snow was deeper in the clearing than it had been beneath the trees. None of them gave any indication they knew where I was. They stalked toward the ATV. When they reached it, they checked over their 2 men while the 3rd soldier of the group waved his rifle toward the woods. He passed me without stopping and rotated back. He couldn't see anything. The 3 regrouped and huddled for a whispered conversation. I had an unknown number of soldiers in the woods, and 3 live and 2 dead at the ATV. I could get the 3 with a quick burst, but I'd opened myself up for fire from the woods. There were no good options. I stayed still and watched. It was dusk, with a deepening pallor over everything. It would be dark soon, dark. Then it would be a free-for-all of muzzle flashes, starting with mine. Fire and maneuver. Don't let them draw a bead. I learned that at the youngest age. Shoot and scoot, they'd called it. A high-powered rifle banged loudly nearby. The soft thud of a body falling into the snow followed. It was to my right. The 3 jumped behind the ATV and turned their backs to me so they could look to their right. Bullpups in the left-hand trees opened up into the trees on the right. That told me there had only been 2 on that side. All the others were to the left of me. It was time to reduce the numbers. Despite the backdrop of my ATV, I lined up the 3 and hit them one by one. I missed the first one to the left, adjusted by aiming at the right ear, and hit him in the center of his head. They hadn't been wearing helmets, only stocking caps. It was too cold to drop a Kevlar helmet on their heads. Bang, bang, bang. 4 shots and 3 kills. They never knew I was shooting at them, even after the first round slammed into the frame of my ride. The firing to my left stopped. In the uneasy silence, a soldier in the tree line called out. Once again, there was no answer. He fired a burst at my vehicle. I winced as the rounds impacted the frame. I hoped he hadn't hit anything important. Chances were good that he didn't, but there was a chance that he had. We'd find out later, if we survived to fight another day. I wanted that moose. It was criminal to kill an animal and then leave it behind. For the greater good of the moose gods, we needed to win this fight. I also wanted to live to fight another day. I had crouched, but not moved. They hadn't been looking my way. I wondered why they weren't firing in my direction. Rob's .3A3 barked once more, from my right to my left. A body fell into the snow from behind a trunk. I had to lean around the tree I was behind to get a glimpse of the changed landscape. A dark spot where there shouldn't have been one. A muzzle flash made me jump back, but the soldier wasn't shooting at me. I poured fire into the spot to give Rob a respite. He could see the soldiers and I couldn't. I counted on volume of fire to make up for my lack of a target. I let off the trigger and jogged as fast as my snowshoes would go to another tree with a wider trunk but a poorer view. A few rounds followed me, ripping through the upper branches. They were firing too high, a common problem among green troops. Rob fired again. A grunt was followed by a cry in Chinese. "Come out where we can see you!" I shouted around the tree. There were no rounds that followed my voice. Was that the last soldier? I moved forward tentatively, aiming the bullpup where I thought the soldier was and stopping when I got close to exposing myself. I had concealment, but no cover. Bullets ripping through the branches wouldn't stop until they hit me. I backed up one step and stopped when an anguished cry came from the trees. A soldier stumbled into the open with his hands raised. I know what Elias would have said. The Viet Cong faking a surrender so they could kill the friendlies the instant they let their guard down. I wasn't sure this group was that devious, but I wouldn't give them the chance to prove it. "How many more are there?" "Me, Aron," he said in heavily accented English. I moved back into the woods and worked my way toward the flank of the injured soldier and anyone who might be backing him up. He'd survive for a while longer if he was hurt. I wasn't sure what to do with him anyway. I'd figure it out later. Rob fired again. It surprised me. He was less trusting of the enemy, it seemed. Or he took out the one who surrendered. I continued on my mission to flank the enemy soldiers. I hurried through the deepening darkness to get into a position where I could come up from behind the soldiers. If they were listening, they would hear me. I used the night vision technique of focusing 15 degrees offset from what I wanted to see. I couldn't make out any lumps behind the trees that might indicate a hiding soldier. I moved back and forth at a glacial pace until I was through the trees and standing over the body of the one who had surrendered. "You shot our prisoner?" I asked into the night. "What the hell were we going to do with him? Plus, I winged him. We're in no position to offer medical help." "You make too much sense, my man. Why don't you take the ATV down to the moose and drag it back to camp? I'll wait out here in case reinforcements come. Plus, I want to see where they came from. They might have a truck or something parked and running nearby. I could use a couple blankets if you feel like coming back for me." He laughed. "You know you'd freeze out here. You grab the moose, gut it, cut off the legs, and throw them in the back. And then wrap the tow strap around the neck. It should slide without a problem if you wrap it up. I'll clean the moose and haul it out of here. You watch my back. Collect those rifles and grab them on my way back up here. Cleaning the moose in the dark, that should only take me about 6 hours. 1 hour. If you take longer than that, I'll make fun of you." "You might as well start now, just in case," I suggested. "I didn't kill him," Rob offered. I didn't know what he was talking about. "The one who surrendered. The second shot was over his head. He was badly injured, but I couldn't finish him. Not like Uncle Elias." He's told stories of his time in the Army and why he did the things he did. I didn't really believe him until now. I can see the world through his eyes." He gestured at the men who had fallen into the snow and continued, "They're the enemy, but they're still men. They're on our land and shouldn't be. It makes it easier to believe that we can do anything we need to make them go away. And they'll start doing anything they need to make us stop because we'll become less than human. We're the Viet Cong to them." "But no one asked them to come," I started. The South Vietnamese had invited troops to hold off the communist insurgency. The former mayor and her administration were in bed with the foreigners. Had they invited them to Alaska, to America, to help keep us safe from the ugly capitalists? I smirked. None of it made sense, while it was only too logical. The world was a complex animal. "I drew a bead on him, but I couldn't kill him in cold blood." "Keep your humanity, Rob. If we can get through this with our souls intact, then we'll be better for it. War is hard. This is my third, and you know what? It doesn't get any easier. Thanks for backing me up." I gave him the thumbs up. "I better get going. That moose isn't going to clean itself." He waved and shuffled into the trees. I checked the ATV for bullet holes. My beautiful ride had been dinged a few times. I relieved the last 3 bodies of their weapons and ammunition. I left their ID cards on them for later identification if someone ever reconciled the losses. A post-war joint MIA search as a peace gesture. I'd support the gesture as mayor, but I wouldn't help with its execution, even though I knew where the bodies were. I kicked the bodies away from the tracks and started the ATV. It came to life readily without any bucks or snorts. I turned on the headlights and rolled down the hill, following the tracks that I could see, while avoiding the close-growing trees. I wasn't in a hurry, but I was. Cleaning a moose was a laborious process. It would have been easier with the 2 of us, but Rob was still on the hunt. He was looking for any supporting soldiers, along with their truck. How did they get to the hillside, where we should have been hidden from sight and sound? The site of the kill was obvious. The moose shone brown in the ATV's headlights. I parked it under a spruce tree and left it running so I could work under the lights. The brightest parts were hidden, but without a helicopter or airplane overhead, there would be no one to see what shouldn't have been out there in the wilderness. A source of artificial light. I pulled my knife and got to work, making hard and quick cuts. I wasn't going for style or grace. It was the most pedestrian of work. It made me think about my old man. How would he have done it? The cold, the dark, and the end of a long day after a previous long day. My body was screaming at me. I felt like I could lay against the moose and go to sleep, but I couldn't. People were counting on me. Would they be okay with me driving myself into an early grave? No, but they wouldn't know that I was exhausted. I needed sleep and rest, 2 separate and distinct things. But tomorrow we'd be heading into the city to take a closer look at the airport. I wanted to know exactly what the enemy was storing there besides people. It made sense that any armory would be there. Any additional soldiers would be there. Extra food and water, too. We'd go tomorrow night, under cover of darkness. That gave me 24 hours to collect my wits and restore a modicum of energy. A turkey dinner and fresh moose. That would go a long way toward rejuvenating my old muscles. I hacked off the legs and tossed them in the back of the ATV. I got slime and blood all over myself, moving the gut pile out of the way. I left the hide on and was surprised when I checked Dad's Timex. It had only been 45 minutes. I wrapped the carcass in one of 2 blankets that I'd brought in case we got stuck out here. Easy come, easy go. I maneuvered the vehicle until I could hook the strap around the moose and to the small hitch. I climbed in and gave it some gas to tighten the strap, then more gas to start it moving. I followed my tracks exactly because they were already tamped down, because I got better traction on hardpack than in the soft snow. The moose twisted back and forth as the ATV dragged it up and beyond. I saw no sign of Rob as I crawled through the clearing, past the dead bodies, and onto the tracks that had brought us to this hunting ground. "Rob!" I shouted. He popped out from behind a tree just beyond the clearing. "Keep it down! You'll wake the dead!" He checked his wrist, but wasn't wearing a watch. "Less than an hour." I wondered how he knew that, but he was correct. "What'd you find?" "A truck parked on a plowed road just on the other side of that ridge. They stopped plowing before they got to where we crossed, but the truck was empty. The whole squad came after us. I don't know how or why, but there they were." "What did you do with the truck?" "I put it in neutral and let it roll back down the hill. It crashed after a couple hundred yards." I sighed. If they came after the truck and the squad, they'd be able to track us to our camp. "We're going to have to move." "That's what I was thinking." "They're extending their perimeter." I thought for a moment. "We'll put out guards tonight and find a new place to hide tomorrow. In between, we'll cook some moose and eat a turkey." "Turkey!" Rob exclaimed. "I forgot about that." We both smiled, even though our world was turned upside down once more. We'd have to run for our lives, but the difference was that we'd be running toward the fire and not away from it. The enemy was on their heels, and they didn't even know it. Weakness. We delivered the bad news 2 seconds after we returned. I tossed a moose leg to Luke, who caught it midair and disappeared with it. Collectively, the volunteers' shoulders slumped at having to pack up and leave. All except Elias. He laughed. "What did you think? The war was going to be easy?" He snorted and shook his head. "We'll separate and go our own ways to wreak havoc. Once we have the locals freed, the enemy won't have any place to turn. They won't have any place to run." Elias understood. He wanted to go on the attack as soon as possible. Our encounter with the squad that hunted us down only confirmed that they weren't ready to fight us on our terms. They weren't equipped to fight in the snow and cold. "I say we deploy to our attack positions. The best part is that we don't know where they are, so we can't compromise ourselves. We'll be going in blind and hitting them every which way from Sunday," I said. "What's that even mean?" Mavis asked in a flare of anger. "It means we hit them everywhere all at once. We put them into disarray, and then we hit them again. Our attacks will be able to cause maximum damage. Previously, I thought it would be best to cut their lines of communication. We'll do that, but when we trap them, we won't disappear. It's called creating a dilemma. They won't be able to move forward, and when they stop, they'll come under fire. Kill them until they run. A soldier who runs from a battle is a soldier who sows discontent and fear when he's back in the ranks." They thought they understood the reality of what they'd signed up for. They hadn't, but it was becoming clearer with each passing moment. "We'll leave first thing in the morning, before sunup," I added. "Make sure you're ready. In the meantime, how about we enjoy a little turkey and a lot of moose?" The volunteers looked up with vacant expressions. What I'd learned in the Marines was that a good meal went a long way toward pacifying and energizing an anxious group. We filled their bellies and heated their souls. Kind words all around, from one to another. I waited until the end to make sure everyone else got something. A few scraps of dark meat were all that remained when I arrived. Laura looked at me and smiled. From behind her back, she produced a small dish of meat with stuffing made from pilot bread. It still steamed, and I wasn't sure how she'd done it. She held her finger to her lips. I had to kiss her, when I needed no excuse to do so. There were reasons to fight, and she was one of them. A family, a life of love and warmth and liberty. The invaders were denying us all three. For the moment, a gentle reminder of what I was fighting for was well-deserved and well-earned, at least in my mind. We ate a portion of the moose, but the rest was for the dogs, all the dogs, including Luke. There was some left over for us. Most of it was frozen solid already. We had a new moose hide, too, but didn't have the time to cure it properly. It would be hard and useless after a couple days. We'd cut it up and let the dogs sleep on it. At least we'd get some use from it. I hated wasting anything. I had rescued some of the organs to throw in the cavity for the ride back, like the heart and liver and tongue. Those were good for the animals. Dad would eat that stuff, but I could never bring myself to do it. The others had parceled out the moose while we waited to eat. The rest of the food and supplies, too. When we left here in the morning, we'd leave nothing behind except dog droppings and footprints. I took the last watch of the night. Elias took the first. The others would get some sleep in between, and all would sleep with their weapons. We spread out the bullpups. More ammunition and more weapons. Bring the heat to the enemy. Whether they were expecting us or not wasn't the issue. It no longer mattered. If they were, it would be harder, but we were still going forward. Now was the time, before they extended their perimeter so far that we couldn't get closer than we were. We'd be pushed farther away, even though they were drawing down their troops. Or at least that's what we saw. One data point didn't make a trend. We were out of time to collect data. Last night made me realize that. Everyone rose and got ready. They loaded their sleds and harnessed their teams. The dogs barked and barked. I hoped no soldiers were nearby, but we'd be on the trails to our launch points within 10 minutes. Separate groups with 4 of us heading toward the airport. That was my objective, with Elias, Rob, Evelyn, and Harry. We'd make our way to the airport and free the civilians. We wouldn't attempt it or try it. We needed to be successful. There could be no doubt about what we had to do. Elias, you have point. We'll maneuver to the river and then follow until we're close. We'll put the dogs past Pike's Place entry to the river while we infiltrate the airport under cover of darkness. We'll lay low until we can see what's going on, and then we'll form our plan. Plans within plans, Elias intoned. It made me think he was well-read in science fiction classics. He was wrong, though. The only real plan was to head into the city. After that, we'd make it up as we went. Once inside the city's perimeter, the sound of vehicles would have been common enough. We'd seen the traffic. It was sparse, but it was there. We kicked off the other teams with final directions. If everything failed, head north into the woods where we last bivouacked before crossing Goldstream. Keep your people alive. We can't sacrifice anyone to the greater good. 4 went west and 4 went east. They'd break down once they got closer to their engagement areas, where 2 or 3 volunteers would start the attacks at midnight after a full day of finding the weak points that facilitated the enemy's occupation. Bridges, power substations, command and control centers. Enemy soldiers that were vulnerable. Enemy vehicles to limit their mobility. Remove their ability to fight back. They left with the most basic understanding of what we wanted. It was the best I could do because they were on their own out there. They weren't regular military. Mission orders. I didn't tell them how to do anything, only what needed doing. They would have to make their own decisions within the parameters I'd given them. The dogs quieted as the mushers released the brake and let the lead dog take the others out. The wheel dogs jumped and pushed. They were the more powerful dogs who brought the most strength to the team. The sleds quickly increased speed and disappeared down the roads toward their ingress routes. We had the ATV and 3 dog teams to get into position so we could penetrate the airport when the time was right. I'd take the lead because I could distance myself from them. The ATV was faster than a dog team, even with the tread attachments instead of wheels. We coaxed Luke into the back with a chunk of moose meat. We ended up giving Euro one too, so he wouldn't try to fight the wolf for the choice morsel. Just what we needed, a fight in the back seat. I felt like a proud parent with 2 rambunctious boys, but we couldn't have them giving us away. I needed to keep Luke away from the dog teams, and Laura would keep Euro close to her. That wasn't the best way to improve our odds of fighting the enemy, but there was nowhere we could put them. Like Dad taking me to Rhodesia, our boys were coming along to fight the bad guys. We were voluntarily putting them in harm's way. Or they'd die if we abandoned them. At least Euro would. He wasn't equipped to exist in the cold winter. His fur was too thin, and his paws weren't sufficiently hairy. Luke would probably survive, but we'd domesticated him to some degree, so it would be tough. He'd be challenged, although he was capable of hunting small game. In either case, we weren't going to abandon them. They were going to be in the fight with us. If I wanted Laura there, which I didn't because she wasn't a fighter, maybe you can take the ATV and the animals downriver with the dog teams and wait for us, I suggested. She hung her head and tears welled in her eyes. I know that you don't want me there. For good reasons, I added. I know, she reiterated. I looked back and forth between the way ahead and her. She nodded slightly. Thank you. That will let me focus on the enemy. You've already seen what I'm willing to do to my fellow man. You don't want to see more of that. She sighed and shrank into her seat. You're right, I don't. She surrendered to the better choice. Go with Evelyn and set up a camp with the dogs. Keep them quiet and let the soldiers take care of business. It was better to let people do what they were good at. Laura was a survivor, but she was no soldier. Keep us alive. Be ready to treat our wounds. Get us back into the fight. Is it going to be that bad? We're outnumbered and outgunned. We're attacking their weak spots and hitting them from ambushes. It's called asymmetrical warfare. It's already bad because we'll be exposed. All it takes is indirect fire called in on our position, and that's the end of the game. Or machine guns, or grenades. We're at a disadvantage. She harumphed. You've been saying that they're second-class troops. Are they or aren't they? They are, but they only have to get lucky once. We'll be luckier because we'll keep moving. When we bolster our numbers with the freed civilians, then we'll put them on the run. What if the freed people can't fight? Laura asked with an edge to her voice. She didn't like me going to war without her, especially when I had been telling her that she'd be with me. Then Euro entered the equation. That made it harder. We couldn't abandon our dog. Euripides, I said without further comment. She knew what I meant. It was the price of having a family. Someone had to stay home with the kids. I know. That was her standard response when I made sense, but she didn't like it. I let it go. If I pressed, tried to explain more, the next thing I would hear would be, fine, which meant she was angry instead of sad. How about that? Marriage, where people can be in love and annoy the hell out of each other, all within the space of 2 minutes. She snickered and took my hand. We continued driving toward the university, where we'd stop for a short while before continuing downhill and cross the Chena River to the airport. We chose the hill above the overlook to watch and listen. The darkness kept us hidden. I did not have the headlights turned on. Still, the route was clear, and we stuck to unplowed roads as much as possible. We dragged the trail groomer behind us. The dog teams maintained their own pace, falling behind, but they'd catch up. At the overlook, the dogs mushed in, and a few shouted commands brought them to a stop. I could see minimal activity. A single truck in the city, a single truck on the tarmac, no people in sight. It was cold and dark. The soldiers were inside. But where? We'd find out and hit it hard. All we had to do was collect the intelligence without speaking Chinese and find heavy weapons that were easily accessible and easy to use. It wasn't too tall of an order. I had Elias and Rob with me. The old man was the trump card. He gave me confidence, even though he was also a wild card. I hadn't fought with Harry yet, but I was sure he'd be fine. The villagers made better volunteers than most. They could shoot under pressure. The lack of outdoor activity suggested the enemy wouldn't hear us approach. It also kept them bottled up. My nose was cold, but I wasn't out of commission. It would get colder after the sunset, much colder, and that's when they'd be at their worst. We took the next stretch slowly, making the run minutes after a truck passed. Everything we'd seen suggested the trucks went one way or the other and didn't turn around. It was a calculated gamble to run past it, but traffic continued to be light. We kept to the neighborhood streets that paralleled Chena Pump Road to get far enough past the airport to where barking dogs wouldn't bring unwanted attention. We headed onto the river near the pump house, an abandoned restaurant. It was far enough from the airport, but also close enough. We took it easy, rolling down the river, since there were stretches of open water. It wouldn't be completely frozen over for a while. We'd have to pick the right spot to cross, and then we'd do it on snowshoes, rather than attempting the crossing with the full weight of the ATV or a dog team. Plunging through the ice into the Chena River was a death sentence. You'd be swept away and under the ice before you could resurface. They'd find your body somewhere downstream come breakup, when the ice melted and the river flowed freely along its entire course. I checked Dad's Timex. It was 7 a.m, and we'd been underway for less than 2 hours. The attacks wouldn't start for 16 hours. We had a lot to do, and all of it while exposed to the elements. Finding shelter was a secondary consideration. We'd make small snow caves for ourselves if need be. They'd feel much warmer than the ambient temperatures that were below zero. I guessed somewhere between -10 and -20 Fahrenheit. It was restrictive, but not prohibitive. I slowed the ATV and came to a stop. The dog mushers called their teams to a halt. We had 3 teams and 1 musher. The commands were the same. "They'll follow you," Elias told Evelyn. Harry stepped from the sled, walked 2 steps, and started puking. He heaved for a solid minute before he used snow to wipe his face. He staggered a few steps and flopped onto the ice. His eyes were unfocused while he turned his head back and forth, as if new to his surroundings. "I'll take him with us," Evelyn said. She helped him up and onto the sled. "Looks like just us 3 then. Harry, you get better. We'll be back, and we'll need you ready to run." He tried to get out of the sled, but Evelyn shoved him back into place using a single finger. "We'll have to make do." I didn't like our new odds. One of the teams would have to go with just 1 person. Elias and Rob loosened their snow hooks, and I waved Laura to continue down the river another mile until they found a place to tie up the teams. Evelyn and Laura were both ready to grab the teams without mushers. It would be a hectic few seconds, but it was doable. The teams continued to follow the ATV since we were still pulling the trail groomer. The dogs might run into the next sled and not run past. That was for Laura and Evelyn to manage. For us, we needed to get into position quickly. It was false dawn, and the darkness would soon turn light. It was also Thanksgiving. There was much to give thanks for, but today we'd create a new legacy to be thankful for, with a loose plan and a desire to earn our freedom from an invading army. Phase 1. Rob took the lead, which was ill-advised since he was the fastest of the 3 of us when it came to snowshoeing, but he took it easy on us. I should say all 4 of us, because Luke ran after me and stayed by my side. If he had a domesticated brain, I would have suspected that Laura put him up to it. But he recognized me as the alpha of our small pack. He wouldn't leave the alpha if given the choice. "Hey, buddy. Glad to have you here, but you're going to have to stay close once the shooting starts. I can't have you running off and getting lost. Do you understand?" He didn't. We were looking to find an observation post or 2 where we could surveil the airport. Then we'd get back together in the late evening and decide how best to attack the enemy. All 3 of us. I didn't count Luke in for the attack. He was afraid of gunfire. I moved quicker than I thought I was capable of, understanding that I would get 16 hours of shivering rest. At least that's what I sarcastically told myself. I wore socks this time. Usually I didn't, but I always carried a spare pair in case I got blisters. I knew that I'd need the extra layer of insulation for an extended stay in the extreme cold. My feet were used to the cold, but that could have been from bad circulation. Laura's feet were ice, and she loved putting them on my legs to warm up. That could have had a chilling effect on my nerves. I was making things up. Getting used to the cold meant dealing with the cold, taking yourself to the edge without going over. And no matter what, the cold still hurt, but you didn't have to get frostbite. Protect the skin at all costs. Today would be a trial, but the end result would be worth it. Laura was taking the dog teams to a small lake at the end of the Fairbanks seaplane base. There were plenty of secluded properties behind huge stands of spruce to dampen the sound of the barking, with plenty of room to bed down the dogs for when they'd next be running. After the attack, we'd work our way there and stay low until the next day when we'd use the darkness to exfiltrate, unless we had the opportunity to press the attack. We wouldn't know until we knew. Rob slowed to make sure we were going the right way, but with the airport lights ahead, it was impossible to miss. The road to the airport had been cleared, but none of the side roads. We stopped near the river, but at a private home that appeared to be abandoned. One couldn't tell without power. None of the buildings on this side of Airport Way had power. That was restricted for the airport's sole use. Rob broke into the house while Elias and I stood watch among the trees that separated the property from the airport road. It was an effective screen for us now, but not pleasant in the before times because of the noise. I would have thought living this close to the airport would have been intolerable. When a jet took off, you could hear it everywhere throughout the city, even miles down Chena Hot Springs Road on the other side of town. "Hey!" we heard Rob call from inside the home. He talked quickly with someone. It hadn't been abandoned after all. "I'll check it out," I told Elias. He was a shoot-first kind of guy, so I thought I'd be the better choice to settle matters with the homeowner. "I'm coming in," I announced when I reached the front door. I slung my bullpup, which bounced off the garand, and pulled my .45. House clearing required the gentle touch of a hand cannon. In the living room, I found Rob facing someone bundled in U.S. Army winter gear, complete with the white bunny boots. "Shouldn't you have indoor camo for here?" He pulled a gaiter off his face to his neck. "Mr. Mayor, I knew you hadn't abandoned us." "Just biding my time, Sergeant Major. I didn't know you lived down here." Sergeant Major Levi Walter, medical billing, but he was an outdoorsman and had helped me before when we were arresting the last administration for the nearly irreparable damage they did to our city. "I don't. Food was scarce. I went hunting. When I came back, my wife and daughters were gone. That was the third day after the red flags arrived. I've been tracking them the past few months. I believe they're in one of those hangars." "You wouldn't have something to eat, would you?" he asked. His eyes shot wide when the wolf walked in behind me. "What the hell?" He scrambled for his weapon. "Stop," I shouted, louder than I should have. "Luke is with me." Levi relaxed. "Of course he is. Friend to all except the bad guys and the media and your political opponents and drug dealers and maybe it's just friend to most," he clarified. "I'll accept friend to most." I waved off the reunion. "We're here to reconnoiter the airport, and then tonight, around midnight, we're hitting places all around town. We'll be cutting their internal lines of communication and wreaking as much havoc as possible." "We?" Levi wondered. "The Alaskan Revolutionary Army. There are 17 of us. 11 dog teams and 1 ATV. We have a bunch of Type 95 rifles, bullpups that we took off dead soldiers." "How'd they become dead?" "Lead poisoning." I smiled grimly. "These soldiers aren't very good. That's what we've seen. Needless to say, I have a lot more questions for you. What kind of routines do they have down here? How many total soldiers are there? Where's the armory? Where's their main barracks? Your attack may be the final stake in the heart. About 10 days ago, they grew quite agitated. The influx of troops stopped and the outflow began. They're drawing down fairly rapidly. I figured if I waited a couple more weeks, then they'd be out of here. As to numbers, they don't have more than 2,000 troops left in town. They are quartered in the terminal building. It was mostly secure in the old days with alarmed and locked doors and a checkpoint to get in. It makes sense since everything goes in and out through the airport." He chewed on the moose that I had handed him while I was talking. It was only partially thawed, but at least it was cooked. He munched it hungrily. 2,000 troops. That was far less than the 5,000 I had thought. 2,000 was nowhere near enough to hold the city. 10 days, you say? That's about when we blew up the pump station and shut off the oil from the North Slope. We figure that and gold are the only reasons they're here. Otherwise, it would be easy to cut us off from the rest of the world. Why fight a war on a front that you can dominate by flipping a few switches? Interesting take. I'd like to think Alaska is important, but without the natural resources, we're just big and worthless from a strategic perspective, unless you're lobbing missiles from Asia into North America, and then Fort Greely becomes real important with their anti-ballistic missile battery and the radars at Clear Space Force Base down in Denali. I grimaced. We're important for the flight routes to and from North America, like you suggested. I have no idea what force they have at Greely, or if they were able to gain operational control of the missiles. Then again, all the good guys would have had to do is disable the launchers and cut off the system from National Command Authority, which is what happened when Wainwright pulled out. Clear? The Chinese have the road from Anchorage to here mostly under their control, which means Healy and Clear are under their control. I shook my head. There were a lot of moving parts, but the enemy only needed to disable our technological assets, not take them over and run them. They'll want our natural resources, including fish, but we have no idea if they're tapping into that. I would think so, but that's not a fact. We're Alaskans, and we're important. Levi shrugged. Saying it louder and more often doesn't make it true. I'm happy being left alone, Rob interjected. I called out the doorway. Elias, more intel in here than you'll collect out there. There are 3 of you? Levi asked. 6, if you count Laura, Harry, and Evelyn. They're taking care of the dog teams. When it comes to laying waste to the enemy, it's just the 3 of us. Now 4. You have your hunting rifle. I nodded to the weapon in his hands. We'll get you a bullpup. The red flag weapons. Red flag. That's how the sergeant major referred to the enemy soldiers. It was better than derogatory terms. Like in Vietnam when they changed the term from Charlie to Mr. Charles. Respect for the enemy kept them human. Dehumanizing was a recipe for destruction. Despite their past performance, we had to assume they were as good or better than us, or we'd stick our necks out a little too far, take unnecessary risks. Elias appeared. Soldier, he said by way of greeting. Soldiers could tell fellow soldiers, just like I could tell when someone served in the Marines. There were telltale signs. Who'd you serve with? Levi asked. 101st Airborne. That was something else, but I'm glad that's behind me. Even though we were going to engage a vastly superior force, our intended operation in Fairbanks wasn't the Tet Offensive. That was a different war with enemies on every side, including the inside. Elias wasn't going to elaborate further. Levi tipped his head to the older man. I asked Levi to repeat what he'd told us. He restated it and added more. What about the plane that arrives at 2:30 and leaves at 3? I asked. Same. It gets in, unloads minimal supplies for the prisoners, then it loads a unit and some equipment and flies away. The bad guys are bugging out. So taking out the plane won't help us? It had been my plan to shoot down the aircraft and box in the remaining troops, but that sounded less useful if the soldiers were leaving. Giving them an out was more along the lines of Sun Tzu's ultimate victory, winning the battle without fighting. We need an interpreter so we can talk to the enemy. I think I've spotted one here and there. They wear civilian clothes and accompany the soldiers when they go into the hangars to see the prisoners. We could probably grab one when they go this afternoon, but it'll be in the daylight. There's a big risk. That's when they're most active. Because they suck operating at night or outside, I offered. I agree, but there's still an awful lot of them. If we go in to kidnap an interpreter, then we start the fight early and lose the advantage of night, Levi said, mirroring my own thoughts. Then we figure out a different way, I replied. The easy answer wasn't necessarily the right answer. We need every advantage we can get. Losing the night is a losing proposition. The darkness helps us immensely. I looked out the window, but the trees blocked my view of the airport. Do you have a hidey hole out there? Tree stand, Levi replied. With his white camo, he would have looked invisible. I hadn't looked up when I was out there. Neither had Elias. He wasn't pleased with the revelation. Even in the dawn's early light, we should have seen it and the footprints leading to the house. Just one set, stepping into the same prints, coming and going. It's good to see you, Levi. We can use a good man in this fight. We can use a lot of good men in this fight. And women. Hell, we'll take anyone who can point a gun, he countered. You got a plan yet, sir? It was the way of the NCO, expecting reality from themselves, but miracles from the officers. As an officer, I never promised more than I could deliver. In this case, Levi was right, but only because I'd been thinking about it since we first observed the airport from the overlook 2 days ago. I'd had much time to think since then. Where's the armory? I asked. The soldiers keep their weapons with them, but they store ammunition and other weapons in the terminal. That sounded off, but it followed with what I thought of this group's prowess. Never put your armory in the same building with the troops, because one small accident could eliminate your army. That revelation changed my plan. You wouldn't happen to have any grenades, would you, Sergeant Major? He shook his head. No grenades, but I know where to get some. They have a heavily armed guard post at the entrance to the main terminal. It's right before the turnoff to the post office. You mean it's up the road about 200 yards, and we can probably get close by staying inside the tree line. With grenades, we might be able to blow the armory and take out the source of reinforcements. But to make a good job of it, we needed to not kill ourselves while eliminating the barracks. Elias, how do we rig a time delay on a grenade? Pull the pin and lean it against a door or something they'll open after we've gone? Unless you have any of those fancy explosives you see in the movies that they also seem to have in unlimited quantities, even though they're not hauling around a steamer trunk. Do you have a steamer trunk, Cory? I looked behind me. Luke looked up, hopeful for a treat. I shook my head at him. You've had quite enough. Take a break, will you? I gave Elias a similar answer. No explosives hidden in my shorts. And finally, they're actually my real shorts. Every day is a good day when you're wearing your own threads. I would ask, Levi started, but I won't. You officer types are too weird. I found a section of wall to lean against. Here's the plan, and we're going to implement it to perfection, starting at 11, so when the other diversionary and infrastructure attacks begin at midnight, we'll lay waste to everyone here until we have control of the airport. In the meantime, I want to watch the airplane arrival and departure. We had time on our hands, almost a full day to watch and refine my loose plan. You can see it pretty well from the tree stand. I moved it where it had a view because they parked the plane in the exact same place every time. They used to have a second flight that they took to the terminal, but not anymore. You'd think the movement of troops would be easier if they took the plane to their barracks, Elias said. I shook my head. Their planes don't marry up to our jet bridge. Our military planes don't either, for that matter. What else do they have in the 3 hangars besides the civilians? Supplies for the prisoners? I don't know beyond that. Can't even fathom a guess. Levi had told us everything he knew. It was 3 months' worth of surveillance, boiled down to a few minutes of intelligence information. It's important enough that they'd rather inconvenience their own soldiers than make it inconvenient for the supplies and the prisoners. Is that a good sign or bad? No clue, Mr. Mayor. Elias chuckled. I keep forgetting that you used to be somebody. I shook my head. I was never anybody. I was surrounded by great people who made me look good. The plan, Elias reminded me. I walked through what I had. It wasn't great, but it was good enough. Patton said a good plan executed violently now was better than a perfect plan executed later. We went outside so I could sketch the airport into the snow and walk through it a second time. Most people remembered a plan when they could visualize it. It worked in the Marines. If a technique worked, there was no sense in changing it. Phase 2. The plane arrived, dropped off pallets of material, and left, taking a full company's worth of soldiers with it. It wasn't clear what was on the pallets, besides boxes labeled with kanji. The binoculars gave me a great view, but didn't tell me anything that I could understand. I think we should get some sleep. I'll take the middle watch, 90 minutes each. I made eye contact with Rob, who hadn't said much. Do you have any questions or anything to add? We don't know as much as I think we need to know. But that doesn't matter anymore, does it? The other 4 groups are going to start their attacks at midnight, so we have to go, don't we? His assessment was sobering, even though I'd been under no illusions that we were set up to win. We were set up to try our best with 4 diversions, and then the main attack at the airport. Main attack. I had to use the term loosely, since there were only 4 of us. We have to go. 2 of us will take out the guardhouse and make life hard for those in the terminal, and 2 of us will free the prisoners. We'll let the response teams go, if there are any, which means we will have armed and awake soldiers in our rear area. But there are no battle lines, just us in the middle of them. Elias nodded knowingly while staring into the distance, reminiscing about a time long before. He clenched his jaw as he fought against thinking too hard about the losses he'd seen. He had hardened over the years, but his life had come full circle. Would this raid depend on him operating outside the parameters of the Geneva Convention? We weren't the U.S. government. We hadn't signed anything. But then again, I still had an active commission because I retired with it. I never resigned my commission. I'd have to comply because I was bound by the Constitution. But Elias and Rob were Alaska revolutionaries, free to operate as they wanted. I was in charge. I would be held responsible no matter what happened. Try not to torture anyone or shoot anyone who has surrendered, I said, looking specifically at Elias. You want us to take prisoners? 2 of us? He made a face that suggested he had no intention of taking prisoners. Disarm them and send them barefoot into the snow. The terminal doors should lock behind them. They can find their way back inside before they get frostbite, because you won't be there that long. That's different from taking prisoners. Incapacitate them so they can't fight back, then move on. You think that 2 of us can do that? There's supposedly 1,500 troops here. 2 of us. Making 1,500 men take off their boots and go outside. They're carrying their rifles with them. Is that seriously your order? Now he looked angry. I couldn't order him to take such a risk. It sounded better in my mind. No, use your discretion. Wreak havoc by blowing the armory, and then get the hell out of there. That's your order, if you need one. But we're all volunteers in this man's army. That's more like it, Colonel. Don't give orders we can't possibly follow. I know better than that. It was just a thought. Reality suggests it's going to be wall-to-wall with soldiers in there. You're right that I have to be the face for the civilians. Their mayor coming to rescue them. That reminded me. Levi, have you seen Mayor McIntyre or any of the old assembly or sheriff? We threw them in jail, but it appears the occupation army pulled them out and restored them to their old positions. I haven't seen them. Sorry. The sergeant major knew what they looked like. They had been his enemies, too. They might not be staying here. In fact, soldiers could be staying around the city. Why would they restore power if they weren't going to use the facilities in the homes? They had to clear the railway and bring in fuel, oil, and coal. Then they had to secure the railway. I can't believe we're the only guerrilla group out here. Alaskans don't like being oppressed, I suggested. Levi snorted. Alaskans are perfectly happy disappearing into the woods and living off the land. I'd be doing that if it weren't for my wife and kids, but I never had the opportunity to free them. Without someone to watch my back, it's been a no-go. I want them out of there, tonight. So did I. There was a great deal of trepidation, so sleep wouldn't come for any of us, but we could rest. I stood outside with Luke for company, while the other 3 relaxed on a recliner, a couch, and a bed. They wrapped themselves in blankets and used cold pillows, property left behind by the previous occupants. They'd get their house back, even though it had been lived in for months, albeit surreptitiously. The sergeant major had covered his tracks well and stayed under cover, all the while observing and waiting. It was patience that only someone who had spent their career hurrying up to wait could manage. His wife and daughters were a few hundred yards away, and there had been nothing he could do about it. Until now. I lost myself in my thoughts until Rob relieved me. He gripped my forearm in a friendly way. Neither of us might see the morning. It was the way of war. Or both of us could. Luck would play too great a factor to make any guarantees. Luke and I headed inside and snuggled together on the couch. He hogged way too much of it for me to get comfortable, but at least he added warmth because he was big and hairy. Levi and I were the civilian freeing team. It made the most sense. Elias and Rob had no ties to the civilians from Fairbanks, and Elias was better suited to raining death and destruction on the unsuspecting soldiers in the terminal. I tried to envision how they had 1,000 soldiers and an armory in there, but couldn't. I figured 500 would be pushing it. But then again, a plane load of 100 passengers filled one gate area, and there were 4 gates. It wasn't a big terminal, but there were 2 almost equal-sized floors. Maybe they could squeeze 1,000 troops in there. But 1,500? No way. They had to have a secondary location to bed down their troops, like hotels in town. We also figured the officers and NCOs might not be with the troops. Elias would take advantage no matter the situation. I wished him and Rob the best. We kicked off at 11, moving through the trees that shielded the house to the road beyond. That left us only 200 feet to the hangars. 50 feet to our right, a stand of trees in the median would provide cover for us. We quickly crossed when there were no sounds or vehicle lights. We would have had the advantage of darkness, but the airport lights cast long shadows. We stuck to the shadow caused by trees in the median, and once under cover, we went prone to wait and listen before moving closer to the hangar. In 50 feet, there was a small frontage road with direct access to the hangars. There was no fence, but barriers had been erected across the driveways leading from the access road. Watching carefully, we spotted a head popping up to take a look from behind the barrier at the nearest entrance, the one that was blocked from the tree stand's view. "That's a mite inconvenient," I whispered. "I can shoot him, but then we'd have the horde turned our way," Levi replied. "I never saw any guys on this side except for the randos that walked around the building, but the frequency of those patrols lessened as the weather got colder. These guys aren't very robust." I had to laugh at that. I'd come to the same conclusion. That's why we were out here in the dead of night, suffering under the brutal cold with a wolf lying next to me. He sensed the tension and decided that he'd be a second skin for me. Maybe he thought he was my protector in what was going down that night. I was good with him at my side. In fact, I couldn't have wanted anything better. He might be useful as a distraction, unless they tried to shoot him, and then I'd have to go berserk. They didn't want that. I didn't know if my old body could handle that level of rage. Don't shoot my wolf. If only they listened to my silent demand, we could make war like proper gentlemen. When we went overseas, I always thought to myself that this wasn't my fight, but I had to convince my Marines that it was. Now this is our fight, and I find myself in the company of very few. Me and you, Sergeant Major, Elias and Rob. 13 more out there ready to shoot and scoot. This is our fight, and I'm here to win. Nothing personal, Mayor, but I'm here to get my wife and daughters. I need your help to do that. Anyone else we can free is gravy. I wanted you to know where I stand. I know, Levi. No surprises. We free our people and turn them loose into the city. You get your wife and daughters, bring them back here. I hope these people have coats and boots. The ones we'd seen assisting in offloading the plane had been attired for winter. What about the rest? Gaps in our knowledge that wouldn't be filled until we were inside. Whatever they had would have to be good enough. The civilians could filter into town and start their own crusade to undermine the soldiers. With enough pushback, the occupation army wouldn't be able to collect the people a second time. The citizens would be ready to face the enemy. Every street would be a war zone, every house a fight to the death. The occupiers weren't equipped or manned for such an effort. Their invasion depended on us being beaten down through the loss of power, water, and sewers, lack of food and supplies, and, most importantly for a 21st century society, communication and information. We lost everything that made ours a modern civilization. The invaders restored the city's basic needs after they arrived. They were the saviors, fixing the problems that they created to establish our dependence upon them. They could have left people to their own devices, but they didn't. The occupation army knew it was best not to let an underground get established. They were correct, because we were stymied until our small Alaskan Revolutionary Army returned from the bush. Our people saw no end to their suffering once they surrendered. The Chinese beat us without firing a shot. We ended that last week, but there would be more suffering. "Are you ready?" I asked. Was that enough time for Elias and Rob to get into position? Levi countered. There could be no shooting or engagement until they had the guardhouse secured. That's on them. We have 10 minutes to close on our surprise guy and finish him. We need to do it quietly, so we can be next to the hangar when the fireworks start. He nodded in the darkness. He knew the plan. This wasn't a time for hesitation. I'm good. My wife and daughters are in one of those 3 hangars. Let's go get them. We'll split up once we take the guard. You go right, I'll move left. Stay low. He didn't pick up his head very high. If he chooses to look, he may miss us. It's light over here. If he doesn't see us, it'll be because he's not looking, Levi said. Then that's what it'll be. Be prepared to shoot him. I have the bullpup. I can hit him with one of their own weapons. Maybe they'll think it was an accidental discharge. Have you heard any weapons fire since you've been here? None at all. That gave me confidence. We had them right where we wanted them, thinking there was no risk. I motioned for us to move, slashing forward with a knife hand. Levi flared out to my right, and I went left. We crouched as we hurried across the road. Speed was our friend. The layer of hardpack on the road muffled our steps. I aimed my bullpup at the spot where I'd seen his head pop up, but he didn't appear. My hopes for a clean engagement rose. Levi and I closed on the position. We reached the solid wood barrier at the same time and thrust the muzzles of our rifles over the top. The space behind was empty. To my left, Luke dodged around the second barrier and was growling at a dark lump that had stopped crawling. I jumped the wood construction to aim my rifle at the enemy soldier who'd been changing positions but was now backing toward me. He was slowly bringing his rifle around while Luke stalked forward, one softly padded step after another. Don't do it, I snarled, and lunged to grab the rifle's short barrel, keeping it aimed toward the sky. The soldier jerked his attention to me, fear gripping his features. His teeth chattered. I wasn't sure if it was from the cold or fear, but he wasn't the cutting edge of frontline soldiers. He looked young, but I was old. Everyone looked young to me. He let go of his bullpup, and I handed it to Levi behind me. Barefoot and running through the snow, the sergeant major reminded me. Luke. I stepped between the wolf and the soldier. You speak English? English, he enunciated. No. He was a minimal threat. After relieving him of his equipment belt where he had one spare full magazine, I stepped back. Give me your boots. I stabbed my finger at his footgear. He shook his head. I jabbed the barrel of my rifle into his face. He threw his hands up and cowered before slowly unlacing his boots and kicking them toward me. I took them one at a time and threw them as far as I could in opposite directions. Luke took off after the second one. It took the wolf 5 seconds to run it down and bring it back to me. Levi wasn't amused. Sir, it's midnight. He kept his new rifle trained on the hangar in front of us, watching for the roving guard. Yep, that means it's time to go. I gestured for the soldier to move toward the road and keep going. He stepped through the barrier and walked with his hands on his head. That was enough for me. He was unarmed. I jogged toward the building, making sure to land flat-footed with my weight forward and knee flexed. I didn't want to slip and crack my head on the icy pavement. Luke ran alongside us, still carrying the boot. It would have looked intimidating to someone who didn't know the truth. I didn't bother. Luke was on his own, but I wouldn't let anyone shoot at him if I could stop it. Levi went to the right and stopped at the corner of the hangar. I went left. There was no one outside the building on my side. Levi signaled that his side was clear too. We were at the middle of the 3 hangars where the civilians were being kept. The other 2 appeared to be unguarded as well. The thought that the civilians inside had been killed jumped into my mind. Why would they abandon their hostages if they were still of use? My trusty Timex showed that it was 5 minutes past midnight, and there had been no fireworks. There had been no attack on the terminal. As long as we didn't have to shoot, we still had surprise. I gestured to Levi that we should enter the hangar from opposite sides. He nodded, and we stepped away from the corner and out of sight of each other. I moved to the access door on the side, but found it locked. I did the first thing I could think of. I knocked. And then I knocked a second time. I heard the doorknob grind as it turned, and the door popped open. I charged in, knocking a soldier to the deck. The real fight begins. I had no choice. They were armed, and for an instant they were surprised. My bullpup was already aimed in their direction. I shot the man in my direct line of sight, then the next, finishing the engagement by clicking the bullpup to full auto and sweeping the small hallway. I saved one last shot for the man on the floor, and then changed magazines. People started screaming from the open area at the end of the short hall, with 2 doors left and 2 to the right. The closest door closed and clicked shut while I watched. I kicked it in at the knob and jumped back. A small barrage of fire greeted me through the open doorway and through the wall to my right. I sprayed fire into the room until the bolt locked to the rear. I swapped the magazine with a fresh one and sent the bolt home, chambering around. I pulled the closest fallen body to me and helped myself to his spare magazine to fill the empty slot in my pouch. I shoved his body behind me to hold the door open. I counted 6 down the hall, at least 1 in the room to my left. 7 wasn't a good number. There had to be more in the final 3 rooms, 2 on the right and 1 on the left. A face peeked out from around the corner. It wasn't a soldier. A young man, a teenager. "How many soldiers are in here?" I called. I took a big step forward and then crouched. "I don't know. Are you here to save us?" I nodded after moving from where I was when I spoke. I had no desire to give a hiding enemy my position. I kicked the door open in front of me and was once again greeted by rapid fire that was far too close for comfort. I saw 2 soldiers inside the room snap firing into the open doorway. They'd been aiming where I had been and fired wildly on full auto. After kicking the door, I was already diving for the deck. I rolled to my back and fired into the wall on a line straight to the enemy. I sprayed left to right and then brought it back, sending more rounds through the wall at a height of 1 to 2 feet. Screams from within announced the enemy had been hit but not killed. Shoot them in the legs or in the head if they were crouched or even prone. Any hit from this range could incapacitate an enemy, but for how long was the question. Quickness and violence of action would determine the outcome. They'd collect their wits and then shoot back. I fired again at their noises and ended by dropping the empty magazine and tapping a replacement into the slot. Loading the magazine behind the trigger was awkward, and I wasn't anywhere near as quick as I wanted to be. My mind screamed as my senses couldn't keep up with the frenetic pace of combat inside a building. I couldn't look everywhere at once. I had enemies on both sides while I was trapped in a short hallway. I could have run to the hangar, but then I'd have left armed enemies behind me with nothing but collateral damage if the soldiers fired in my direction. There were too many civilians as a backdrop. I was left with one choice. I had to clear the last 2 rooms. I took the path of least resistance and fired through the thin walls. I sprayed each room once, changed magazines and hit them again, barging into the one on the right while still firing. A desk was inside. I fired into the space under and behind it before heading to the other room. I swapped to my last full magazine. I needed to strip the dead soldiers for theirs when I had a moment. The sound of gunfire from across the hangar was much louder than my shots in the confined space of the hallway and the rooms. The hangar acted as an echo chamber, magnifying the noise. I fired 3 rounds through the door and kicked it in. A soldier rolled around on the floor, clutching at a bullet wound in his abdomen. I relieved him of his weapon and left him. "Hey, kid!" I shouted as I unloaded the injured soldier's bullpup and leaned it against the wall. I pocketed 2 magazines. The teenager leaned around the corner and pointed at himself. The firing from within the hangar stopped, and I heard Levi shouting his wife's name. "Come on!" I motioned for the teen to join me. I glanced toward the wounded man, but he was no longer moving and had turned ashen. He hadn't survived the damage to his body. The boy tentatively joined me. "Collect the weapons and spare magazines. They're each carrying one in addition to what's in the rifle. If they have any grenades, bring those to me. When you're finished, bring all the rifles to me, and I'll distribute them to any soldiers in the hangar. Hurry up now, the clock is ticking." I strode down the hallway to find that the hangar floor was a sea of blankets. It was nowhere near as warm as I would have thought, because the building turned out to be uninsulated. How much would the invaders spend to keep prisoners comfortable? Not much, as I discovered. It was probably barely above freezing, only because of the warm bodies crowded closely together. "Are there any enemy soldiers hiding in here?" I shouted. "No," an older woman near me said. The woman next to her screamed and pointed. Luke stood in the hallway, with blood on his muzzle. He must have helped himself to a bite from one of the bodies. I wasn't happy about that. "He's with me. Luke, what did you do?" He loped toward me, baring his fangs at the captives who cleared a path. He rammed himself against my leg and leaned heavily. I scratched his thick neck hair. "Who's in charge?" I shouted. The din of excited conversation filled the area. The sergeant major forced his way through the throng. "My wife isn't here." "Then we need to clear those other hangars. Find me some shooters. We have 10 rifles to hand out, but there's only 1 mag for each. I used a bunch clearing that hallway." "Who are you shooting at?" I scanned the crowd while talking. I needed someone in charge, and I needed to add troops to my small army. "One guard who was trying to hide behind human shields. I took him out when I had a clear shot." "Here," someone called. "We have the mayor." Clint Carstairs, I wondered. But it wasn't him. My lip twisted, and I raised my rifle when I saw former Mayor McIntyre. She wasn't living a glorious life on the outside. She was in here with the other captives. I still wanted to punch her in the face. She was the lackey who helped inform the Chinese that an invasion was possible, that the people would submit. "You belong in jail," I said. She spread her arms wide. "Where do you think we've been for the past 2 months?" "You're not in charge here. I am," I declared to my own surprise. "You're one of them, and then they turned their back on you. When we get out of here, you better run for your life, because you have no friends on either side of this fight." "Sir," Levi interrupted. "Let's go." "Listen up," I shouted. "We need an interpreter, and we need soldiers, those who can shoot a gun. 1 shot, 1 kill people, because we don't have much ammo. Line up over here if you want your chance for payback." As the people shuffled around, I bellowed, "Hurry!" That encouraged them to move more quickly. Levi sorted out 10 and gave them the bullpups with whatever ammunition we scavenged. The teen stood proudly by, having helped his rescuers. I winked at him. No one identified themselves as an interpreter. We'd have to make do with the communication gap. Arming more volunteers took 2 minutes. During that time, I told the group, maybe 2,000 civilians, what was coming next. "You need to grab whatever coats and blankets you have. We're going to turn you loose. I want you to head into the city. Go home, arm yourselves, and resist any actions the soldiers take to recapture you. We're fighting back, people. With each victory, we gain more weapons. These soldiers are an occupation army, not a frontline group. You can beat them. Look at us. We've come this far and intend to keep going until the enemy is gone." Levi motioned for my bullpup. I had my M1 and my pistol. I handed it over and untangled myself from the Garen's sling. I wrapped it once around my forearm to keep it from flopping around. I pointed at half the group Levi had assembled. "You 5 come with me. The rest of you go with the sergeant major. And everyone else, out this door and to the main road, then run for it. We're taking our city back." I motioned toward the door that Levi had entered. The hallway was cluttered with dead bodies. The civilians didn't need to see the carnage of war. I took my 5 to the front hangar door and set into the larger doors that allowed aircraft in. Before we went outside, I wanted to get them on the same page. We weren't going to employ any unit tactics. We didn't have time for that. We were going to OK corral them, stay farther apart, line abreast, and shoot the enemy in front of us. Luke was still with me. I was happy to see him. He was big enough that my hand fell naturally to his neck, so I found it easy to scratch behind his ears. There was much confusion and strange milling about inside the hangar. "What do we eat?" someone asked. "Whatever you can find," I told that person. "Get out there and start living, because this hangar isn't going to be a great place after tonight." "Who are you to do this to us?" another voice demanded. Someone standing next to him cuffed him in the side of the head. "He's the mayor. Just do as he says. Stop being a soup sandwich." The person next to him must have been military at some point. I hadn't heard that phrase in a long time. I shook off the exchange and focused on my squad. They held their weapons, but I wasn't sure they knew them. "Selector level. First click is semi-auto. Only use that. Don't go full auto. You don't have enough ammunition. Aim and then fire. Don't panic fire. We're better than them. Believe that. Spread out, stay even with me, and keep your barrel pointed in the direction of the enemy." With a final nod and look of confidence, I rushed out the door and jogged toward the next hangar. It was barely 100 feet away, but I only made it 20 feet before stopping. The others didn't spread out. They stayed behind me because we faced an array of enemy soldiers lined up on the tarmac and aiming at us. "Your orders?" the man behind me asked. "Spread out like I told you, and keep your weapons pointed at the ground. Move slowly." They didn't move. "I meant now, gentlemen," I called over my shoulder. They reluctantly moved out, 4 to one side and 1 to the other. I wasn't impressed by my squad. It was easy to be motivated when you weren't staring down the barrels of an enemy's weapons. An explosion sounded in the distance. One of the teams was doing some damage. It wasn't the first. Revving truck engines filled the night as response teams raced down nearby roads. The troops in front of us seemed shaken by the noise of battle. An occupation army that never expected to fight. "Any of you speak English?" I called. "Sorry, but we don't speak Chinese. Then again, we're not in China, are we?" I couldn't help but taunt them. Being in someone else's home was demanding of a certain decorum. "You drop weapons," a man called from behind the soldiers. He wore more on his uniform than the others. I didn't know if he was an NCO or an officer. It didn't make any difference to me. The only thing that mattered was that we had someone we could communicate with. "What are you doing here in Fairbanks? There's nothing here for you." "Drop weapons," he reiterated. He hadn't ordered his soldiers to fire. Some of their weapons wavered. Holding aim for an extended period was a losing proposition. Our muscles weren't designed for that. Plus, the soldiers were anxious. A truck drove down the taxiway toward us. We were about to be surrounded. I glanced toward it. The vehicle was military, just like the others we'd seen. After making it this far, I was going to be forced to surrender. That's not what I wanted. What about going out in a blaze of glory? That wouldn't help the 5 men around me. That wouldn't help the civilians who streamed from the side of the hangar and into the half-light of the main road into town. The truck passed us and turned slowly toward the hangar that we faced. It drove slowly until the last second. Then it accelerated. A small explosion rolled across the airport from behind me. It was immediately followed by an immense blast. A volcano of flame and smoke rose from the terminal. Everyone looked at it. The mushroom cloud was impressive. When I turned back to face the enemy soldiers, the truck bore down on them, accelerating as much as possible. It raced down the line, running over the soldiers who were distracted by the armory's destruction. "Go!" I shouted at my squad and ran toward the enemy. The soldiers with the wherewithal to have dodged the truck found us coming at them full speed. One raised a rifle. I shot at him. Unlike the movies, shooting while running was wildly inaccurate. I dove to the side and slid to a knee where I could send well-aimed rounds at the soldiers attempting to fight. The one who spoke English backed away. I jogged toward him, aiming my rifle that had to look and sound like a cannon compared to the standard-issue Type 95 bullpups. He threw his pistol down and raised his hands. The truck powered through a slide to point it in my direction. It drove up and stopped. Elias hopped out of the driver's side, and Rob jumped out the other. "It looked like you could use some help. I expect the real reason was that you wanted to be as far away from the terminal as you could get." I shook his hand. "That too." I never took my eyes from our prisoner. "We need to check out the civilians in the hangar behind you." He assumed a brave face, clenching his jaw and staring into the distance. I jabbed him in the chest with the barrel of my old man's M1. "That wasn't a suggestion. Move!" He stumbled backward, and I pressed him to keep going. He finally turned around and walked toward the hangar. I kept bumping his back with the barrel. "How many soldiers are inside?" I asked. He shrugged. I hadn't expected him to tell me. I appreciated that he showed some spine after seeing his troops mowed down. Elias caught up to me. He held the man's pistol. "He didn't have one in the chamber," he reported. "There is now." "It's no good if you can't use it," I replied. I checked behind us to find only 4 of my squad. "Rob took one to gather weapons for the civilians. That was the plan, right?" "And it still is. Good job." No one needed to be thanked for doing what had to be done. It was good initiative, though. I figured the soldiers Elias had run down were the soldiers from the second hangar. I wondered how Levi was getting along. "Did you see the sergeant major?" "No." Elias didn't bother shaking his head. My attention was on the man in front of me. He angled toward the side door. "Front door," I told him, and used my rifle to change his direction. He adjusted to where I wanted him to go. "Why are you in my town?" "Orders," the enemy soldier replied. I couldn't argue with that. "Orders to do what?" "Occupy country that needed help," he explained. That made sense, too, even though the only reason we needed help was because of Chinese interference. Create the problem that you portend to fix. Then again, they were able to fix problems because they reestablished deliveries of fuel oil to turn the power plant on, and they delivered food to our people. I wasn't grateful to the enemy. Without their interference, we would have been just fine. They caused our problems both indirectly and directly. Not that we didn't have enough of our own to deal with. The homeless kitchen was a prime example that not everything was great in the before time. That reminded me that Dorothy hadn't found me. She must not have been in the center hangar, where less than half of the town's remaining population was accounted for. "We can argue about that later. If you don't want more of your people killed, you'll cooperate with us. You'll find that occupying Alaska and controlling Alaska are 2 far different concepts. You'll not pump another barrel of oil out of here. Then we're going to stop the gold. You were here for that stuff. We know it. You can no longer get it. It's time for you to leave." "Not all. Occupation force is small. You have no power here." I nudged him again with my rifle. "We have the power of the land. This is our home. We have nowhere else to go, so we're going to fight you to our last breath. What do you think of that?" "You surrender. We will not kill you," he replied. "You got some serious cojones, brother, so you've earned my respect. But you're still my prisoner, and your people are on the losing end. How many do you think are still alive? That building explosion was something, wasn't it?" "You kill unarmed sleeping men?" "Who had no business here. Following orders, they followed bad orders. Orders from people like you who sent them to their death. I think we're going to wipe out the remains of your occupation army. Your boast is weak. Now, open that door. I grabbed his collar to keep him from sounding the alarm and then jumping out of the way. He said something in Chinese and yanked the door open. He tried to dive away, but I jerked him back. A burst of fire came from inside, and the officer stiffened. Elias shot a soldier inside with 3 rounds from the officer's pistol. "Works great," he announced right before he charged through the opening, ducking to the side once he was in. A second later, Rob bolted through and took the other side of the open doorway. I let go of my prisoner, and he toppled. After taking 3 bullets to the chest, he was in no condition to continue his campaign against us. His body armor didn't stop the rifle bullets from this range. It slowed them down, but they didn't exit the body. "Clear." 1 soldier was all they left behind, unless there were more at the side door. We'd get that information from those inside. The lights had been dimmed, but the sea of heads was obvious. This hangar had also been filled with civilians. Maximum confusion. "Dorothy? Mrs. Walter? Are you in here?" I bellowed over the heads of the crowd. "Here, Cory!" Dorothy's voice sounded strong. She wasn't far, and forced her way through the crowd to get to me. "Are there any more enemy soldiers in here? And can you find us an interpreter? Mine's under the weather," I joked with Elias. This was the time for dark humor. We couldn't get lost in remorse or grief, although I didn't have any. These were the enemy. They had no business being in my city. If they suffered and died, that was on their leadership for putting them in harm's way. Not only that, they did it without preparing them for the fight. An occupation army. That was less than useless. These were little more than crossing guards, but I no longer felt sorry for them. Dorothy rushed up and bear-hugged me. I barely had time to get my rifle out of the way and block the trigger from getting bumped. "I'm glad you're okay," I told her. "Stay close, and don't be afraid of the wolf." "What wolf?" I looked around to find that Luke was nowhere to be seen. "He'll show up." The civilians pressed in around me. I lifted my chin and shouted, "I want everyone to grab your stuff, your boots, coats, blankets, and whatever else you can carry. I need you to get out of the hangar and head into the city. Go home or find an empty house to stay in. Hunker down, find weapons, and fight the enemy wherever they might show up. We have them on the run and are close to getting our city back." I didn't know if they were on the run, but with the loss of the barracks, that represented most of the enemy's soldiers, and from the extent of the blast, all of their major weapons. I had hoped to arm the civilians on their way into town, but that wasn't possible. It was one of many particulars within a plan that failed after first contact with the enemy. Newest intelligence suggested that the few weapons we liberated from dead soldiers would be the only ones we handed out. "Do we have a ride?" Dorothy asked. "No, we're almost all walking. Laura has the ATV and 3 dog teams. We have 8 other dog teams around the city. Those volunteers are blowing stuff up and engaging enemy soldiers." "Why didn't they have more soldiers guarding you?" "Where were we going to go? We didn't have enough cold weather clothing to make it worth escaping. They fed us and kept us just warm enough," Dorothy explained. "Made you dependent. It's how you manage an occupation and not an invasion. Manipulation and control without firing a shot. No wonder they had so few troops in the hangars and were pulling out the extras." I squeezed Dorothy's shoulder. It was good to know she had survived. "How many civilians are here with you?" Dorothy shrugged. "Not even the slightest idea." "I guess it doesn't matter. Go around and remind them what they're supposed to be doing. Heading into town, finding a house, and making it a fortress against these soldiers. Fight them with all that they have." Dorothy hurried away and shouted at a group of people before moving to the next. The sergeant major's wife never spoke up. She must have been in the 3rd hangar, where Levi was headed. I felt a furry head ram into my hand. Luke was anxious with all the people and the gunfire. We were overwhelming him with things he wasn't used to. He was ready to go home. I ruffled the hair on his head, and he leaned heavily against my leg. Rob returned to report that there were no other enemy soldiers in the building, but he propelled a young woman toward me when he neared. "Can I help you?" I asked her. "Your interpreter. Rob announced. I see. Are you willing to help us? We're liberating the city from the invaders. It's time to choose a side. I want to think that you had no choice but to aid the soldiers. If you did it of your own free will, then we'll leave you here, unharmed. I have no desire to take prisoners. I will go with you, she replied without hesitation. You'll be saving lives. We don't want to kill any more of your soldiers. She shook her head. They are not my soldiers. I'm American, born and raised here to Chinese parents. I'll get the rest of the story later, but for now, just stay close to Dorothy, who is staying close to us. Don't do anything weird, and the wolf won't bite you. A wolf is a sign of courage, strength, and loyalty. She bowed her head. Is that an old Chinese proverb? She laughed. It's Native American. Hell, I was the worst at knowing what I should have known. Dad hadn't taught me that, and I had learned everything Native American from him. It was in our blood. It wasn't life or death, just a neat fact, nothing more. I put it from my mind. Elias, as soon as everyone is out of here, we'll leave too, unless you know some reason we should stay. He clapped me on the shoulder. We won this round, my friend, but I have bad news. The bulk of their forces weren't in the terminal. You are telling me this now? There was no reason to bring it up earlier, but we should probably get going. Don't get me wrong, they're disoriented and messed up, but we only took a few hundred at the terminal. Now, they have no arms or ammunition. They weren't sleeping with their weapons. You could have said that you had good news and bad news, and then asked me which one I wanted first. Would it have made a difference? Elias countered. The civilians finally demonstrated some sense of order and discipline as they filed toward and out the side door, the one the soldier initially directed me toward. He knew there was a guard waiting at the other door. Maybe he wasn't leading me astray, but he could have told the soldier not to shoot. His loss. We'd never know what he was thinking. He came out on the short end of his subterfuge. Pick up the pace, people, I shouted as the group headed outside, underdressed and underfed, where they would get colder and have even less to eat. I figured they'd start surrendering in a day or two. I had asked a lot of them, maybe too much. Would there be anyone to surrender to? I didn't think so. The enemy was using their trucks, and we were taking those out of service. The response teams would get attacked by the volunteers. Fewer and fewer trucks. Make it logistically untenable for the soldiers to remain. Where's their chow hall? I asked Elias. I didn't see one. We could use the food they have stored for the good people running for their lives. I nodded toward the exiting crowd. Your army of volunteers is leaving. I doubt the red flags will just give the supplies to us. Where do you think they might be? I pressed. Elias shrugged. I'm not in a hurry to find out. We've stirred the hornet's nest. Once they get their feet under them, they'll bring whatever firepower they can find and start laying waste. There are only 4 of us here. He scanned the area. Where's Levi? He probably found his wife and daughters and is taking them to safety. I expected he would take them back to the house we recently occupied. I bet he'll be back at the house. We should be getting ourselves to safety, don't you think? We're close to decisively winning this battle. Don't get greedy. We've already won, far more than we expected. There's going to be a lot more fight before we can declare any kind of victory. And you know we'll have to spring the prisoners again. Not everyone can defend themselves. I figure a quarter of them will be back within a couple days. That was my estimate, based on nothing more than a gut feeling. But there was a quarter out there who would never come back. Their freedom was far too precious, and they wouldn't give it up, now that they knew better. We were fighting for the 50% who would resist. What's the chance that they'll put people back in the hangars? Rob asked. I was being kind when I agreed they'd be back in here. The enemy won't do it a second time. Their occupation army will become an invading army without restraints. But we know those people out there can fight back. Even the smallest effort will gain traction. How many are going to die, Mr. Mayor? Elias said. The more damage we cause to the enemy psyche, the fewer of our people die. So what do you say we get to the business of causing them the most grief? Every truck that goes out with a squad inside gets riddled with bullets. We take their ammo and use it to shoot up the next truck. They lose trucks and people. What about the plane? Do you think it'll still come? Elias asked. Maybe we can set up a welcoming committee. But first, we need to regroup. We're scattered, and I'm tired, not thinking 100%. I'm tired too. Let's get out of here while we're still upright. Elias headed for the door we'd entered from. He peeked out quickly before stepping through. Rob walked out behind him, and Dorothy pulled her blanket tightly around her. The interpreter wore her puffy coat. Luke followed us, but ran ahead the second he was outside. Elias made a beeline for the house Levi had taken over. Civilians meandered down the road. Their sense of urgency receded once in the cold. Some wore tennis shoes, others wore boots. Some had good winter coats, while others had nothing but a sweatshirt. All wrapped themselves in blankets. The children were at the greatest disadvantage. Mothers and fathers did their best to keep the little ones between them. I wondered why they hadn't left town in the waning days before the power ran out, but the decision had been theirs to make. I wanted people to take responsibility for their own decisions, but that was pie-in-the-sky dreaming. There would always be an excuse for why a bad decision was someone else's fault. But this was all on me. I had forced them from the hangar and into the cold of night. Did that matter as much as retaking our state? Did I conscript the entire remaining civilian population of Fairbanks? Yes, I had. Welcome to the Alaskan Revolution. Elias slowed and stopped. I resisted the urge to look inside the first hangar we'd gone into to find that not all had left. Maybe they'd leave in the morning when it was light out. Or maybe they'd stay there and hope someone brought them food. Hope wasn't a good plan when it came to eating. The gaunt faces of those I'd seen suggested they weren't getting as many calories as they were used to, or what they even needed. This year had been a bad one for Fairbanks. Thanksgiving had come and gone. Next up was Christmas. Maybe we'd be free of the invaders by then. I couldn't be sure of anything, but for the moment, the armory was destroyed, and the prisoners were free. We'd take every moment we could get and live them, one by one. The civilians walked down the road, looking like a sad protest march when it was more like a diaspora. They returned home from where they'd been sent. I wanted them to go to their homes. It's what most of them would do. Then they'd scavenge their neighborhoods looking for anything to eat. What would the enemy be doing during this time? Even though I was bone tired, we had more to do. What do you say we take out a few trucks when they return from their counterinsurgency operations? Elias didn't want to, but he knew now was the best time. He grabbed my arm. Why are we walking? That truck I stole is right there. Runs just fine. We ran to it, jogging carefully to avoid slipping. We must have looked like the Keystone Cops. It wouldn't instill confidence in anyone watching. We climbed in the truck, putting Dorothy in the cab with Elias driving. The rest of us climbed into the back. Luke wouldn't jump in with us, so I stayed where he could see me. He'd run along behind. Elias drove down the tarmac and through the gate near the end of the smoking terminal. The other end of the building had collapsed into ruin. We continued onto the road. We stayed on Airport Way, but stopped short when we closed on the civilians. They moved out of the way to let us pass, but I didn't want to drive by them. I'd feel compelled to give the sick, lame, and children a ride. We'd be full in seconds, and then we couldn't give anyone else a ride or ambush another truck because we'd have a load of civilians. Stop here, I shouted toward the cab. I hoped Elias heard me. The truck kept rolling another 50 yards before it slowed and stopped. Did you say something? Elias called out the window. Back to the airport. Let's go in with guns blazing, my friend. We'll intercept them there. They haven't made it out here yet. Havoc. Sure, wind 'em up. Elias turned through the divider and headed back toward the terminal. He drove through the open fence and slowly rounded the end of the terminal. Soldiers milled about on the parking apron of the next hangar. They were unarmed, just like Elias had suggested. Let's give the truck to the civilians and get the hell out of here, I yelled. Elias turned around slowly to look less suspicious. My thoughts exactly. I don't want to shoot fish in a barrel. Let them leave. It was easy to think about killing them until we'd have to shoot unarmed men. They had no hope of arming themselves either. Soldiers without weapons weren't an immediate threat. If they were rearmed, then they would be viable. But for the moment, they were little more than refugees, a long way from home. And we could tell them that. "One more time, Elias. Take us back to those soldiers. We have an interpreter." "One more time, Colonel. Don't screw this up. Our asses are hanging out." "Always exacting with your thoughts, Uncle. I couldn't agree more. Drive past and let us yell at them from back here." He didn't acknowledge the order, but the truck looped around. "Here's what I want you to tell them." I held the interpreter's focus. "Tell them we'll let them go if they stay at the airport and catch the next plane out. No harm will come to them." The young woman shouted at the soldiers. They didn't seem convinced. "They've seen what we can do, and now we have an army that's bigger than theirs." She continued yelling at them in Chinese. One of those outside the hangar produced a pistol and took a shot at us. It ripped through the top of the truck. Most soldiers new to combat fired high. It was a rookie mistake. I aimed the M1 and squeezed the trigger. The shot hit the man in the center of his chest. He came off his feet and flopped backward. "Nice shot," Dorothy growled. She'd had enough of the enemy ruining her day. I was aiming for his head. Nothing like a little bravado to cement my place as a stone-cold warrior. "They want to know when the airplane is coming," the interpreter asked. "I'm sorry, but I didn't get your name." "Mei Wei," she replied. "Mei Wei, thank you. Please tell them to return to their barracks. The plane should come this afternoon as usual." She shouted the answer toward the soldiers. "Time to go, Elias." I was getting nervous sitting out there in the open with nowhere to hide and civilians in the line of fire. We'd taken enough risks already. The truck tires spun on the ice before gaining traction, and the vehicle lurched forward. Elias took us to the slowest of the civilians heading into town. He yelled for a man who looked more stalwart than the others. "Hey, can you drive a stick?" "Yep." "Get over here." His voice was commanding. He knew what needed to be done. He gave the young man 10 seconds of instruction and climbed out. "Take as many people home as possible, then do it again and again until you're out of gas." "What happens if they start shooting at me?" "Drive faster. Run them over if you have to. Persevere. You are driving the big truck. You are large and in charge." Elias punched him lightly in the shoulder. We climbed down. The young man ground the gears on the first couple shifts, but smoothed out after that. Within a minute, he had a full load of people and was running full steam down Airport Way. "This way," I told Dorothy and Mei Wei. We trudged across the median and back toward the airport. We dodged across the inbound lane and into the trees. Luke would have given us away if anyone was watching. He ran around like a happy puppy. I tried to ignore him, but he was in full play mode. Once in the trees, it was a casual walk to the house. We found Levi and his family inside. "I wondered when you were going to show up," Levi said, offering his hand. "I believe you've met my wife, but it was a long time ago in the grocery store warehouse." "Before the NCO Wives Group," I replied. "That was Laura all the way." She didn't look familiar, but that was a long time ago, and the world had been passing me by. It was a different time, even though it was less than a year ago. I nodded to the woman. The teenage daughters looked to be close in age and were clearly the product of the sergeant major and his wife. "Nice to meet you all." They also looked gaunt, all four of them. Levi had been watching and waiting for his moment with little food, but his dedication and loyalty hadn't allowed him to do anything but stay where he was. "Sorry it took us so long to break you out." Levi shook his head, but he kept his arm wrapped tightly around his wife while his daughters hugged them from the sides. "The time wasn't right before now. You showed up when the dominoes had already started to fall, which was because of you, too. They can't afford to fix the pipeline, not in the winter, and maybe not even when the weather turns. It's different up here where they have no experience. And now I'd like to think that they've lost leverage over their workforce of slaves. They no longer hold their families," I explained. although none of that mattered for the moment. I checked my watch. It wasn't even 1 a.m. All we had done took less than an hour. The hard parts took barely 20 minutes and had been exhausting. "We need sleep," Elias said. "If we get up early enough, we can be out of here before daylight to meet up with our sleds and your ride. I'll take first watch, then Rob, then Elias. 2 hours each. We'll push out of here by 7, and if we're lucky, we'll be with the others by 8 or even sooner. Just depends how much snow we have to crawl through and if we can get across the river." I descended into thinking about the logistics of the first part. "We could use a rope. There's a spool of 12-gauge wire in the shed," Levi offered. "That'll do. Bundle up and get some sleep, best you can." I moved outside, wrapped in a pair of sheets to provide camouflage and a little extra insulation against the cold. I sat just outside the door, bundled up, but had to stand as soon as I started to nod off. My legs hurt and my body ached. It cried out for sleep, but I couldn't. I wasn't completely out of coffee, but I had no access to hot water. I pulled a small baggie of Taster's Choice crystals out of my pocket and dumped a few on my tongue. It wasn't the best experience, but it was enough to give me a little boost. I would have preferred to enjoy my coffee hot out of a mug, but this was war. Sacrifices had to be made. When I stuffed the baggie back into my pocket, I found a bullet hole that hadn't been there earlier. Less than an inch from my skin, it had gone through my coat and past me. I never felt a thing, not the tug of the bullet ripping through the fabric or the fury of its passing. It was easy to shrug off. Dwelling on how close one came to death wasn't productive. Later this morning, we'd cross the river. We'd find the place with the best ice, where the current was slow, and then we'd tie everyone together in case of a breakthrough. We'd pull people across and out of the icy water. That would be yet another death-defying feat in a series of them. I hoped we wouldn't break through, because drying ourselves out would be problematic without building a fire. A truck approached and drove slowly past. I wondered if it was the young man Elias had tapped to drive, or if it was an enemy squad returning. I had my answer when the vehicle continued to the airport proper, and then more vehicles came. A convoy. I moved across the yard to the tree, but didn't climb the tree stand. There was no time. Many civilian vehicles were included in the parade. With the lights off inside and only ghostly backlighting from the airport, I couldn't tell exactly who was inside, but they seemed to be military. Definitely not ours. Was this a retrograde operation? I allowed myself a smile. The convoy continued past, a total of 8 military trucks, 15 civilian vehicles, and 1 tour bus. They drove into the airport and to the prisoner hangar, where they discharged passengers. I lost count, but it appeared that the first 50 civilians had been recaptured. There were many familiar faces. This group wasn't haphazard. It had been targeted. The sheriff, assembly members. It was the former elected leadership of Fairbanks. I didn't see the former mayor in the group. But the soldiers didn't take them inside. They stood them against the outside wall, near where Elias had run over the enemy squad, and where the bodies were slowly freezing into place. A platoon of soldiers faced the civilians. My heart nearly jumped out of my chest. The occupying army was calling our bluff. Would they grandstand and strike fear into the hearts of this group, get them to grovel? Would this bunch commit to collaborating with the enemy? I blinked, and it was over. The sound of the rifles firing slightly out of unison, and the secondary shots when the first didn't do the job, drove straight to my soul. I closed my eyes. The first ones to return had been executed. 4 civilians appeared from between the trucks. 2 soldiers each half-carried them close to the dead. An officer berated them. I couldn't see who it was until they were turned loose and sent running toward Airport Way. I took aim with my Garand. It would have been an easy shot, no more than 300 yards. My rifle was sighted in at that range. Point of aim was point of impact. With a gentle squeeze of the trigger, I would blow his head apart, right in front of his men. The sight picture through the rear aperture was steady. Focus on the front sight post. Place it on the fuzzy image of the target. I kept my finger off the trigger. I'd compromise our position. The enemy would send its soldiers to the place where the shot had come from. Now wasn't the time, but soon we'd eliminate the enemy from afar. They could come after us, and we'd draw them into an ambush. "What the hell was that?" Elias asked, making me nearly jump out of my skin. "They brought 50 of our people back, and then executed them." He hung his head. "The gloves are off. We need to start wasting some commies." It was a 60s thing to say. "Red flags," I corrected him. "It's time to start wasting red flags. Snipers and kill zones, but we have to be ready. We can't be popping off shots out here with a family behind us. We'd get all of us killed." "I'm not buying that." Elias gestured for my binoculars. "The one with the junk on his uniform? That the senior guy?" He was the one who ordered the platoon to shoot. Elias caressed his Win Mag 300. "It would be too easy if we took the shot. Decapitate the leadership right here, right now." But it was too late. The officer disappeared behind a truck. The rest of the soldiers boarded the vehicles, and the convoy returned to the access ramp and raced down Airport Way. I hung my head. They're murdering the civilians. If they bring the next bunch back here, let's be ready to kill as many of them as we can. Better tell everyone to get ready to move. I'll get them up. I headed into the house. No one was sleeping. "Bad news. You need to cross the river right now. The situation has changed, and our position here is untenable, or it will be when we start wasting their people. They brought about 50 civilians back and executed them. The convoy headed back into town to round up more, I believe. I'm not going to allow them to conduct another execution." Dorothy gasped. "Get ready to go, quick as you can." Levi stood and shrugged off his blankets. "It's on you to get them across the river and to the rendezvous point. We're going to set up a little party for when these scumbags return. Those who execute unarmed and bound prisoners are going to die. There is no other sentence. We're now in a war that is uglier than war needs to be. But know this, we sure as hell aren't going to let them win." The group got up without complaint. The groaning was how much their bodies were getting taxed, which I could relate to, but adrenaline flooded into me once more. Executions. And the victims were civilians. They called down the worst in humanity under the guise of reestablishing control over a cowed population. They'd already crossed the line. We blew up their barracks. Check that. We blew up their armory. They happened to billet people with the armory. That was their poor planning. We went from crawling to light speed in the blink of an eye. "I'll go with you," Mayway offered. I shook my head. "The time for talk is done." "There are very few who are bad. The rest want peace as much as you do," she pleaded. The officer gave the order, and the soldiers carried it out without hesitation. "No, they all need to go." "You are my people, but so are they," she started. I clenched my jaw. I didn't want circular reasoning. We were all human beings together, but only one of us executed unarmed civilians. Mayway continued. "Remove the bad officers, and the others will follow, fall in line, as you would say. There are 3 of you. You can't kill them all." "But we can try, ma'am. And you can keep yourself safe while we're doing it." "They know me," she said softly, "but they don't necessarily trust me. I speak with an accent that they find funny." "If you give us away, I'll kill you before you get a second word out of your mouth," Elias interjected. I thought the same, but I felt no need to threaten the young woman. I would have simply done it. Was she the enemy or an ally? The jury was still out. No verdict was in hand. "I won't. I can help. I don't want to see anyone else die." "Good thing you weren't out there earlier. You would have seen enough to make you sick." She bowed her head and sighed. "Get them out of here, Levi. Take care crossing the river." He held up the 12-gauge wire. "We'll take steps. Take my snowshoes so you can pioneer a way across." I handed over my gear. "What are you going to use?" he asked. "These guys." I jerked a thumb over my shoulder toward Rob and Elias. "They'll get me across." With a single look, the three of us left the house. We crossed the yard and took a position in the tree line. "What's the plan, Colonel?" Elias asked. "We're going to snipe them from the tree stand, the trees in the median, both left and right of the main hangar. We'll empty our rifles once and then leave, cross the river at the bend, and meet up at the pump house. We'll work our way to Seaway from there. I'll take the officer. That'll be your cue to start shooting. Rob, hit the shooters left to right. Elias, you're right to left. Get where you can see the area where they executed the first bunch. If they are going to do a second bunch, that's the place they'll do it." "What if they don't go there?" Elias asked. "Then we exfiltrate without engagement. Don't let them know we were watching." I was comfortable with not engaging. I didn't want revenge. I wanted to send a message that executing prisoners wasn't acceptable. People were going to die. I made eye contact with Mayway. "You stay with me." She nodded. "Let's get into place. Try not to fall asleep." The key word was try. We could only do what we were capable of doing. Rob and Elias ran across the open road and disappeared into the trees in the median. I climbed to the tree stand while Mayway waited at the bottom. I had given her one of my 2 sheets to wrap around herself to help her disappear into the snow below the branches. With the silence of an observation post, I could hear shooting in the city. I listened until I gave myself a headache, but what I discovered was that the shooting was far away and nothing but the 5.8mm Chinese rifles. Who was firing them? I wanted to believe it was the 20 former soldiers who we armed with fallen enemy weapons. Or it could have been grimmer, that the enemy was shooting everyone they ran across, whether armed or not. I wanted the civilians to disappear into homes and fight at a closer range where they weren't at such a disadvantage. I had no way of conveying that to them now. They had the 2 or 3 sentences I'd bellowed into the crowd when we turned them loose. There were no superheroes. Freeing the civilians was coming at a high cost. No one would forgive me for forcing the civilians into the open where the soldiers were mowing them down. But that was on the enemy. They were killing our people. "Come back," I begged. I wanted to get that officer in my sights. This time, I wouldn't hesitate. Luke curled up on the ground at Mayway's feet. She huddled next to him in the snow. The cold and dark closed in on me, and I waited, but the convoy didn't return. By 6 a.m, I called to Elias and Rob that it was time to go. They jogged slowly across the road to join me at the tree stand. I climbed down, and the 4 of us made our way to the river and across, crawling to spread our body weight out. We found and followed the tracks that Levi and his family had left. All the while, I descended into the abyss of second-guessing and failure. Regroup. The escape from the airport was anticlimactic. No one followed us. The sporadic shooting in town finally stopped. We followed the days-old tracks to a property where the dogs were bedded down and our ATV was parked out of sight. A tendril of smoke escaped the chimney. Despite the sign that someone was in the house, I welcomed the invitation of warmth. The 4 of us walked through the unlocked front door. After days in below-zero temperatures, anything above freezing was downright balmy, and this was warmer than that. It was probably 50 degrees in there. I happily removed layers. "Sorry, but we put out the fire so there wouldn't be any smoke in the daylight," Laura said while closing for a long hug. "I'm glad you're back." "I've been thinking," I started. Elias interrupted with a snort and laugh. "What are you going to ask us to do?" hit and run from sundown to sunup, I replied. We have to take out the trucks and their hunter-killer squads. That goes without saying. I'm game, but we probably need to see what kind of damage they did last night. We might not be the town's favorite people. We could get shot at from both sides. The harsh reality of expectations as they withered under the changes in strategy. They held our people hostage, and then they executed the ones they recovered. Fighting back always had to be an option. They did what? Dorothy asked. She stood in her socks with only a sweater to keep her warm. After the trial of the hangar's incarceration, she enjoyed the brief respite. Recaptured some of those we turned loose, brought them back to the hangar, and shot them. And then they went into town where there was more shooting. I don't know if they were shooting people on the street or being shot at, but the people we gave acquired weapons to didn't have much ammunition. Maybe some of that shooting was from our people, Elias suggested. Don't forget, they're here to wreak havoc. Once they heard the explosion from the airport and saw the civilians streaming into town, what do you think they did? I liked how he thought. It was something I had contemplated, but I didn't think the volunteers were inside the city. They would have been along the outskirts, but once the shooting started, they could have moved closer instead of going to ground. We can only hope. We'll find out in a few days. I need to get some sleep. The warmth and security of the house wrapped me in a cocoon to put my mind at ease. If Elias was right, then we had them on the run. I would have loved to move to a vantage point where I could watch the enemy's machinations through the day, but I was too tired to take another step. I'd pushed myself farther than I should have, but there was time enough to sleep when we were dead, or so they said. I wanted more time between now and then, though, and to delay the inevitable, I needed to be sharper than my tired mind allowed. In here, Laura replied without hesitation. The home had 3 bedrooms, and Laura had one of them for us. Evelyn and Harry were in one, which they gave up to Levi and his family. Dorothy insisted on sleeping on the couch, which was the warmest place in the house. Elias and Rob followed my lead, while Mayway stood there looking uncomfortable. Luke stood by her side, with her hand tightly gripping the long hair on the back of his neck. Oh, meet Mayway. She's our interpreter. She's from right here. Parents were immigrants. Say hi. I'm going to bed. Dorothy welcomed her. I recognize you. You always looked so uncomfortable translating for the tall guy who was kind of mean. Thank you. He is not a nice man. She didn't elaborate. But you're free of him now. If you know Cory like I do, you can count on him to give that tall man his just desserts. That was all I heard from the conversation. I stumbled into the bedroom, which was remarkably cooler than the living room, but I still stripped down to my underwear. I'll heat water for a sponge bath, Laura remarked. I knew what that meant. My manly musk was one step beyond tolerable. I couldn't smell anything. The bed was inviting and warm, like Laura had just heated a spot for me. 2 hours will be good. Get me up, please. Sure. She said it in a way that gave me no confidence that she would be watching the clock. I had Dad's Timex, and it was keeping impeccable time. I'd check it and be just fine. I'd get myself up. 7 hours later, it was past the midday light. I chuckled lightly. Sleep was like magic. After yesterday, I needed all I could get. Laura knew that, and on a deeper level, so did I, but my ego wouldn't let me admit it. I put on my cold clothes, even though it was still above freezing inside the house. There you are, Laura announced. Rob and Elias were sound asleep in recliners. It hadn't been just me. I could understand Elias, since he was almost 10 years older than me, but not Rob. He was a young man compared to us. But he was still out cold. I didn't know if he stayed up, but it was time for me to be awake. I had plenty of sleep to last me through the next night. I assumed we'd be operating at night until the enemy had had enough. The night was our friend. I had noticed the previous night that the enemy lacked night vision equipment. Not for their drivers, their infantry, or support personnel. No one. That worked in our favor. We didn't have any either, but we lived here. They didn't. What have you guys been up to? Feed the dogs, keep them quiet, and watch for the enemy, Laura replied. Dorothy has been cooking. We had our small bio light, but there must have been another option, like a propane tank that wasn't empty. Sure enough, Dorothy was in the kitchen cooking a load of instant mashed potatoes, mousse, and canned green beans. It was a feast. Dorothy waved a wooden spoon at me. Wake the others. Lunch/dinner/breakfast is almost ready. I haven't washed up, I said. I know. Dorothy waved the spoon again. Laura bit her lip to keep from laughing. I'm used to it, the smell, that is, just like I'm sure you're used to mine. There was no way I was falling into that trap. I shook my head. I have no idea what you're talking about. You don't smell. She did, but it was mild compared to me. Always the gentleman. Laura hugged my arm while we went into the living room. Time to get your lazy butts up, I bellowed as if I had been up for longer than 5 minutes. Rob stretched and stood. He threw on his jacket and hurried outside to answer the call of nature. Elias slammed the recliner's leg rest down and glared at me. You have an evil streak in you. He turned to Laura. You should beat that out of him. I'll do no such thing, she replied softly. What's the plan, Colonel? Elias asked. He pulled on his heavy coat. We head out as soon as it's dark and find the enemy to make their lives hell. Clear, concise, easy to understand. Well done, Colonel. It wasn't your usual complex equation of moving parts and integrated timelines. I'm never complex. I wasn't as defensive as I sounded. He muttered something under his breath and went outside. Mayway stayed near the fireplace, even though it hadn't generated heat the entire time we'd been here. Evelyn sat next to her. Harry was nowhere to be seen. I figured he was standing watch outside. Noticeably absent was Levi and his family. Where'd Levi go? He was putting his family into a home on the hillside above us. He said he'd be back after dark. He said something about not trusting you by yourself, Laura explained. What is with the negative vibes? That is so not groovy. I held up the peace sign, although I always thought of it as V for victory. Groovy? Laura made a face at me. I was doing my usual thing where I tried to keep everything light. Once darkness fell, we'd head into the city with a darker purpose. Kill as many enemy as possible. Make them regret executing unarmed civilians. Make them regret coming here. Food is ready, Dorothy called. We used paper plates and plasticware. The homeowners had stocked up and not used them. Made it feel like a picnic. The others filtered into the kitchen to fix a plate. There were plenty of mashed potatoes. Rob and Elias both had a small stash of dehydrated milk on their sleds that they contributed for the meal. The potatoes made it feel less austere. The mousse was from the stock we carried in the back of the ATV from our kill barely 3 days prior. Or was it 2 days? Time was a relative concept in war. Light and dark played the greatest role, only to be superseded by weather. The blue sky suggested weather wouldn't be a factor, but the clear sky also portended even colder temperatures. That was fine. We'd be okay, while the enemy would not be. They'd bunch up if they went out at all. If they didn't, we'd catch them where they slept, like we did the previous night. It was a shame the invaders had to die, but they ratcheted up the tension in this fight. Sure, we killed our fair share, but this wasn't their country. I understood Vietnam more and more. What an ugly war to get involved in. Sometimes there was no winning, like the Chinese were finding out with their adventurism in the subarctic. Sides. There always had to be sides. I thought we were on the right one, no matter what happened. We weren't going to be the bad guys, not in my mind, not ever. But the civilians, they were going to be harder to win over after last night. We'd do our best, but the price of freedom was high. everyone would sacrifice, and many would lose their lives. It was easy to take freedom for granted. It was harder to restore that freedom. Everyone had their part to play, even McIntyre, although I had a hard time rationalizing what that would have been. I took Luke outside. Euro joined us to frolic where he could, but the temperatures were diving. The cold was getting worse. Euro lasted all of 3 minutes before he went back inside. Out back, the sled dogs were bundled up with a bit of insulation under each, so they could curl up with their noses tucked into their bushy tails. "We'll take the ATV," I told Elias. "You, me, Rob, and Levi. We need Harry, Laura too, and you know you can't leave home without Luke running after you." Elias crossed his arms and stared at me. "Why, Laura?" "For a married man, you aren't very observant when it comes to your wife. She's willing to let you fight your war, but she's not happy about you doing it without her. She's coming for your marital health." Uncle Elias, always acting as the elder. I had seen the look on Laura's face and knew what it meant, but I struggled with putting her in harm's way. I didn't want to turn her into a battle-hardened soldier. She showed her willingness to use a gun, but she never pulled the trigger on a fellow human. I didn't want her to have that experience. Elias smiled because he knew what I struggled with. "She can be the getaway driver. We'll throw a couple blankets in the back and ride in the bed. There's no one to arrest us for breaking the law." We had carried the meat from an adult moose in the vehicle. It could handle it, as long as we weren't traveling terrain that was too rough or trying to drive too fast. Dog teams would be too noisy and were limited. They'd get stuck in deep snow. The ATV would power through and quickly enough to escape a pursuing enemy. I nodded. "I almost forgot. What about Mayway?" "Yeah, we need to bring her, but I wouldn't give her a weapon. I'm not sure where her loyalties are." Elias's experiences left him skeptical. "I concur. Maybe Harry can stay back. I'm not sure he's 100%. And Laura weighs less than him. I'd let people know when we went back inside. I didn't want to argue with anyone, least of all Laura. I wanted her approval of the things I did. That was all any man needed from his spouse, plus input to keep him from doing something stupid when necessary, even though sometimes it was best to learn on your own, whether it was with or without an "I told you so." Luke drooped when I told him we were going inside, but he followed. He was getting better at being less independent. We wouldn't be able to return him to the wild, but he'd domesticated himself, more or less. The thought brought an inner smile. I had to survive this, if Luke and Laura were to survive. "Here's the plan, and it could be the loosest plan I've ever come up with. Harry, I need you to stay here with Evelyn, Dorothy, and Euro. Secure this place for our return, but be ready to bug out. The rest of you are coming with us. We'll pile 6 into the ATV. Laura will be our getaway driver. Mayway will interpret where possible, defuse situations, and get the enemy to surrender. The rest of us, including Levi, are shooters. We'll operate 2 by 2, leapfrogging forward or backward using local terrain for cover and maneuver. Rob and Elias are one team, Levi and I are the other. We'll drive around and look for the enemy, attacking him where we find him." Harry raised his hand. "I don't like that plan. There are more of them, aren't there? Way more than the 4 of you. And we have a vehicle that can go where theirs doesn't. We'll stick to the outskirts of plowed roads, ready to dive into the forest. If they want to come after us, they are more than welcome. We'll isolate and destroy any small units." Mayway looked distinctly uncomfortable. "Speak up," I told her. "This is wholesale slaughter. I don't want to be a part of it." "You are a part of it. You helped facilitate the detention of 5,000 citizens because you helped an invading army to take over our city. When we win, what do you think will happen with collaborators?" "I'm not a collaborator," she shouted, breaking down into tears. "When I'm returned to the mayor's chair, we're not going to do anything official with collaborators. They'll have to live in the community they betrayed. You help us, and you'll stand tall as one of the people who helped us liberate our home. You don't help us, then you take your chances with the public. You along with me. I'm sure they're blaming me for those who died last night. And rightly so. It's my fault that I want our people to be free, and I'll keep fighting for it. Fight with me, but you use words to help liberate our city. I don't want to kill anyone else. If we can force a surrender without any more firefights, then I'll be the happiest man around. Only you can help us do that, since we can't communicate with the enemy. You are the Alaskan Revolutionary Army's ambassador. She'll need to tie something white around her arms, Elias added. That's how we identify ourselves to other Alaska revolutionaries. I hope we run across some of them so we can set up ambush kill zones. Mei Wei stopped crying. She glared at me through red, puffy eyes. Dorothy put an arm around her, but didn't say anything. Help us save lives. I was pleading with her sense of duty to both nations. She was a first-generation American, but her parents were Chinese, no matter where they currently lived. I didn't know if she had family there who were being held hostage or threatened. She implied that there was not. I didn't want to press her on it. I wanted her as an ally and not a person working under threat. If she betrayed us, I had no doubt we would deal with her harshly. She didn't need to know that, but I saw the look in Elias's eye. When he didn't trust someone, they had best watch out, because he wasn't afraid to bring the pain. All we need is Levi and we can hit the road, euphemistically speaking. Put on as many layers as you can, then load up. Bring all the ammunition you have. Ice and pain. Levi showed up an hour after sunset. It was getting dark, and we were ready to go. He climbed in the bed of the ATV along with Mei Wei. The rest of us older people were in the 4 seats, and Laura was driving. She wasn't as aggressive as I was, but she could handle herself. I expected that she'd pick up the pace if we were being chased by the enemy. We stayed inside the tree line, crawling through the darkness the best we could. The longer we were outside, the more our vision adjusted, but the bitter cold made our eyes water, and even with scarves over our faces, our breath formed clouds that flowed around our heads and behind us with the slight wind from our forward movement. We drove toward Parks Highway, crossing side streets, backyards, and closed businesses until we reached the area where the lights were on. Laura stopped our vehicle, and we listened. In the extreme cold, sound traveled clearly and for a long distance. But there wasn't anything. It was as quiet as a cemetery at night. Let's head down the highway, and then toward the airport once we're over the river. The road was plowed and available to the enemy. Wait, I said. I climbed out and worked my way up the bank of the overpass to get a better look. Down the highway, by the bridge over the river, was a truck. I couldn't see anyone, and it didn't appear to be running. There was no exhaust and no sound. Had the truck died of its own accord and been abandoned? I returned to the others. I say we take a closer look. I leaned through the window to look at Elias for confirmation. He nodded and opened his door. I told Laura, back down the hill and into the woods. Keep it running, but keep your eyes peeled. If any bad guys come, disappear into the woods and where the roads aren't plowed so they can't follow. Those in the bed of the ATV climbed inside where it was warmer. Elias and I loped away. It was little more than a fast-walking shuffle because we were bundled up in every item of clothing we'd brought with us. I even had 2 pairs of socks on, so my boots were too tight and I wasn't bending my toes when I moved. We followed the road on the tree side, where there was less snow from the break formed by the guardrail. We didn't wear the snowshoes that we brought. Those stayed in the ATV. It took us 5 minutes to get to the truck. There was something in the back, but it was hard to tell what it was. A darker shadow in the deepening darkness of a subarctic evening. The crunch of snow behind us made me spin around. I brought my pistol to bear on the target. Levi raised his hands. I was happy to have him with us, but when it came to combat, surprises were never a good thing. I held a gloved finger to my lips. He nodded. Elias focused on the truck bed. He turned on his red-lensed flashlight. I didn't have one of those, but his was a mag light that came with a red lens cover, even though I'd never seen him use it before. Movement inside the truck. Ambush! I jumped back and aimed. Hands slowly raised from an amorphous blob. "Wait," Levi said, loud enough to still my trigger finger. Elias held his rifle, not the right weapon to deal with a truckload of soldiers. "Your weapons!" He reached into the back and pulled a rifle from where it sat on the bench seat. Then he shook it at them. The others kicked and pushed their rifles toward me. They appeared to have no interest in holding on to their Type 95s. Elias walked around the truck to check if this was a trap. Groans and grunts from inside suggested the bodies within were suffering from the cold, maybe even frostbite. They huddled together for warmth, but I suspected they didn't have any body fat to turn into energy to heat themselves. They tried to stand, but couldn't. They flopped onto the jump seats, incapable of further movement and resigned to their fate. "Go get Mayway," I told Levi. He glanced at Elias, but nodded and ran down the road at a healthy clip. "Anyone speak English?" I asked, but that wasn't common among the soldiers of the occupation army. No one responded. I stood there exercising what was the remainder of my patience. Elias had the engine compartment open, trying to fix whatever had gone wrong with the invader's truck. One of the men in the back leaned sideways and fell to the bed of the truck. One of the soldiers said something to me, but I didn't understand. I made no move to help. I only wanted to watch their hands to make sure a pistol didn't appear. I moved back and forth to keep the blood flowing, but it made it harder for them to draw a bead on me if they had a pistol hidden under their too thin coats. It was at least 10 minutes before Levi returned with Mayway. She immediately engaged the soldiers. "They are freezing to death, literally," she said. "Their truck stopped running and they couldn't get it started. They had no light to see the problem, and it was too long of a walk to the airport. They huddled in the back, waiting for the next patrol to drive by." "When is that?" I asked. She already had the answer. "An hour ago." We hadn't heard any shooting. I covered my face and tucked my pistol and hands into my pocket. With thinner gloves where my finger fit inside the trigger guard, my hands were turning numb. It was one of those nights, probably already tipping toward minus 30 Fahrenheit, on its way to minus 40 or colder. The brutality of the subarctic weather was taking its toll on both sides. The truck turned over and over and then rumbled to life. The soldiers sighed, but there was no relief to be had. I asked Mayway, "What do we do with them? What do they want us to do with them?" She asked and received responses from 3 different soldiers. "Can you drop them off at their barracks? They have a doctor who can look at them." "And then what? We wait for them to warm up so they can come after us?" I didn't like the option of saving them just so we could fight them on a different day. "No. Once they lose their weapons, they'll be charged with a crime and put in detention." "The enemy will hold prisoners that we take? That works for me. We're going to keep the truck too, by the way, along with their rifles." I nodded to Levi, and he collected the weapons and put them in the cab. The heater was blasting cold air. It would take a while to warm up. "Tell them to hand over their equipment belts, too." Mayway said a few words. Only half the soldiers were able to get theirs off. The others' fingers wouldn't function well enough to unclip the buckles. In military parlance, this group was combat ineffective. Their splotchy complexions and rigid movements told the story of pain and physical failure. Their bodies were freezing while we watched. "Help them." I gave her a shoulder to lean on as she tentatively climbed into the back of the truck to undo the buckles and remove their harnesses. She dragged 10 sets to the back of the truck. Levi moved those into the cab. I tucked my .45 away and took one of the bullpups and 5 extra magazines. For a close to mid-range weapon, it was better than my pistol. It was easier to handle with gloves on. I'd take my gloves off if I absolutely had to, but then I'd lose the function of my fingers in a minute or two, no matter how much adrenaline was running through my body. I didn't want to fight 2 enemies at once, the cold and the invaders. I left Levi to guard our prisoners while I went to talk with Elias. You aren't seriously considering dropping them off at the airport? I am. What happened to turning them loose in their underwear and letting the weather deal with them? He raised his eyebrows at using my own words against me. Circumstances change. It's hard to hold the moral high ground if we act as bad as the bad guys. We blew up their armory. It was their fault they packed troops in around it. We killed the troops that were holding our people prisoner. They were armed. It was a fair fight. And then they executed unarmed prisoners. We're going to be the good guys, and anyone carrying a rifle is a viable target. They raise their weapon, they die. We still want them to leave, since we don't have the capacity to kill them all or take them prisoner. How would we feed theirs and ours? I think they were bringing in just enough food to feed people until the next plane arrived. As we were told, no plane came earlier today. They're starving. Who starves first, them or us? Elias blew out a cloudy breath. I'm tired of being cold and angry, he admitted. Me too, my friend. I punched him in the shoulder, but between my glove and his coat and layers beneath, he might not have felt it. You two want to ride in the back, or do you want to go let Laura know what we're doing? What are we doing? Levi wondered. The right thing. I was angry last night, but I think the right answer is strategic. Destroy their will to fight while looking for the guy who ordered the execution. We'll give him a battlefield demotion, but everyone else gets a chance to survive. They took my family and systematically starved them, Levi said, glancing at the soldiers in the back of the truck. The people who gave those orders aren't back there. I think those guys are starving too. They didn't realize you need 3 times the calories and 3 times the water when operating in an Arctic environment. Dorothy wasn't forthcoming about her time in captivity, so what else did you learn? They didn't torture them or anything, besides the conditions inside the hangar. My impression is that they were surprised to have so many people still here. That made the most sense to me. They figured people would leave once they had no food or power. The enemy underestimated the hardiness of your average Alaskan. The stars sprinkled the sky, even though there was light pollution here from the streetlights in the powered area of the city. The air was crisp, and it stung my lungs. This weather wasn't for normal people. Half the soldiers in the back of the truck had become unresponsive. The other half groaned and moaned in agony. The pain of the cold was undeniable. Who sends their soldiers to Alaska in the winter without proper Arctic gear? Those who were overconfident in how little it would take to pacify the state. The Chinese should have learned that lesson in every 20th century conflict they supported, but they hadn't, and they were about to learn it again in the 21st century. I squeezed in around the weapons and harnesses. Head back to the ATV. I have a plan. I can't wait to hear it, Elias replied with as much sarcasm as he could muster. He turned around, and we drove the wrong way down the split 4-lane highway, but it didn't matter. The rules didn't apply because we were taking liberties to restore liberty. I smiled at my wordplay. Elias flashed the lights as he approached. He leaned out the window and waved at Laura to follow us. You think you can drive this thing? He asked. I rolled my eyes and shook my head. Is that a no? I can drive this truck. It galls me as a fellow Alaskan that you would think I can't drive a stick-shift pile of junk. We'll see. Why can't I drive? Because I'll need you ready to snipe bad guy officers. Get a brief from Mayway on how they look different. That's assuming they don't play nice with the delivery of their boys. That's your plan? There are more parts to it, but in essence, we show them what strength is. We demonstrate the value of power under the worst conditions. It'll be a morale killer once word gets out. That's why we need this bunch in the back to survive. We walked in out of the night, fixed their truck, and saved their lives. We'll be legends in their minds. I don't want to be a legend, Elias countered. You do, just a little bit. Glory to the house of Elias. He looked at me like I'd taken too many violent blows to the head. I may have, but there was good humor to be had at his expense. Laura headed up the egress ramp and had to make a 3-point turn to go in the right direction to get to the airport. Elias hopped in the ATV. I took the driver's seat in the truck, tested the clutch and gears, and eased down the road. It wasn't far to get to the exit to Airport Way and the airport. Elias briefed Laura and the others on the way. Levi and Mayway were in the back with the soldiers. We'd figure out how it was going to be once we arrived at the barracks. There were unknowns in my plan, but I counted on Elias and the others to provide backup firepower in case we got in deeper than we intended. The ATV followed us down Airport Way and onto Airport Industrial Road. I stuck my arm out the window and waved where I wanted them to drive away from me to stash the vehicle until they needed to move to the next position or escape. Luke ran into the woods after it. The tracks on the ATV spread out the vehicle's weight to enable it to cross the river without crashing through the ice. We planned to escape across it and up the Chena Ridge. I continued driving slowly, shouting to the back so Mayway could guide us where we needed to go. The next hangar down the ramp from the terminal supported the remaining main body of troops. The building beyond that had the administrative support, including their medical personnel. We pulled through the gate where there should have been a sentry. A soldier jumped out of a small building and waved frantically. I slammed on the brakes, and the truck started to slide, pitching nearly sideways, as a reminder of the ice on the hard pack and the extreme cold that hardened tires made for these temperatures. Mayway shouted angrily at the man from the back of the truck. In the side mirror, I could see him pull up short under the withering tirade Mayway unleashed. He waved us on while backing away. We pulled up next to the entry door. Mayway was first out. She ran to the door, yelling. She opened the door and shouted inside. A man's voice answered. The bullpup was next to me in the cab, but my hand was firmly around the butt of my pistol. Anyone looking into the cab would see that I wasn't one of them. But that was irrelevant. A man that I assumed was a doctor stepped outside with a heavy civilian coat wrapped around him, and 2 orderlies wearing white right behind him. Mayway directed them to the back of the truck. Levi had hopped out and backed down the side, his bullpup ready to be employed should the situation demand it. The medical personnel only had eyes for the soldiers. They dragged them out one by one, hauling them inside before returning to the truck for the next. None of the soldiers could walk unaided. The last 4 soldiers were left outside, lying side by side. Only 6 had barely survived the ordeal. Mayway talked to them once more, bowed, and closed the door behind them. She joined me in the cab. "We can go," she said matter-of-factly. I rolled down the window. "Levi, jump in the cab with us. No sense standing out in the cold." He circled around the vehicle and opened the door. Together, my passengers cleared enough space for them to sit. We rolled up the windows and kept the heater blasting. It couldn't keep up with the great outdoors. Ice formed on the windows where the defrosters had no hope of clearing, but it was better than nothing. We made a small circle to leave, but the gate was closed, and headlights on Industrial Road were coming our way. No one was getting in, and no one was getting out. Fire and pain. The guard in the small shack did not come outside. I couldn't see if he was in there. I suspected he was hiding. The inbound truck drove up to the gate and stopped. A squad exited the vehicle and lined up with their weapons facing us. "Things are looking kind of grim for the home team," I said. "I'll talk to them," Mayway offered. We had nothing else. Levi opened the door slowly, keeping his hands where they could see them. Mayway climbed over him to get out. She closed the door. "Ni hao," she called. I knew that was hello, but that was the extent of my language smarts. The rifle barrels focused on her. She walked ahead, unafraid. It wouldn't take much for them to start firing. I had to give her credit for bravery. Even if she was playing both sides, the soldiers probably didn't know that. She pointed at the door where the medical personnel took the 6 incapacitated soldiers. Lying in the snow next to that doorway were the 4 who passed away. Another vehicle arrived, a civilian truck. An officer got out and walked to the fence, standing with his hands behind him. He stared unblinkingly at Mayway. She stared back, not changing her posture to avoid showing submission. The officer raised his voice. Mayway didn't interrupt him, but when he finished, she delivered her own speech. I had no idea what they were saying. "Are you ready?" I asked softly without moving my lips. "Yeah," Levi replied. He had his bullpup in hand and extra magazines in his pockets. I had my .45 with the bullpup close by. Everything was going to happen in a rush. Right hand with my pistol, left hand on the door handle, ready to jump out and fire. Mayway was holding her ground, which put her in the way if we were to take out the officer first. 3 stars on his epaulette. That wasn't a general, maybe a colonel. Mayway had explained it so quickly over dinner last night when I was exhausted. It didn't matter. I knew he was an officer, and not a junior one. The rank was the same as the one who ordered last night's execution, but this was a different man. I wondered how many senior officers were in the area. Cutting the head off the snake was a standard military tactic. In a top-down military structure like the Chinese employed, once the officers had been removed, strategy would fail and discipline would suffer. I didn't have long to think about it. The colonel's head exploded an instant before I heard the shot from the .300 Win Mag. "Go," I said, pulling the door handle, dropping the pistol, seizing the Chinese rifle, and jumping out to spray fire into the soldiers frozen with indecision after the loss of their commander. Mayway dropped to the ground. I thought she'd been shot until I saw her crawling toward the truck. Levi hit the right side of the squad while I laid waste to the left. I had counted on the hesitation of green troops. Those who survived the first onslaught fired wildly before turning and running. Where they were going made no sense. It was too cold for them to last long, but panic didn't lead people to make good decisions. It wasn't lost on me that we were close to a barracks that held hundreds, if not 1,000, enemy soldiers. I hoped they were unarmed, but hope wasn't a good intelligence analysis. It's what people said when they hadn't planned for the worst-case scenario. "Let's go," I shouted. I wasn't into shooting soldiers in the back when they were running away. Another round from the high-powered rifle exploded through glass into the civilian truck, splattering the windshield with the driver's blood. I saw a face in the booth where the soldier had let us in and then locked us in. I fired 2 rounds through the door, and the bolt locked to the rear. I dropped the mag and inserted a fresh one. Mayway scrambled to her feet and ran for the cab. She climbed in the driver's seat and took off, leaving Levi and I standing there. We stood back to back, breathing hard while looking for the next move. "That sucks," I said. "It could be worse," Levi offered. "It could be raining." Temps were plummeting. It was crystal clear, and the cold of space seemed to penetrate through the atmosphere all the way to the ground. "Truck?" I asked. Levi rushed for the gate while I went to the booth. The gate was on a track and wouldn't move when Levi tried to open it. Inside the booth, I had to pull the body outside to get a better look at the control panel, which was in English. The green button was the giveaway. There was a red button, too. It was as simple as a control panel could be. I punched the green button, and the gate started to roll aside. Levi ran through to the idling truck. I ripped the body from the passenger seat and let it flop to the ground. The windshield was a mess of blood, along with the steering wheel and dash. He checked under the seat for a rag and found one, as there should have been, as standard Alaskan vehicle equipment. He wiped the windshield first. I rounded past the hood and slid when gunshots rang out. These were from bullpups, and not the Win Mag. I crawled back around the front of the truck, screaming for Levi not to run me over. Levi jumped out and provided covering fire. Bullets raked the side of the vehicle, popping both tires and making the engine sputter and die. It had been a good thought, until the soldiers who ran away grew a spine and counterattacked. I still couldn't justify shooting them in the back. I scanned the nearby trees from under the listing truck, but couldn't tell where the fire was coming from because it had stopped. There was no movement to draw my eye. A truck came from behind us, rolled through the gate, and squeezed around the other military truck that was there. "Get in!" Mei Wei shouted from the driver's seat. I had no idea why she drove off, but I was happy to see her back. "Stay down," I shouted at her, while Levi climbed in first. The rifles and harnesses took up too much space, but I was loath to toss them. We were in a firefight and needed everything we could get. I wanted the weapons on the ground, but that wasn't possible since we were being shot at. He handed my .45 to me. It had been on the seat when she drove away. Elias's rifle barked twice before we were able to speed away from the free fire area. I needed the enemy to only be on one side of me, and not all the sides. Laura jumped out of the tree line and waved us down. "Elias said he got them all," she called. "That's one squad out of a bazillion. We need to go." I motioned toward the trees, hatcheting my hand down in a near frenzy. No bullets were flying at the moment, but that didn't mean they weren't going to start. The lull only increased my fear that the enemy was closing a trap around us. "We'll meet you at the house. Now go!" Elias shrugged and strolled across the parking lot that led to the woods. We drove 100 yards before my fears were realized. 3 trucks came toward us down the road, blocking our way. They stopped, and soldiers climbed out. We stopped. "Time to run for it?" I asked. Mei Wei turned the truck sideways with the passenger door facing the newcomers. She dove out her door and ran toward where we last saw Elias and Laura. I scooted out the driver's door, reaching back for the harnesses that Levi kicked toward me. I pulled the first one, but it got caught on the gear shift. "Forget it, let's go!" We abandoned the ammunition and rifles. The group of soldiers blocking our way had a bullhorn, judging by the screech and amplified Chinese echoing our way. In the heavy, cold, sound carried better. It was almost oppressive in how clear it came through. Mei Wei stopped and listened. We caught up with her. She held up a finger for quiet to let whoever was talking finish. I waited for clarification. "They are cold and starving. They want to talk terms for a structured departure. They said they're leaving." "We have not yet begun to fight," I declared, feeling my revolutionary oats. "Why? There's only a few of us. They finish us, they can turn up the heat. They have the power on in the city. Why aren't they staying in the facilities with the heaters turned on?" "Not all power is on. Only the backup power is operational, not the 2 main burners. They didn't move as much fuel oil here as you may have thought," Mei Wei explained. "Tell them to send their negotiator forward. No weapons." "Seems kind of abrupt," Levi stated. He held his rifle at the ready, and his eyes danced across the enemy on the other side of our truck. He took the back, I took the front. Mei Wei started the truck and let it run to generate heat from the engine. She was cold, just like the soldiers we faced. Hell, I was cold too. One man walked forward. "He is a major," Mei Wei told me. "The man with him is a corporal." That helped. I kept Mei Wei closer to the front of the engine while I was half exposed to the Chinese soldiers. "Welcome. I'm Colonel Cory Beringer, United States Marine Corps. I don't like you being here, and from what I hear, you don't like being here either." A warm head pushed against my hip. I dropped my left hand to scratch Luke's furry ears. The soldiers took a step back when they saw the wolf at my side. Mei Wei translated my words. "I'll tell them about Luke, too," she said, not waiting for my approval. She pointed at him and spoke quickly. She reached past me to pet his head. The soldiers looked impressed from what I could see. I suspected that's why Mei Wei did it. The enemy had taken an interest in Luke every time they'd seen him. They took their turn to speak, but it was short. "You are correct. They don't want to be here. What do you need them to do?" "That's it? What do I need from them?" I was confused. Mei Wei spoke to them. She wasn't translating because I hadn't said anything worth saying. They answered her. They weren't negotiating with me. They talked for a couple minutes. I looked for duplicity, but I couldn't see any troops encroaching on our space. These soldiers weren't good like that. I also hadn't heard the ATV start up and drive away. Laura and the others were nearby. They were too close. They needed to get away so we weren't all caught in one trap. I gestured behind my back for them to go, but I probably looked like I was having muscle spasms. My clothing would have concealed anything smaller. I turned around and waved with both arms for them to go. The major waited for me to finish my wild gyrations. I felt like a moron, but I didn't want to see anything happen to Laura and the others. Mayway nodded slightly to me. What did you agree to? I wasn't judging her. She knew what I wanted. They will move into the hangar and await transportation to Anchorage, where they will board ships for a departure from Alaska. Without the oil, there's no reason to be here. They are losing troops at a rate that is considered unacceptable by the military leadership. They cannot correct the decline because the weather is killing as many of them as the revolutionaries. The executions and the shooting we heard in town early this morning? The colonel who ordered the executions has been dispatched. He was replaced by the colonel I was talking to at the gate. He accused us of closing the gate to keep him outside so he and his soldiers would be killed. What? We didn't close the gate. I told him that, but he didn't believe me. He was angry because the soldiers were freezing. And then we shot him. Not knowing what was going on led to miscues. During a war, such misunderstandings were deadly. Ask him to have his soldiers put their weapons and harnesses on the ground halfway between our vehicles. She told him. He turned and shouted to the 3 truckloads of soldiers. That was easy. Why are they so cowed? It can't just be the cold. Who was shooting whom in the city early this morning? The ATV still hadn't started. And ask if I can use his bullhorn. Mayway relayed my request. The soldiers streamed forward in a single line. Most were limping and shuffling. It was the embodiment of defeating an enemy without firing a shot. They were combat ineffective because their boots couldn't keep their feet warm. I looked at my boots, which were made for the Alaskan cold, tall, insulated bogs. I'd been in a warm truck for a little while, and that had taken the edge off. War and combat. They came down to the most basic of human needs: warmth, food, water. Even ammunition was secondary to the basics of life. The men in front of me surrendered their weapons without hesitation or guilt. They stumbled back to their trucks and climbed in. The officer carefully removed his empty holster and put it on the hood of the military truck. He bowed to me. I offered my hand. Appearances. The corporal handed the major the bullhorn. He turned it over to me with a short primer on how to use it. Mayway reduced the guidance to, "Press this button and talk." I faced where I thought my wife was. "Bring the ATV up here, please. Elias, provide overwatch. We've come to an agreement." The ATV didn't come. I was at a loss as to what happened to it. I had to believe that Laura had departed for the house, and I hadn't heard it. It was good news of sorts. I studied the defeated major. "Are you the ranking officer now?" Mayway asked and received a nod. "Well then, I hadn't planned for this. I thought we'd be fighting a long and protracted guerrilla war. When I don't know what to do, I ask myself, what would Dad do?" I said my thoughts out loud. Mayway did me the courtesy of not translating what I said. What would Dad do? He always said not to fight if you don't have to. Fighting was the last resort. He embraced Sun Tzu's philosophy in that regard. I could hear him in my head. "Every time you shoot at somebody else, they're shooting at you." I liked it when people didn't shoot at me. "We need to secure those rifles," I told Levi. He agreed and pointed at Mayway. "Move the truck closer." "Go ahead. I'll try not to speak while you're gone," I promised. She told the major and corporal to move to the other side of the pile of weapons. I walked down there with them. Levi stayed back and kept his line of fire clear. Mayway drove the truck close to the weapons and put the back end near them. She dropped the gate and started tossing the rifles in. I helped her. It didn't take long. Levi maintained his overwatch. Elias walked down the road. Even he had come to the conclusion that the battle was over. "Where do you want to go? Barracks or hangar? I asked. Hangar is warmer, he replied through Mayway. The hangar hadn't been warm at all. It was barely above freezing. What was going on in the building they were using for their barracks? They were even more unprepared for this environment than I had thought. Once I can get the locals organized, we'll see how we can heat that hangar for you and your men. How many soldiers remain in Fairbanks? Nearly 1,000, he replied. Where are they? I wondered. The barracks. Officers and NCOs are in town in a hotel, but conditions are hard. Let me guess. No heat, no water, no toilets. The major nodded. I couldn't believe how unprepared they were for this effort, but I had a captive audience who might have answers. Is the world at war? Did China invade elsewhere, other countries? I asked. Mayway hesitated before interpreting. She was uncomfortable conducting what she thought of as an interrogation. I just want to know for my own edification. You don't seem like you want to be here. There's no expansionist adventuring in your soul. In his soul? Mayway asked. You get the idea. Their hearts aren't in it. I understand. She turned my words into her words. He replied softly with a bowed head and slumped shoulders. A world at war. They don't tell us much up here, but I feel like we're losing. We're being pulled out to shore up our forces in California. We were here for oil, but the oil stopped flowing. We need it to get the refined product, fuel oil, diesel, and gasoline. The refineries are in California, I noted. Were. They've been damaged. I smiled and clapped my gloved hands together. Everyone is fighting back. That made more sense than anything. No one was giving in to the invaders. I couldn't have been more pleased, but it was getting colder outside. We should get your people someplace warmer, I suggested. Finally, the ATV roared into the roadway. It settled into an easy drive to the truck. Laura parked it and shut it down. She got out, but we were getting ready to leave. The soldiers weren't getting any warmer. With only 30 or 40 soldiers, I thought the best place to put them would be the admin building where the medical staff was located. I asked Mayway to relay what I was thinking. The major agreed. Laura shivered and hugged me. Luke wedged in between us. Levi looked at me. He was ready to go. So was Mayway. We crawled into the ATV and led the parade to where we'd dropped off the last bunch. The dead littered the area, but that couldn't be helped. It was the last battlefield. One by one, the trucks discharged their passengers, who filed into the small building. The doctor, who wasn't a doctor at all but a medic, came outside to complain, but the major talked to him quietly. Mayway listened in to make sure they weren't planning subterfuge. The looks on the soldiers' faces were the same as the looks on the residents of my city when they had to leave because the situation had grown so dire. It was the look of defeat. I kept my hand on my pistol because even defeated troops could get a wild hair and try to resist. Shooting me would gain them nothing but a moment's worth of satisfaction. It would also get them and their fellows killed. They had to know that, deep down, and it stayed their hand. What's next? Laura asked. We get that major out there and round up the rest of their soldiers. We put them in the hangar and put someone on heating detail. We have them call their planes back to pick them up before they starve or freeze to death. And then we figure out how to survive the winter. Are there 5,000 people still here? How do we get heat and food to the masses? The mayor is back, Laura quipped. With the trucks empty, we parked them in a row on the tarmac. We might need them later, if they would start. We can move them to the hangar where it won't be so cold, Levi suggested. We put Mayway in charge of passing the word. We kept the truck carrying the weapons to ourselves. That left some cold, grisly work. We need to clean up this mess. 8 bodies lie around the now open gate. We collected their weapons and harnesses and tossed them in the truck with the rest. One by one, we dragged the dead to join the other 4 outside what passed for a clinic. It wasn't work I wanted to do, but there weren't many of us. Elias and Rob helped, but with the advent of a surprise peace, they shut down. It's not that they weren't engaged, but it was that they were tired and couldn't maintain the energy for more engagement. I checked my watch. It wasn't even 10 at night, and we had slept most of the day. The extreme cold was sapping our strength. The ATV and the truck had heaters, but we'd kept the ATV running for a long time. It had to be getting low on gas. I only had one 5-gallon can remaining. There was more at the house, and even more at the cabin, but there was no way we could go back to the cabin. We had a city to feed and house. Mayway, the major, 3 volunteers, Laura, and I took the 4 trucks to the hangar where Levi had found his wife and daughters. It was the one with the lowest roof and was most easily heated. We stashed the trucks inside, but the building had already lost most of its heat. We found a few remaining civilians huddled in a corner. "We better check the other buildings," I told Laura. We took the ATV to each, where I wasn't surprised that a handful of civilians were trying to hide. We gathered up leftover blankets and anything that could be used for protection against the cold and hauled it to the designated hangar, designated as a refugee and prisoner shelter. We were in the same boat, everyone trapped in the city, everyone deployed to the city and nearly abandoned. Everyone. It was now a fight against the elements and not each other. I'd need people to survive the night on their own. Tomorrow morning, the real work would begin. The dog teams would be our main form of transportation around the city, but we'd have to keep a watch on the dog's food that we carried, lest it be stolen by the starving. We could do better than that. I intended to search every single building in the city for any food that might remain, no matter what condition it was in. My mind raced with everything that needed to be done, along with the first challenge of how to contact our people. Smoke trails. They would start fires in homes with wood-burning stoves and fireplaces. Some of the citizens were armed. It would be dangerous, so the door-to-door would have to happen in the sparse daylight to minimize the chance of someone getting shot. Hunting and fishing. Only the most stalwart would go out and find game, which would prove elusive since moose had been survival food. This wasn't prime hunting time, as the numbers would be dangerously reduced. We'd have to think about that later. Today, it was all about surviving. We could lament tomorrow when tomorrow came. A city destroyed. We took the truck around the city and used the bullhorn to announce that a ceasefire had gone into effect. Hunker down, stay warm, survive. At the end, we returned to the ATV at the airport so we could drive to the house. It was midnight when we made it home. We found the place heated, with moose stew keeping warm on the wood-burning stove. "I don't feel like we won," I said. Laura hugged me again. She had been touching me ever since we declared victory over a starving, freezing enemy. They had become completely combat ineffective and had been brought to their knees by 17 volunteers and former prisoners who gained the means to fight back. In the morning, we'd begin to learn how many people we lost, in addition to the 50 who were murdered. But the man who ordered their execution was dead, and the next in seniority was also dead. Had we gotten our pound of flesh? The city was a shell of its former self, the people living like vagrants, squatting and scavenging. It wasn't even December yet. We had a solid 4 months of winter remaining. No food, and the power plant would probably shut down, so there'd be no electricity either, as limited as it was. I hated saying what had to be said. It was going to get worse before it got better. I was out of magic bullets to fire. I was the mayor of Broken Town. It was difficult to sleep, even though I was tired. The monumental task before me weighed me down, jumping from one major effort to another. Pox upon those who wrote my name on the ballot. That started all of this. No, that wasn't right. Dad started all of this with his personal war against the Assembly. Dad's war was justified, but that was the start. It couldn't have possibly been the actions of the Assembly itself, but the man who stood up to them and his son who came along for the ride. It went back to Mayor McIntyre. Her intrusion started it, But then again, if the whole world was at war, her machinations were nothing but a sideshow. Her incompetence and our apparent willingness to roll over made sure we were allocated the least capable troops. Maybe she did us a favor. I would never concede that. If I found her, I wasn't sure how I would put her back in jail. Then again, maybe it was time for a pardon and put everyone to work equally. I could always punch her in the face later if she made demands or tried to assert that she was in charge. No wonder I couldn't sleep. My thoughts encroached on my personal peace. We needed heat and food. There would be enough wood and wood-burning stoves throughout the city that everyone could have heat for the next 4 months. Food? We'd scavenge every bit from every home in the city, and we'd send out hunting parties to find and kill game. Even if we had to go all the way to Denali, national parks were simply an outline on an outdated map. It would be the most lucrative hunting ground. We'd have to take snow machines, but we had those, and some gasoline. We'd consolidate gasoline. It was my worst nightmare. Martial law, followed by communism and socialism. I'd be the totalitarian leader. I'd guarantee that I'd step down by the end of July. No one could accuse me of having long-term designs on power. I longed to return to the cabin and be away from people. My war was over. We won, again, but just like last time, it seemed to be a Pyrrhic victory. I got up and went out by the fire. The others seemed to be sleeping just fine. Luke came out with me, while Euro stayed on the bed with Laura. It was nice sleeping in a big bed with my wife as opposed to 2 cots. It was the little things that made life worth living. We were moving back into our house, where we could have some sense of normalcy. Just like last time, I'd have to count on those who worked for me. I'd have to form teams. Food, gasoline, heat, engineering. If there was a chance to get the pipeline running again, we'd be set up for the future. The world would need oil for any chance of a return to industrialization, which it would take if society was to evolve through nuclear to other sources of power. Maybe after a world war, we'd need less of it, rely less on technology. We'd have to. The computers, routers, and systems weren't going to fix themselves overnight. In fact, they hadn't been fixed over the course of 6 months. I didn't hold out hope for a resolution. We'd need less power, but to run our boilers, we needed fuel oil. Everything circled back to acquiring things we didn't have, which reinforced the inhospitality of where we lived. Without outside help, it made for a hard life. 4 months of winter remained. It all came down to that. Tomorrow, we'd solve problems one at a time and keep solving them until spring and break up and life reemerging from the ground. Simple and hard. 5,000 plus another 1,000 if the Chinese didn't come for their people. I didn't think they would. They'd already reallocated the transportation assets. No one was coming to help the stragglers. How could I incorporate them into saving the city? That question was too hard for my tired mind. Luke headbutted me, and I fell backward until I was lying on the floor. He dropped on my chest and rolled sideways. He closed his eyes and was asleep in less than 10 seconds. Dogs and wolves were gifted. I envied them. I relaxed into his wolf fur with the warmth rolling over me from the stove. Next thing I knew, it was late morning. I was instantly angry that no one had woken me. Euro attacked my face with his overactive tongue once he saw my eyes were open. Luke loped for the door, which was conveniently opened for him. Euro followed him out, but was outside for only about 30 seconds. It hadn't warmed up overnight. The sun was not yet out, and the cold had deepened to what I hoped was a bottom where it would only get warmer from here. Minus 40 degrees, the point where Fahrenheit and Celsius met, made everything orders of magnitude more difficult. But we had things to do, and waiting benefited no one. I had a little moose meat for breakfast. Our last kill continued to feed us. Her sacrifice had not been in vain. What had the soldiers been doing on the hill? They were doing the same as us, hunting. But they were just trying their hand at it, saw the tracks and followed them, then ran across us. They had no chance, not to get the moose, and definitely not to kill us. We were surprised as much as they were, but the key to military victory is to react more quickly than the enemy, bring more firepower to bear. It wasn't about a fair fight. We weren't doing a quick draw on the streets of Deadwood. That was behind us. We'd have to learn to forgive and forget, but no one would forget anything. Starvation leaves a lasting effect, and that was something I needed to work on before anything else. I'd put my 2 closest allies on that mission. Elias and Rob, I have a favor to ask. Elias held both hands on a steaming cup of something that smelled like coffee. He raised his eyebrows at me in a challenge. He had coffee, and I did not. I threw up my hands in surrender, but I knew where I could get some. I got up to go to the kitchen. I thought I heard you, Laura said, handing me a mug with the right amount of instant coffee in the bottom. We were sure to run out soon, but we'd be moving to the house today where I knew I had a stock of Taster's Choice in the garage. Good thing I had a year's worth on hand when the world collapsed. Laura wrapped her arms around me and held me tightly. The little things. She wouldn't let me forget or take them for granted. I held her as long as she stood there. Elias cleared his throat. "Is this how old people have sex?" he asked loudly. Laura let go and made sure to give him the look. He conceded that he was on thin ice while I poured hot water onto my coffee and swirled it around to dissolve the crystals before adding more. I had to go outside and toss in a little snow to cool it off enough to drink. "What's this favor, you ask?" Elias had waited for me to complete my coffee ritual before pressing me on what I wanted. "Hunting parties. Bring as much meat as you can to a central location where it'll be butchered and processed to feed a hungry population." He had already done the math. "You want us to kill 5 moose a day for the next 4 months. Elias knew exactly how I thought about logistics. "I think a road trip to Denali is in order. You might be able to fill a semi with enough meat to get us through the winter." "Hunting in the national park, Mr. Mayor. I didn't realize what a criminal you were." "Subsistence requires bold moves. Establish as many teams as you need for hunting. I'll put Levi in charge of teams to scavenge whatever food might have been left in homes throughout the community, and then Dorothy will take over the administration of resources until we can find Gloria and Doug. I need a construction guy or girl who knows the equipment to find the stuff we need to provide heat. I need a miner, a mechanic, and an engineer to go to Healy and get the coal mines running. I need an engineer who can get the coal-fired plant at UAF running." I had thought of the people who had made up my staff and had supported me during the year. Beatrice, too. It would take the whole community to get us through the winter. What would we do after that? Get through the summer and prep for the next winter. We did that last summer, but too many hadn't listened. And the invaders arrived, and now we'd have to take care of them, too. In my mind, that meant they had to contribute to the greater good. Wasn't that what good communists did? It was about survival. We wouldn't make it if everyone had to fend for themselves. I wanted to think that only the hardiest had stayed behind. Only the hardiest would get us through. "Shall we?" I asked the team. I had my trusty bullhorn and was ready to canvass the area to find people, turn them into volunteers, and start the slog to get us back on our feet. Why did everything have to be hard? Taking personal responsibility for the welfare of others was always going to be hard. Grinding. The first week, we lost 27 souls. Those were the ones we knew of. Starvation and extreme cold. The colder it was, the more calories a person needed. Elias was an all-star. He was able to hunt down nearly all of his people to consolidate the dog teams and start hunting closer to the city. On the first day, they were able to bag 3 moose. By the 5th day, they weren't getting any. Levi was working the mechanics to bring serious transportation online. The invaders had been using the airport's plow to clear the streets. They hadn't used any of our local gear outside of that. I thought that was a massive strategic failure. But maybe the senior leadership thought it would have been booby-trapped. It wasn't. we'd had 5 minutes warning that we were being invaded. That wasn't enough time to do anything to resist. They had to know that too. Still, they didn't change their strategy. That meant we had full access to what we expected, with the drawback that most batteries were dead. Most vehicles were too cold to start. But not all. We had good people bring the gear to life. They used trucks to jumpstart other trucks. We soon had a fleet of buses and panel vans to move people and supplies. I had grand designs on taking the invaders to Anchorage, but the amount of diesel fuel recovered wouldn't support a mass movement like that. It would be a one-way trip, and we'd lose our drivers and an immense amount of fuel. We could have taught the soldiers to drive them, but the fuel was the greatest concern. Since their country was willing to abandon them, I felt the soul-crushing responsibility to take care of them. Prisoners of war deserved decent treatment, but we couldn't have 1,000 people draining the work and assets of fewer than 5,000. Mei Wei, Ling, and Susie were the 3 interpreters who had worked with the invaders. I didn't think any of them were collaborators. They were victims of circumstances, just like the rest of us. But I had to keep them close, just in case quality of life improved to the point that our civilians could turn their angst against the interpreters and the soldiers. They had plenty to be angry about, but they were too hungry to do anything about it. Unless I stayed in front of it, they would get the best of me. The only thing I could do was give unconditional pardons to everyone involved and make sure the civilians knew about them. They could focus their ire on me. The burdens of leadership were great. The soldiers would become the labor for everything that needed labor, transferring fuel from every vehicle that was parked or stored. Martial law gave me all the authority I needed, but more so, necessity dictated what we had to do regardless of legalities. Like hunting in Denali. Certain limitations had to be overcome. Our so-called fleet personnel prepared a bus, a semi, and a Cummins diesel Ram Super Duty truck that hauled a trailer with multiple snow machines, diesel and gas. They had enough diesel to get the convoy to Denali and back. They would be accompanied by the airport's snowplow to make sure they could get where they needed to go. Elias had almost everyone from his village, except for those minding the dogs. He added a team of locals who could handle a rifle and, more importantly, brought their own weapons to the hunt. Warehousemen and manual laborers, accountants and domestic engineers, soldiers and civilians alike. They had the responsibility to consolidate and account for everything that was found. Every morsel of food, every log of firewood, every gallon of fuel. They scattered across the city, leaving any occupied house alone. There were plenty of unoccupied properties to go through. They spray-painted a line across the front doors as they worked their way from one end of the city to the other. The cold slowed their progress, which they limited to the hour before daybreak to the hour after nightfall, to get the most from the short days without having to work into the night. Hundreds of people contributed to this effort, which included taking the soldiers to the stores to scavenge for effective cold-weather clothing so they could dispense with their less-than-functional uniforms. Those no longer mattered. In my mind, we were no longer at war. Not with each other. We were at war against the subarctic and the elements that sought to end our existence. Initial success in finding supplies gave us hope, the one thing we could never lose. Without it, we would curl up and die. I wasn't quite ready for that. With our progress, we were still losing people. Only 12 the second week. I wanted to go 1 week without losing anyone. I wanted it to be soon. Tallying the dead wasn't a task that I wanted anyone to do. But it had to be done. They had to be identified and put into cold storage, ready to move the second it turned warm enough for them to thaw. I'd be visible, ply the streets, and listen to the people, while marshaling our non-existent resources for the benefit of all, working my way from group to group, to the power plant, to the team. There were boilers in the city that burned coal, which was easier to use than oil, which had to be refined. I had to send a team to follow the hunters to Denali, where they'd do their best to restart the coal mine. Power, heat. We needed more diesel. And a train. I had yet to find someone who could bring me a train that we could fill with coal cars and run from Healy to Fairbanks and back. There was a never-ending list of things to do. Failure haunted my footsteps. We had no meat for nearly 2 weeks before Elias and his people returned from Denali. They had only one snow machine with them. The others had broken down, but they brought the semi filled with the fruits of their success: moose, caribou, and even one grizzly that they flushed from its den. Elias didn't offer his hand when I saw him, and I didn't seek it. He wasn't proud of the kills. "Killing my fellow man is easy," he explained. "The wholesale culling of everything living in a 5-square-mile area was not easy. It made me feel dirty." With everything he'd done in Vietnam, he felt dirty killing more animals than was reasonable. I understood only too well. War was war, but peace was hard. Elias continued, "We figure we have at least a month's worth for your people. But us, we're going home." I was disappointed since he'd become my right-hand man, doing the hardest jobs, but I understood. "I wish you the best. Take the trail to the cabin and help yourself to the moose in the underground storage. Whatever you do, don't take all the toilet paper." I smiled at him. He'd done more than I could have wanted. There was no amount of thanking him that would suffice, so I didn't attempt it. "You know me better than that," Elias replied. "That asking you not to take it all is a waste of breath? Bingo." We shook hands, and he was gone. They had the only dog teams left in town, so we were reduced to using vehicles. The dogs would be happier without Luke wreaking havoc. Euro was spending most of his time indoors since it was far too cold for him. Even Luke spent as much time inside as he did outside. He was turning into a big, lazy dog who enjoyed getting his meals served on a silver platter. I felt empty without Elias, Rob, and the others. Even Mavis and her son. They'd all earned my respect. None of them had been injured in their operations to bring the enemy patrols down and cut the internal lines of communication. The volunteers had hurt them badly. Not many returned that fateful night, which hastened the surrender. The enemy thought they were under a concerted attack by special forces. They were just volunteers motivated to kick an intruder out of their state, and now they were returning to their village. We were left asking for help in a different way from different people. Days were getting longer, although it was hard to tell as January weighed on us. It was another cold month, but we didn't get much snow. It was either a snowy winter or a cold winter. Last year was snow. This year it was the Siberian deep freeze. There were more days below minus 20 Fahrenheit than above. That hurt us and our equipment. Diesel thickened at the lower temperatures. Gasoline needed an extra spark, which was dangerous. It reminded me of the time I lit myself on fire. We had 2 industrial blowers sending heat into the hangars. They may have sounded like jet engines, but we dropped off a massive supply of earplugs. When people are reduced to a subsistence lifestyle, they don't think about things like earplugs. It kept the hangar warm enough despite the heat loss from minimally insulated walls. There was no help from the sun, even though it stared at the hangar for most of the hours it was up and dominated the southern horizon. The meat was welcome. It took the edge off. We parceled it out incrementally, preferring to cook it for larger groups of people and minimize the waste. That was our enemy, along with the elements. We couldn't waste a single morsel of food. There was a surprising amount of gasoline available throughout the city. Unfortunately, too many vehicles now had punctures in their gas tanks where the last of the fuel had been drained. Gas plugs would be in high demand if the world ever returned to being so-called civilized. Everything that had been done led us to this moment again and again. Modern technology was great, just until it didn't work. I liked the convenience of water from the tap and flush toilets. I liked coffee and was hoarding a small amount to get me to the summer. After that, I'd be drinking water filtered through leaves and twigs. That would truly be the end of days. Mine consisted of driving the ATV around the city, encouraging and thanking everyone for what they were doing. The good news was that we had discovered over 200 people in hiding who hadn't surrendered to the invaders and who hadn't perished. We welcomed them into the fold. The gaunt, cold faces told their stories better than any words could. Self-imposed exile. It was like being in jail, but worse. No one knew they were there. No one would come if they needed help. Our people found bodies, too, of those who tried to stay, but were ill-equipped for how long it would be and how the weather would attack them. Stores of water were no good if they were frozen without heat to melt enough to drink. Seeds for planting and greenhouses took priority come February. There was no pushback this time. Everyone knew the stakes. Canning and preserving would be paramount. We needed to hold classes, because letting people kill themselves with botulism-laced stores wasn't what I wanted for those who had worked so hard to survive. It was the middle of February when a train pulled into Fairbanks with one passenger car and 30 cars of coal. They blew their whistle for the last 3 miles into town. By the time they reached the spur to deliver the coal to the power plant, Laura and I were there waiting. I raised my hands in triumph, but the look on the engineer's face suggested it wasn't the victory I had hoped. "That's all there is, and all there will be," he said. "We're out of fuel, out of power, out of everything it took to get this much here. It'll get us up and running at reduced power, which is okay. We're making do with wood-burning stoves and fireplaces. We'll need the electricity for rechargeable tools, as gasoline is getting rarer by the minute, as you well know. When we're out of it, we're out." I shrugged. Some things we could control and others we couldn't. I didn't want to invest time in those things that were beyond what I could influence. "Wasn't there a refinery in North Pole?" The city just to the south of Fairbanks. I nodded. "I bet we can get it up and running. What those guys accomplished at the coal mine was nothing short of a miracle. We don't need much diesel, which is the easiest to refine, but if we can make our own, we'll bring this city to a much better place. We'll need electricity, so you'll not want to use all that coal. The coal produces what we need to help us get more coal. The backup boiler downtown can use coal." Maybe it wasn't out of my control. "That's what I thought," he said. "We can look into that, too. What do you want us to do, Mr. Mayor?" He pulled his collar up and adjusted the scarf over his mouth. There was no wind, but the cold was bitter. I was getting used to it, but my disdain for it was growing. I longed for a warm spell. "You're in charge. Use the power and equipment to restore the refinery. Check in with Levi, who is the master for material management." They maneuvered the train away, manually switching from the spur to the main line, and then they'd do it again once downtown to deliver the coal to the main power plant. I still didn't understand how the power was distributed throughout the city. They'd figure out what was needed to energize the lines to North Pole to get the refinery up and running, but it was old and parts had been removed. I wasn't sure it would be possible without the ability to order new parts, but they'd figure it out. Necessity was the mother of invention, I'd been told. That left me to make the hard decision to reduce the heat in one hangar so a second hangar could get one of our 2 industrial heaters. That would be the one greenhouse. We couldn't heat all the ones throughout the city. Optimal use of our resources. Unlike mechanics and engineers, we had plenty of people who could manage a greenhouse and a garden. We had soldiers who were sitting around. They would become the workforce for the immense garden we were going to build in that hangar, heating it with what was left of our fuel, and then using plastic sheeting to harness as much heat from the rising sun as we could. All it would take was labor. We had that, and conveniently located at the airport, too. We had too many people who weren't volunteering to help. The hardest decisions came about whether to share with them or not. The only answer was yes, but they'd get reduced amounts. Welcome to the new world, where we either survived together or perished together. I grew more isolated. There was one person who was stalwart throughout, Laura. Dorothy was feeding people. I pushed as much food her way as we could. Levi managed our material resources, like fuel and equipment. They were busier than busy, and I stayed out of their way. When things were running like they were supposed to, that left me with little to do except think about it all. We worked hard for little gain, but that was how it was going to be. the hardest time. I changed my target date for survival to April. As long as we could make it to April and break up, where the rivers ran free once more, then we would survive. Would we migrate to a warmer clime? Laura and I wouldn't. We'd move to the cabin the second I handed over the reins to whoever came next. Clint Carstairs? I'd seen him, but he avoided me. I hadn't talked with him. Mary McIntyre disappeared completely once she was released from the hangar. Was she one of the 50 executed? Maybe. Probably. She would have had the arrogance to think she could negotiate with them. She considered herself in charge. That didn't work out well for her. As long as someone else was pulling the strings, she wasn't in charge. No one pulled my strings, but I felt my status as the mayor was tenuous at best. I needed to find Clint and hunt him down. See if he was ready to back up the big mouth he'd had before all of this started. Once it got hard, no one wanted the trials and tribulations of fixing everything. But once it was fixed, everyone had a great idea on how to make it better. Ride the gravy train to the promised land. It was the way of politicians. The sooner I could get out of town, the better off I'd be. Let the rest of them restore the world order, get trade going again. I was too old for the work involved in reconnecting the world. "Mr. Mayor!" Levi yelled as he ran toward the house. I put on my coat and stepped outside. "Levi, you're looking well." He smirked. "Did you know that the internet works?" "Say what?" I hadn't checked and hadn't thought about it. I hadn't turned on the television or anything else. The Starlink satellite dish was at the cabin, but our cell phones were with us. Laura hurried off to plug them in. "What are you hearing?" Levi smiled. "It's VW Day," he proclaimed. "Volkswagen? Victory in the world. The Chinese have been defeated and turned over the keys to the internet to the remains of the U.S. government, along with cell towers and satellites." "We won?" I didn't feel like we won. It felt more like the usual political razzle-dazzle. They tell you it's raining, but it wasn't rain. Then again, we had the internet and probably satellite television. None of that helped our current situation, except we could talk with people. "Can I make a phone call?" I asked. Levi handed me his phone. Our cell towers were active, but only to route calls through the satellite. It was a new option that had become useless when we lost the satellites along with our power. I hadn't thought to explore it. I used my phone to pull up the number of the Alaskan senator's office in Washington, D.C. I dialed the number using Levi's phone. It rang in the normal way. The voice that answered sounded familiar. "Senator Sam Sullivan, alive and well. Who am I talking to from Alaska?" "Mayor Cory Beringer, Fairbanks, Senator." "It's good to hear your voice." "Yours too. Fairbanks is still there. That is great news. We're down to roughly 4,000 citizens, but we have 1,000 Chinese soldiers too. I've granted them full pardons, and they're working alongside our people to provide food and labor to keep the survivors alive. We could use anything and everything. Is there a possibility that products can flow to the interior anytime soon? We're on the edge of starvation." "We're working on that right now, Cory. I'm not going to blow smoke. The U.S. is in a shambles. We're trying to figure out how many people we lost, when we should focus, like you are, on how many we can save. I don't know when the ships will load up in California or Washington and sail to Alaska. We have a mountain of work to do. Banking. No one cares about being paid. It's all about food and warmth. Maslow, Senator." I was instantly worked up. Banking? I had no patience for that nonsense. "You are right, of course. But commerce in America has to work at a sustainable pace. It'll take a while, but know that we'll be coming. With GPS operational once more, we'll be able to fly your way. We'll need oil, and the great state of Alaska is going to open the spigots." About that, Senator. We had to blow up one of the pumping stations to convince the enemy to leave. We'll need some work done if you want the oil to flow once more. Lots of work." I understand why you had to do that, but it's going to be a problem. Was there any way around sabotaging the pipeline?" "What the hell? It's done. The only answer is we have to get it fixed. We have labor and we even have heavy equipment, but what we don't have is a pump. Send one of those turbine pumps on a plane and we'll get it installed. Don't be a knob. There was a time when that would have gotten you blackballed. But you're right, of course. Business as usual isn't going to cut it. I'll make all the calls necessary. Is the airport operational? It is, but I can't guarantee it's ready for an instrument landing. The Chinese were using it for their flights until a few months ago. I'll get their people to make sure it's up. I'm not sure about that, the senator replied. Send the pump. We'll take care of the rest, and don't ask me how the sausage is made. We'll get it done. Also, send up some welding equipment with the pump. We have everything else, including spare pipe. You have this number. Call it when you can give us a date of arrival. Will do. He ended the call before he could get any more of my back talk. You really do hate politicians, don't you? Levi asked with some amusement. It's visceral, I admitted. Playing politics. They just can't help themselves. Maybe he'll stop being a toad and send us a pump. Banking. Did you hear that garbage? We're going to need banks, Levi started. I raised my hand to cut him off. Yes, but not right now. Right now we need to push-start this car so we can get food and fuel. Remember what they told you in soldier school? Beans, bullets, and Band-Aids. You can't fight a war without them. You also can't survive without them. I want everyone who's still alive to see our beautiful summer sun. How about you, Levi? We look forward to summer every year. I still have bug dope at the house. Bug dope. It's what we called mosquito repellent in Alaska. I didn't know why. More little things. Enjoying the outdoors depended greatly upon resisting Alaska's official bird, the blood-sucking parasite that buzzed into every aspect of the summer. For the month after Elias delivered the semi filled with meat, deaths dropped to a handful. In March, with the return of the sun, we lost more. In the first week, we lost 30. The second week, we lost over 100. Starvation and the lack of medicine. 50 of those were soldiers when pneumonia ran through the hangar where they were staying. There was nothing we could do. There were no antibiotics left in the closed stores that we'd cleared out. We sent out our scavenger teams to check every house with an X on the door showing it had been cleaned out of food, to check for medicines. Even old and half-used bottles were better than nothing, I reasoned. The doctor said they could be more harmful, but he was willing to give them a try. We were desperate people in desperate times. Laura had always maintained that she was overweight. A year of a starvation diet did away with any pretense of an extra pound or two. Never again do I want to hear that you're fat, I told her with zero tact. She said I was a poor judge of a woman's view of herself, but agreed. We both wanted to grow fat, eating stuff we shouldn't in quantities that were too great, while not burning candles at both ends. I felt old, much older than my years. I'm ready for the nursing home. Laura chuckled. You are your own worst critic. We lost 100 people this week. I know. It's not you. Tell me what else you think you could have done. I shrugged. I knew the answer to her question. I had done what could be done. I need to find Clint Carstairs. He works for Levi in warehousing, Laura replied. Since we're in no position to hold an election, I'm going to hand the mayor's hat to him, which means that scum-sucking pond slime will shadow me for a while. Laura made a face at me. You shouldn't think of him like that. Maybe frame him with kind thoughts. I knew she was right, but he had been an opportunist when it was least called for. However, he had stayed in town when the invaders arrived. I had not. I would have been executed, and my gesture would have been meaningless. It was better that we ran. I found Levi at the main warehouse where he stored foodstuffs. It was almost empty, which was the norm nowadays. People were eating snow to fill their bellies. Laura and I were eating the last of what we had stored. Even me, as the mayor, was going to be out, as it should have been. Luke hunted and continued to grow. Euro was losing weight, since we could barely provide anything for him. I applauded Luke's hunting prowess, because we were finding little game. Is Clint around? I asked Levi at the front desk. He had a dozen good people working for him directly in the warehouse. Everyone else was out and about, rebuilding the refinery, which was making slower progress than I wanted. The head of the project considered it hopeless, but he said to give him a couple months. It had been half of that, and I'd seen no progress, so I stopped visiting because I was loath to feel more disappointment. Not in those trying to resurrect a dead plant, but in the overall situation. The senator said we had won. The world could start turning again. But I got the impression it would turn without us. We were off the beaten path. A man approached, gaunt and with little energy. "I'd like you to shadow me for a while, and then take over as mayor." "Really?" He perked up, but not for long. "It comes with no extra benefits. Less, actually. More work, less food, all the responsibility, and little of the authority. But there you are. Bob's your uncle. You get the title." "You don't make a compelling case," Clint replied. "Remember when you had all the answers and I was a piece of garbage?" I shot back. I quickly raised my hand at my gaffe. "That was just politics. I was obligated to criticize you." He looked far more humble than when I saw him on that street talking with reporters a lifetime ago. I had been petty about it as well. It no longer mattered. "Embrace the suck," I told him. "Tag, you're it come June. I was thinking the end of July, but I have stuff to do before I disappear to my cabin in the woods where no one will find me and my wife. We'll live out the rest of our days with no one to be responsible for except ourselves." It was more than I needed to tell him, but I thought he deserved an explanation. My day had come and gone. Despite the losses, I knew that I could keep my head up. We might have lost almost everyone without what I'd done to get people ready and then to liberate the city. Levi's cell phone rang. He handed it to me without answering. "D.C. area code," he said. 202, Washington, D.C. I had high hopes for a positive call. If not, I'd give a hard time to whoever was on the other end of the line. I had no patience for people who were full of words but couldn't back them up with actions. "Mayor Cory Beringer," I answered. "Sam Sullivan here, Cory. Your pump is on its way. If it arrives later today, when do you think you can have it installed?" "That's a good question. The answer is as soon as humanly possible. You'll want to send the oil tanker to Valdez to get loaded. I'll have to send someone to the slope to coordinate with them to get everything turned on down the pipe. We probably need a tanker truck of gasoline to make the initial magic happen, and then another tanker every day to keep the pumps running." "You don't ask for a lot, do you?" the senator asked. "Letting you know what it'll take. This is all of us working together to restore civilization. It comes with a price, and I'm not talking anything that can be taken care of with a pile of money. We need the supplies to make anything else happen. We can repair the pump, but getting oil to flow is a significantly greater series of problems, none of which are insurmountable. I'm telling you what we need, and there will probably be more when the smart people who run this stuff get involved." "I hear you. The pump is on its way. Fix that problem, and then we'll address the rest. When oil can flow, we'll get it flowing." "Thanks, Cory. More when I have it." I smiled at the phone. We're winning. "He's not sending food, is he?" Clint asked. As much of a hard time as I gave him last time, I didn't want to push it. I begged for food. He should have remembered. We were beyond the end of the line when it came to logistics. He was our state's representative. He knew that we needed food. But he was a politician. I pulled up the recent calls and punched the number from which the senator had called. He answered on the fourth ring. "Senator, on the plane with that pump, put as many pallets of food as will fit. We need the internal fuel, along with the external fuel like gasoline. Emaciated people don't work as hard as those with a full belly." It was already in the works, but there isn't much to choose from. Things were bad down here, and before you say it, I know that things had to be worse for you. A lot of temperatures between -20 and -40, but it's finally warming. Thanks for thinking of us, Senator. I'll let you get back to it. I ended the call. A little food will be included, although that sounded too waffly for my comfort. We shouldn't count on getting anything. I gave Clint a harsh glare. He held up his hands. "I won't tell anyone." "False hopes are bad, Clint. This isn't a game. There are no politics as usual. You don't promise what you can't deliver. I know. I've been on the receiving end of both good and bad rumors over the past 6 months. It's been grim at times, and the rest has been downright dismal. You used to be such a fountain of positivity, Clint. What happened to you? I quipped. I gave Levi his phone and nodded my thanks. I hopped in the ATV and headed for the airport. There was always something I could do there. We had 900 former soldiers, along with the greenhouse and people staying there to watch over the plants every minute of every day. Getting potting soil and fertilizer had been a trial, but we raided the big box stores and cleaned them out of stuff that hadn't been looted. No one needed soil in the fall. There wasn't much to be had, but we took it all from every store. A bag here or there made a difference, and all of it combined was going to help keep us alive, along with the seeds. Relief. The turbine oil pump would give us priority of consideration as the first step in the energy supply chain. Well, the second or third step. They had to get it out of the ground first. Laura, Luke, and I walked through the greenhouse hangar. It was getting the full attention of the only operational heater. With the dwindling supply of propane, we had to shepherd the resources. It was grim. Many were sleeping in the greenhouse. I had no problem with that. Everything I worked on gelled into a single rule: survive. I talked to people either directly or through an interpreter. The three of them were giving English lessons, since the soldiers were trapped with us and the interpreters couldn't be everywhere. "Plane is landing!" someone shouted over the noise of the heater that sounded like a blast furnace. I ran to the door and outside. I waved to the pilots of the C-17, a military medium-lift transport that specialized in rough, short runways. We didn't have either of those problems. Our runway was clear from one end to the other. The plane taxied to our hangar and turned its back end toward us. The ramp dropped to show the inside filled with pallets. We didn't have anything that worked to move the stuff around, but they'd thought of that. They had one piece of yellow gear. They unchained it from the deck and drove it out, dragging the first pallets. "I need everyone outside to break down the pallets and carry the supplies inside." We would put the delivery in the barracks hangar. I jogged to the aircraft and met the crew chief. He pointed to the gear. The engines powered down. "We heard you needed some stuff. Got a big pump in here too, but you'll have to remove those other boxes to get to it. We had to balance the weight. You know how it works." The crew chief crawled along the inside of the aircraft to get toward the command deck. I was a grunt. I only rode on them. I had nothing to do with who sat where or how it was loaded. I followed him around the equipment. The turbine pump was in a massive crate. I wasn't sure their equipment would be enough to move it out of the jet, but they'd figure it out. I didn't want to risk hurting their plane. The boost to my morale was significant. I hadn't realized how much I missed civilization. The pallets held MREs, meals ready to eat. Easily 10,000 meals. With nearly 5,000 people, that was 2 days' worth. But it was 2 days that we didn't have to provide for ourselves. One day at a time. Just survive until tomorrow. The first plants had poked their little green heads out of the dirt. Life was coming with the spring, even though temperatures had yet to rise above freezing. The crew chief ushered me into the cockpit, where I met with the pilots. "Mayor Cory Beringer, Lieutenant Colonel, USMC, retired. Lots of titles, but the only thing that matters is how much we appreciate this delivery." "Nice to meet you, Colonel. You are now on our milk run. We're supposed to fly up here from Joint Base Lewis McChord every 2 days, bringing supplies and materiel. If you have a list of dire needs, hand it over." He gave me a letter addressed generically to the mayor or whoever was in charge. That was me. I took the letter and stuffed it inside my coat. The lifeline had been cast, and we were going to grab it. "I'll have a short list for you next time. Until then, food and fuel, my man. I bet I even have some coins left over from my time in the Corps. I'll have one for you next run. I know it's trivial, but it's the little things and normalcy. We're not forgotten, and that's all we really needed to hear." We got people scattered all over the place. It'll take a while to round them up. Give me the thumbnail of what happened to the lower 48, if you can." We both glanced into the back to find the aircraft had been half unloaded already. "We only lost the first 50 miles inland from the coast," he started. He collected himself. "That was only San Diego, L.A., San Fran, Portland, and Seattle." "Isn't that about 90% of the population west of the Mississippi?" I noted. He nodded. "I don't know. It was a lot. But it turns out driving through a city and then holding that city are two greatly different things. Despite the gun bans and such, the urban folk destroyed the Chinese armies. And then the president dropped the big ones. He sent a few nukes into China. Since our strategic missile fleet is still working off 8-inch floppy disks, none of their computer penetrations affected them. What did Mao say? He could lose 1 million people a day and in a year he'd still be fighting? It was more profound. We estimate they lost 100 million people in one day." I was staggered, and I was right. The war in Alaska was a fringe conflict, a minor holding action, nothing more. Of course, the invaders didn't get the best troops or the best equipment up here. A land invasion of the West Coast would require all of the enemy's frontline units. I'm sorry it came to that. No one can win a modern war, can they? We've all lost. He turned his attention to his pre-flight checklist. We all lost. It's a new day, my friend. With food and fuel and spare parts, we'll have our small refinery up and running in short order. Our greenhouse is already producing. Next time, can you bring some propane? 100-pound tanks, a few dozen of them, along with as much diesel as you can carry and antibiotics. We had pneumonia run through the Chinese barracks, and it wiped out 10% of them. I gave them pardons, so they're integrating into the community. We're not at war anymore, are we? He made a note on the pad attached to his kneeboard and gave me the thumbs up. Thanks for coming. Spring is a lot brighter because of you. We're just flying the plane. NCA sent us, but they want that oil flowing. I know that much. Keep going. Relief is in sight. NCA, National Command Authority. It could have been the president, or chairman of the Joint Chiefs, or some general in between. I didn't know who was left in charge. President Willoughby. He'd facilitated our vulnerabilities and allowed them to be exploited. I despised bureaucrats and politicians, but I loathed that man with every fiber of my being. It wasn't reasonable or rational, but it was. I was 4 time zones from Washington, D.C., I could hate him from up here without any problem. It made me long for the day when Laura and I could return to the cabin. I shook hands with the flight crew and worked my way off the airplane. Levi arrived with a crane and 2 semis. I hadn't known his people brought a crane to life, but then again, they had removed 500-pound propane tanks from homes and consolidated them. Briefly, I felt a pang of guilt for when people returned. Their homes had been pillaged, though not looted. We were strict about not taking personal items, but there was no food, fuel, or medicines left behind, and their homes were no longer secure since the locks had been broken to gain access. Nearly every single home in the area, except those where their owners stayed. Homes represented the entirety of their possessions, everything they worked for encapsulated in material wealth, or as they saw, the lack of it. A house only partially sustained them as shelter from the storm. Shelter was useless without food and fuel. That's what mattered for survival. We didn't let the elements win. When the cargo had been offloaded, the plane taxied to the end of the runway and took off. We had no tower controller or air control systems running. It hadn't been important, but if we wanted consistent flights, we'd need the instrument landing system operational. One more thing to do. One more technician to find and ask for help. That wasn't a bad problem to have. We'd work through the technical issues and bring the system online. We had enough coal for partial restoration of power. Then again, there was a better answer. Next time around, I'd ask the Air Force if they could send up an expeditionary team to provide the ILS. That would be the easiest answer, and relieve us of the responsibility of bringing the system online if there wasn't anyone who was familiar. Most people who worked at the airport had departed once the flights stopped. I wished Elias was around so I could talk to him. It wasn't time to take our victory lap, but it was getting close. I should have brought Clint Carstairs with me so he could see what I was doing to continue the process. Could I trust him? That wouldn't be my issue. I didn't trust anyone except those I'd been in life-and-death fights with. That started with my old man. We were there. We fought the communists in Rhodesia. He kept me alive. I did the same for my Marines in the Middle East. War was hell, but it was survivable. Dad taught me that. Elias taught me that you could do terrible things and still return in one piece. It started with forgiving yourself for what happened in war. The team was breaking down the pallets for further distribution to the people of the city, with an allocation of 1 MRE per person per day as a supplement to our sparse diets. Levi held out a box. "Take one, sir." I turned my head away and grabbed one at random. It was uncool to dig through and select one. The last person to pick would always get the worst meal. I checked the label. Beef patty dehydrated. That was the worst of the worst meals. "How old are these?" Levi shrugged. "Does it matter?" It didn't. It was food that we didn't have before. The mechanics and work teams strapped the turbine pump and lifted it onto a flatbed trailer. They chained it into place and prepared for the trip to the pump station we'd blown up. It was a relatively short trip, 50 or 60 miles. The crane would make the trip too, along with the crew to put the pump into place. We had hunted down the guys who were running the station when we blew it. Their families had been held hostage, and despite my call to ambush the enemy soldiers, they hadn't. They surrendered 4 hours later when the next truck came by. They were collected and returned to the hangar. They were done with running the pipeline, but no punitive measures were taken against them, surprisingly. They blended into the masses and kept their heads down. They weren't pleased when I called on them to fix what we had broken. I could only apologize so much for the actions we took to shorten the war. Then I told them we were done. They could be part of the solution, or return to manually clearing ice from the streets. Getting a pound of flesh seemed much less important when the options were limited. The crews took their prizes from the delivery and headed back to the city. They left enough cases to feed the soldiers their one meal. The rest would go to central distribution, which we planned to shift from the city to the airport since our supplies would arrive by air for the near term. There was a third hangar where the prisoners had been held, so we put it into service for our warehousing needs. I needed more managers and more workers. Learning Chinese had become as important as learning English had been for the soldiers. Everyone was learning together. Too many of our people had no ear for a tonal language. We didn't waste our time with them. Laura had good ears and picked up words quickly. That was her job, to keep me from sounding like a buffoon, whether in English or the smattering of words I was picking up. The sun shone brightly, and the sky became a deep cerulean blue. The sky and the stars and the beauty of it all were the reason most people stayed in Alaska. It wasn't for the fine dining, although the outdoorsman would argue that moose or Dall sheep were great additions to the dinner table, and a good flounder steak couldn't be beat. The benefits outweighed the detriments, except when the benefits of a modern society dwindled. War. What the hell? How could anyone think that was a good idea? But no one was better at making war than Americans, even with the variety of peace movements through the decades. We were willing to fight for our land, and we had the weapons and training to do it. We were the superior foe, an admirable and horrible place to be. It wasn't a brag or anything to be proud of. It simply was. Don't push a peaceful people thinking they're harmless. That was the major miscalculation. Peace can only come from the willingness to inflict terrible violence and the personal decision not to. "Did we win?" I asked. Laura nodded. "You helped us to win. We survived. That was my definition of winning. But we survived and brought a bunch of people along with us. We saved our city, for what that's worth." I needed to sit down. I was tired. That was a constant nowadays. I felt 1,000,000 years old, maybe older. Methuselah had nothing on me. Laura sat by my side in the greenhouse, taking in the less than glamorous smell of fertilizer. Like my dad used to say when we drove by hog or cattle farms, "Smells like money." Food came from places that didn't smell nice, and that was a good thing. It held off those who had no business being in the food business. Like cleaning a moose wasn't for everyone. I thought Laura would be able to do it if she had to, but then again, I was there to make sure she didn't have to. We had our roles in marriage. Define them before getting married, and evolve as you grow. I had always been her protector. She needed it up until she didn't, and now she watched out for me. She kept me honest. I didn't want to go off on a tirade against people who irked me when the real issue was something completely different. Would Clint govern the city effectively? I didn't know until we gave him a chance. I jumped up and ran outside. Laura ran after me, unsure of where I was going or why I was leaving. "Levi!" I shouted across the tarmac. He'd been watching the warehouse get filled. Susie was working with the soldiers to distribute the MREs to their group. She waved, and the soldiers bowed to me. I didn't want them doing that, but they did it anyway. "Enjoy. 1 per soldier per day, and there is more coming. Every 2 days we're going to get a resupply. We're going to make it until we can supply ourselves." Susie excitedly interpreted for me. The soldiers beamed with joy. I hoped they would start gaining weight to get back to something normal. We could all do with gaining a few pounds after the winter held its boot across our neck and wrapped a strap around our stomachs. Next year would be different, I promised, but I had no idea how. Would civilization return? I wasn't counting on it. I bowed my head to the soldiers and met Levi halfway between the warehouse hangar and the soldiers' barracks. "Boss?" I wasn't a fan of being called boss, but if they wanted to, I wasn't going to argue. "Make sure Clint is here for each delivery from here on out. He'll be in charge of distribution and future orders, approved by me until I know he's looking out for everyone's best interest." And me, I never liked that guy, but he's a little different now. Still a little bit lazy, but aren't we all when given the opportunity? I'd love the opportunity to be lazy. I have a wolf somewhere around here who would also enjoy being lazy if we gave him a full belly and a couch. Now you're speaking my language. A full belly and a couch with golf on the television. Golf? I knew many who watched golf. I enjoyed about 10 minutes, but then I couldn't watch anymore. I'd get bored or want to get on the course myself. There was no in-between. He nodded. "Whatever makes you happy is your business. How are your daughters doing?" "They're alive. It'll be nice to get some more food in them. Come on by the house. We'll cook something for you and your family. We're at the end of what we have, but it's worth sharing a last meal of what made it through the winter." "Thanks, Mayor. We couldn't have done it without you, and you know it." He walked away, but stopped and called over his shoulder. "See you at 5? "Our house at 5, Sergeant Major." "It's time to go home," Laura said. We walked slowly toward the ATV. I stopped to ask Susie to find the soldiers who ran the airport's equipment. We needed the ILS operational and anything else that was required to help planes land. She promised she'd search the ranks. I climbed in the passenger seat so Laura could drive. I fell asleep on the slow journey to the house. Over and out. I didn't remember much from that day. For dinner, we threw in a few components from our MREs for no reason whatsoever. All spaghetti sauces could be better if they only had a dehydrated beef patty chunked into it. The taste was awful, but we were starving and it hit the spot. Levi and I had a good laugh. It was an evening of jovial banter. It was a celebration of the return of hope. Even I had been losing faith. I was trying, learning to survive for one more day. Always one more. "What do you say we take a run up to the pump station tomorrow and see how it's going? They might need a little something." He wanted to see the damage Elias and I had done, but I couldn't fault him for wanting to check up on our people. The round trip would take 3 hours. I could work it into my busy schedule, I thought with plenty of sarcasm. Once again, the city was on autopilot. We were doing what we could do without wasting time planning for an indeterminate future. In my mind, I didn't want to spend money that we didn't have and mortgage the future for generations to come. I assumed all slates had been wiped clean, but then again, that was probably a poor assumption. It wouldn't be my problem. Dinner came and went. We couldn't eat much because our stomachs had shrunk, but we didn't have much. What we had was good enough. Friends and family together. I did the dishes after Levi and his family left. Laura helped by drying and putting them away. Feeding 6 stretched the limits of our serviceware. Mom and Dad hadn't been big on entertaining. They got rid of the family china long ago. No one needed it or wanted it. By no one, I meant me. The time of family china was long past. Those were just things, fragile and fancy, definitely not pragmatic. I was more into what was useful, utilitarian. When we finished the dishes, I went to bed, even though it was still light out. The house was warm enough, a product of the sun and wood heat. Laura crawled in beside me, though I was sure she wasn't tired. Her questing hands suggested she wasn't. It had been a long time since we'd celebrated our lives together. I revived enough for a tender and extended time not sleeping. The little things that made life worth living. When I slept, it was deeply. I didn't remember a thing until the next day. Dad's Timex said it was 7 o'clock. I'd slept for 12 hours and almost felt like a new man. I wanted to get into town and start spreading the good news, make sure that people were able to get their allotment of MREs until different food started arriving. Bags of rice or pasta. Soon we'd start getting kale and radishes. They'd grow faster once the sun delivered life-giving warmth to the great outdoors. Laura and I made the rounds with Euro in the back of the ATV. Luke was out hunting. He'd disappeared early that morning. We left the garage door partially open so he could get in if he wanted. He was becoming more independent. That came with our inability to feed him. When we returned to the cabin, we'd have his full devotion once more if we could find a moose. Maybe he could get the moose for us, but that wasn't likely. Even grizzly bears were afraid of moose. We passed the word as much as possible and built a list of critical infrastructure needs. That also meant taking the train south. Were supplies coming by ship? Were we shipping anything out? Not yet, but the oil would be flowing soon. I met Levi at the warehouse at 9 after making my rounds. We took a mid-sized truck that got better gas mileage. It was newer, a vehicle that he'd been keeping close for his use. I couldn't blame him. We made the run to Pump Station 6. When we arrived, the crew was working hard. The blast had done a lot of damage to supporting structure, but they were working to restore the framework and wiring. I wasn't sure it would meet with OSHA standards, but that wasn't quite the issue right now. Shortcuts were in play. That wasn't my problem. The owners of the pipeline could come in and clean it up once they were back in town. Just make sure it doesn't catch fire, I told the crew. The foreman, who had been there when we blew it up, wanted to give us a hard time, but he knew it wouldn't do him any favors. Still, he couldn't help himself. Did you think of that when you were blowing it up? He shot back at me. Yes, we used environmentally conscious TNT, delivered with utmost care to limit secondary damage. Then again, that was a war and this isn't. Take care, don't get anyone hurt. You are an hour or more away from getting help. I looked around. Did you guys get your meals? The foreman nodded. We picked them up at the airport yesterday. Was that your doing? It was all of us. That's what we get for winning the war. Without the oil, the enemy lost their momentum. We won because of this. I pointed at the scorched, twisted metal and blown pump. Get it back up and running, and we'll win some more. There's no bonus in it, just the gratitude of an entire nation trying to get back on its feet. Alaska is the new apple of the world's eye. Do you believe that? The foreman asked. He was one of those negative personalities who saw the dark side of every silver cloud. I not only believe that, I embrace it. We're on the way up. We've hit bottom, and it's a lot of hard work from here, but it will be rewarding as opposed to just surviving. We deserve more than that, don't you think?" He hemmed and hawed, but the other crew members bumped him out of the way. "We see the blue skies, Mayor. We'll have this up and running. I'm saying 2 days. The foreman says 4. "I'll be happy with 3 and no fire," I said. Levi and I both waved and let them get back to work. "What do you think?" Levi asked. "I think we leave them alone to get their work done." I clapped him on the back. "They'll get it up and running. We need to contact the slope. Maybe you can request they send up some oil-filled workers on the next flight. Guaranteed long hours and minimal food. Should have lots of takers," Levi joked. "We have oil-filled workers in town. Maybe some of them would like to road trip to Prudhoe Bay and get things up and running again. I bet there are people up there. People who survived the Arctic through the winter. Are you high?" I didn't think I was high. I had slept well and eaten fairly well, considering. I wasn't burning too many calories. We had a heated cab in the truck. "I think our people are more robust than you give them credit for. Some of the wells up there pump out sweet crude, which can burn just like fuel oil without processing. What if they used that stuff to keep themselves afloat?" "Has anyone tried to call the slope?" "Now you're making too much sense," I replied. "We'll give it a try when we get back in town. I need to find an oil executive and put them in charge of getting the oil flowing. I don't want to manage that stuff." "No one wants to manage that stuff. And don't look at me." The ride back to Fairbanks was filled with heavy metal that was a shade too loud. The worst part of the apocalypse was the lack of music. The soundtrack of our months living off the land was blowing wind, barking dogs, and silence. I never wanted it, but it came for me anyway, and made me tired all over again. There was too much to do. I had to stay on top of it because I was in charge, which was also something I never wanted. I believed that those who had the capability to act had the responsibility. Maybe that was what happened when destiny met fate. We can only ride the river to the ocean. Fighting the currents makes life way too hard. Levi dropped me off at the airport, where more was happening. The terminal was toast, so receptions, arrivals, and departures would have to be handled elsewhere. We picked Everett's Air Cargo as the best choice, and that required moving a few of their scrapped DC-6 fleet, which was the largest collection of those airframes in the world. What happened to the last of those that were flying? I felt like I should have known the answer to that question. They were somewhere. We'd find the old pilots and mechanics and see if we could get them back into the air. That was for someone else, but then we could reach most of the villages throughout this great state. I was positive there were some out there that had no idea we had fought a world war. Maybe they were better off than we were. They could sustain themselves, while we were dependent upon too much that we had no control over. It was how a global economy worked. We were all dependent upon each other for those things we wanted in our lives. Coffee from Central and South America, citrus from warmer climates, oil, gold, and salmon from Alaska. We worked in our small way for the greater good. God bless the warriors. They were the ones who fought back, and the conscripts, the ones who fought out of necessity. And to the Alaskan revolutionaries who refused to surrender. I stayed at the airport and took in all that mattered until it was time to go home, where I could watch the sunset with my wife and animals. When I arrived, I found that Luke had returned home. All he wanted to do was sleep, which suggested he'd been successful in his hunt. Euro curled up next to him to take advantage of the warmth from the wolf's fur. Laura and I sat on the couch and ate our MREs cold. It was a rite of passage. Heating them up was a luxury we didn't always have. Laura ate it without complaint, but she kept glancing at the kitchen. Our propane tank was holding out, but it had to be getting low. I wasn't concerned. We could always cook using the BioLite stove. I heard that newer MREs had water-activated heaters included. Too bad we didn't get any of the modern stuff. These were the last of excess stock. Even the lower 48 had strained to supply the refugees from the battle areas. All because we didn't control the computer chips, and those who did had grand designs on one world under their control. As I learned in the Marines, you can bomb the hell out of a target, but it takes boots on the ground to hold the land. The new lesson was that a subdued population would only stay subdued until the wolves rose to lead them against their oppressors. Luke was a real wolf, and he was perfectly happy sleeping on the couch. Was I an old wolf? Wiser, but with plenty of fight left? If not me, then someone would have risen to shake their fist at the enemy. A younger wolf ready to lead the pack. "You'll get your turn, buddy," I told Luke. "I have no doubt about that." "What are you talking about?" Laura asked softly. She had her hand on my chest and head on my shoulder. I liked it. The little things. Safety, security, peace. "I think I won at life." I pointed toward the ceiling. "Thanks, Dad." This has been Defiance, an Alaskan Apocalypse. Defiant Book 2. Written by Craig Martell. Narrated by Chris Abernathy. Copyright 2025 by Craig Martell. Production copyright by Craig Martell.